rocks, swab the decks, and hoist the sails. The guns on board be needing some proper manning. Pieces of 8 and a fine wench on your arm, if your work be not too shoddy. Careful not to flounder too badly, though, or you may have to dance the hempen jig as we see you to Davy Jones. The Japhy, my boy, on with the show.
Welcome, everybody, friends, folks, foes, and fellow pirate mateys, to this week's latest installment, show number 184 of Pirate Radio Podcasts. I'm your host, as always, Robin Hood's Chief Communications Officer, Japhy Ryder. What do we have on tap this week? None other than Brian Ruhe returns. Regular listeners, of course, will remember him from last year, hopefully. He is someone who some regard as a rather controversial figure. Just the kind of person who, in many instances at least, we are interested in having on board, believe it or not, because where there's controversy or someone or a story of some interest, an angle of intrigue, a little bit off the beaten path, you'll almost certainly have our attention. So he's back this go round once again, and rather than so much of an emphasis on his fringe views regarding World War II, we'll turn our focus this go-round more toward getting to know Brian as a real-life, breathing, flesh and blood, thinking and feeling human being. For example, from monk to meditation teacher, he has played a long-standing role serving as a notable figure within contemporary Western Buddhism. Among other areas, we'll likely explore UFOLOgy, modern music, mental illness, and coping with Canada's COVID-1984 lockdown. You can be rest assured this is one show you won't want to miss. And of course, if you're with us here now listening live, you have done exactly that. You've tuned in and joined us at the right time. Of course, we're going to get things off and running here in just one moment. Before we bring Brian into the conversation, though, just to remind people that, as always, be sure to drop by WPRPN.com. Sign up is free. If you have any problems with getting your account together, be sure to check your spam folder. We've had a few people report on that as of late, so it is something that you want to take into consideration. And as far as troubleshooting, it's something that, if you have any problems, it's something that you'll want to be thinking about, of course. Just once again, since a number of people have been talking about how when they've signed up, the reply or response has been going to their spam folder from time to time. So pirate1radio@protonmail.com is the email address. Whether you have PayPal donations you like to send our way, always appreciated, of course. Or you have more show or guest ideas in mind, drop us a line. Let us know what is on your mind, what you're thinking exactly, and we'll take things from there. So, and next week, as far as shows go, I think what we're looking at, if I'm not mistaken, is probably going to be yet another revisitation, recap of our Mind's World Indie Music Showcase. What is it? 7.0 now, I believe, is what we'll be having on hand and at the ready there. Hopefully, there's a lot that goes into producing these shows, folks. People, if you haven't done them yourselves, you probably have no idea, of course. But with music in particular, a lot of work, but it's something that which is a passion of ours, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, a passion of Brian's as well too. One of the areas that we're hoping to get into conversing with him this go round. So we have approximately 90 minutes, more or less, and I think it's probably now is a good time as any to welcome him back to the Robin Hood. I'm not sure. Music is one thing, Brian. There's a big indie music scene out there in Vancouver. Of course, it's probably still thriving as well as it was back during my day, the time that I spent in the area during the mid to late 90s in particular. Do you follow the local indie music scene in Vancouver, or are you more just kind of a mainstream kind of guy?
I guess I'm more of a classic rock. What does indie mean?
Yeah.
I don't even know word
Yeah.
indie means.
Well, hey, I sent you that link to Little Steven's Underground Garage. And you can actually download all those shows, believe it or not. Go back like all through the mid to late 60s and beyond, of course. So I think just like 3 chords and a guitar, plug your into your amplifier, turn it up, and add some drums, I guess, maybe a little bit of bass, and there you go. So, but I guess
that's indie. What indie means?
You're not signed to a label.
Oh, that's what it means.
I'm talking more garage rock, I guess. Rock, indie. Yeah, indie is, I think, essentially you're not signed to a label. So
yeah, there's lots going on here. I see posters on the streets for lots of bands. Of course, with COVID, so much is shut down. All that's kind of shut down. But yeah, a lot of bands happening in Vancouver. I've seen live music.
Oh yeah, big time. Summertime typically as well too, other than, as you say, with the whole hashtag COVID 1984 business. That unfortunately, yeah, it's just not the way it has been over the past number of years. So that's one of the areas that we're hoping to get into, hashing over with you this go round. It actually was something that you had just in the pre-interview, a few minutes that we had prior to launching into the live stream here, that you're talking about being part of a committee, I guess, in Vancouver that is looking more closely into, well, you're challenging essentially the stay-at-home orders, or what are they, recommendations? Or a lot of people are quite irate and not really too pleased with the government's handling of things to this point. Is that not the case?
Yeah, we started on Easter Sunday, it was April the 12th. We went to City Hall with 25 of us and started a protest. It was organized or led by Susan Stanfield Spooner. She's here in Vancouver. Really brilliant organizer, very intelligent, charming, good-looking lady. So she spearheaded this, and I've got like 1,000 people on my email list, and I know people and friends who know people. So we started, and by the 4th time, we had like 320 people came out. We had like 25, and then 25, and then 30, then 320. And last Sunday, we had about 250. We're doing it again this Sunday. So we're doing it every Sunday at 1 o'clock. We go to a different part of the city. And this Sunday, we're going to Adrian Dix's office. He's our Minister of Health, so we're really blaming him. They're keeping this lockdown order. On Wednesday, they renewed it for the 5th time for another 2 weeks. So, yeah, it's disastrous for the economy. Like 10% of our restaurants have closed down permanently. I think it's way over-exaggerated. I think it's a New World Order plot or a power grab. So this is could be the very issue of our times. This could be the issue of our life. This could be the New World Order closing the door behind them, coming right out of the open, saying, okay, we're taking over the place. So it's a grave time, really. It's very serious.
Billionaires seem to be doing quite well, apparently. There was a recent report we'll be covering this week during our upcoming Tuesday night news segment, and likes of Jeff Bezos and so forth. They're not faring so badly.
Put the little guys out of business. Yeah,
isn't that something? So you're right. It seems to be with the stock market playing of the stock market and the fear mongering and people selling off stock and so forth, and the big boys, the big fish, buying it up. I guess sell high, buy low. So anything more you could add to that, perhaps?
Well, I think the actual COVID crisis it's not as real as they're telling us. I think there actually is a COVID-19 virus. I was seeing videos from China. These Chinese doctors, one particular doctor, did work on bats for years to isolate the virus, and I think it can only have been done artificially. So I think there is a real virus, at least in China. I think it was done deliberately by the New World Order. I don't think it's particularly China or the United States. I don't really think there's actually separate nations in a sense. There's this kind of globalist structure. So I think it's a pandemic, and Bill Gates is planning this as Plan 201 last October. They were rehearsing for this, getting ready for this.
Yeah.
It's a high-level conspiracy, and it's disastrous. They're trying to crash our economy. They're hurting the poor, and the middle class will probably have to pay for this. They're coming out with all these benefits to pay people who can't work, but who's going to pay for it, I wonder,
Well, I think we know the answer to that. So I think it was Event 201 as well, too. But you are right, and that they ran simulations where they had something around. It had to have been, I've got to fact check this. Maybe one of our listeners out there can clarify as far as things go, but at least 20 million people worldwide were going to die in accordance with the simulations. Neil Ferguson is another doctor of the Royal College of British Royal College of Physicians. Now his model, his projections apparently were what both Washington and London, the UK governments in the UK and US at the highest levels, federal governments, they ran with. As far as preparations were concerned, supposedly.
Yeah, models, and the models are not accurate. They're probably deliberately off.
They're overly inflated.
Less people died.
It's way over
then they find out, it's just like the flu. Actually, less people than the ordinary flu have died, and they're all panic. The media is just fear-porn.
That's right. It's a tenth here in Korea. It's about 1/10 of annual regular seasonal flu deaths is what we had so far with COVID. 1/10. So what's up with really? But see, the problem is I talk to people here as wherever I have the opportunity, and there's not too many Koreans that really they tune in, listen to this live stream. Unfortunately, maybe they might, if they did, be able to learn something or another as far as the flow of information and different news stories and leads were concerned. But you talk to them about these things, and they're utterly clueless. They have no idea, they just blindly go along with whatever dictates come down to them from the highest levels.
Well, it's probably the same here, maybe 70% popular. I met a woman in front of my window on the sidewalk, and she wanted me to walk 6 feet away from her. I was about to pet her dog, and I was saying how I thought this was overblown. She said, no, I'm a scientist. It's true. You should be wearing your mask. She claims to be a scientist. I don't know a scientist of what, but yeah, most people are buying it. And the Canadians are more docile than the United States. We were inspired by Iowa and Michigan, like they drove their cars to the state legislator to challenge the governor. That's how we got inspired on Easter to do this weekly, inspired by the Americans. But yeah, it's overblown, but it's the sheeple here in Canada. It's a shame they go along with it. And the media is totally owned and bought. And Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, he's every day has this press relief, and they express concern for people. I call it compassion is aggression. They're carrying out an aggression against the people by disguising it as compassion. Please stay home. Think of the elderly. Think of the elderly. Don't spread your germs.
A bit of I'm not sure if you call it a Freudian slip or what have you necessarily. You said Pierre Trudeau. I think you meant Justin.
No, sorry, Justin Trudeau.
No. Justin Castro.
Justin Castro, yeah. Fidel Castro's son is the Prime Minister of Canada.
Who does he look more like? Who does he more look like? Or is Pierre or Fidel? So.
His brother looks like Pierre Trudeau, but Justin Trudeau looks like Fidel Castro. Just look at a picture of Fidel Castro when he's 48 years old. Put it beside a picture of Justin Trudeau, who's 48 years old. Holy smokes. They look the same.
How about that? So,
yeah.
All right. Looks like
bloodline families. I think they're bloodline families.
Well, you're so right there, because I mean, it's the Sinclair it's Margaret Sinclair is who his mother is, and that goes right back to they might actually bear some sort of relation to I don't know if you've met the captain of our ship yet or not, the Robin Hood, but Captain Long John Sinclair. So it's a.
I haven't met him. Wow,
I'm not sure.
Where is he set at sea? Where is he?
Well, you know what? We'll connect with him maybe later on at the close of the show. We could see if he's where he is exactly, but bring him into the conversation. Sometimes hard to track down. He's a busy guy. But what the Knights Templar tie-in? That's what that's all about. So I think he, they definitely have that going on, and she was very notorious for, speaking of rock and roll music and so forth, partying with the Rolling Stones back in the day. You probably remember that, of course.
Yeah, Charlie Watts, the drummer for the Rolling Stones, he said, "I will not allow my wife to associate with Margaret Trudeau."
Oh, really?
Because he's a conservative guy. He's been married to the same wife since 1964. Okay. He wouldn't want his wife around Margaret Trudeau.
Jeez. How about that? Well, actually, it's interesting too, because one of the areas where we were going to take the conversation, I'm not sure if this is the best time or not, but it's possibly we could make that transition. She for years has struggled with manic depression. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that's supposed.
Oh, yeah, I knew she was, because I was diagnosed with manic depression since I was 17. So I kind of sympathized with Margaret Trudeau and Pierre Trudeau, that whole scene, because I grew up with him as my prime minister, right? Since I was age 8 to 24, he was our prime minister for like 16 years. Yeah, so I've known Margaret Trudeau growing up as one of our main characters in Canada.
And she's right out of Vancouver there too, your hometown.
Mm-hmm. I wonder where she is now. I mean, I'd like to get her on my show.
I guess, yeah. Reach out, drop her a line, see if she'll be a guest or not. So, but that was one of the things that we're hoping to discuss and address. Is something that you drew to my attention. I think it was after we had actually recorded our last show back in August. And this whole, manic depression, bipolar business. So you've managed to get that under control, basically, with medication or meditation. I think probably helps a lot as well too, presumably.
Well, for me, since the time I started, I felt it was in like a heightened state of existence. Certainly, many manic people really like the experience. It's a very high kind of experience. So for me, it was something I always want to kind of cultivate or control. I don't get depressed much. I get more of these inspired feelings. So it's something I never wanted to give up. Like if someone offered me $50,000, I wouldn't give it up. That's why I'm quite public about talking about it, because it's been some type of blessing. Like I remember when I first became a Buddhist in 1991, I was talking about this with one of my teachers at the Vancouver Shambhala Center, Brian Pollard. He said, "Well, Brian, Buddhism, we don't agree with Freudian psychology about mental illness, because from a Buddhist view, you could be channeling to spirits, devas, or ghosts. You might be in a channeling state and then lose control of it over it, that kind of thing. So my interpretation is I'm a channeler, like a lot of other channelers. I kind of like maybe a C- channeler, not as good as other people, but I feel I get into that state, or it comes over me sometimes. And the mental illness part would be when I'm not doing it properly or I lose control over it. Medication never made much difference. Like I'm on what's called divalproic acid, which they discovered about 6 years ago. It's used for epilepsy, and they discovered, it's good for bipolar. I was on lithium for 26 years. My doctor said, it's not good for your kidney. I recommend this new thing, divalproex. This is in the summer of 2014, and this is what started the whole Brian Ruhe show. He said, there's a danger of becoming a bit hypomanic when you switch medications. So I became hypomanic. July of 2014, I decided to step out of the closet and talk about international Jewish power in the world. So you can see my first videos, July 26, 2004. I came out and I talked about, of course, World War II history. I was doing a bit about that, and the globalists and everything. I was very bold. And then that was a very good phase. So that kind of launched me. And then I started the Brian Ruhe show, and I never looked back. And this has been the best 6 years of my life. So, for me, it's bipolar has been overall, it's been a plus. Again, I've been really inspired states. Most of the time, I'm just an ordinary, mere human being like yourself. Ordinary days, ordinary drudgery, and doing my job. But sometimes I get really inspired, and it's sort of a higher realm state of mind. So, but I realize some people actually have real manic depression. They're mentally ill, and they need to be hospitalized. Like I'm what's my doctor called a high functioning manic depressive, meaning I can do my job, and also when you're what's called hypomanic, which is not actually manic. Hypomanic is less manic. This one, people are really high functioning, get brilliant ideas, they work 18 hours a day, they get lots done, make a lot of money. I'm sure some famous or wealthy people are hypomanic or bipolar. So I've had it pretty good. Like my mother was actually schizophrenic. She had it bad and she couldn't really communicate her experience, so she was kind of isolated. So I've had a pretty good life for 60 years. So, and I was diagnosed when I was 17, but mostly, nothing much goes on. Like might be 2 or 3 years to go by before I get any kind of inspiration. I mean, some people have real mental illness or real problems. They're in and out of hospitals. They can't get along with others. They have family problems, relationship problems. So I've had it pretty good. I'm pretty good relationships. I haven't really ruined my life with this, but I'm quite open to talking about it. I even had a playlist on my YouTube channel where it's taken down called Bipolar Mental State, discussing this. So no one's going to hurt my feelings if they call me manic depressive.
Right, exactly. So, and going back to Margaret Trudeau, another frequent symptom, supposedly, is that, she's a classic example of just hypersexualization. That's not with all, but with her, as I think we clearly saw, the way she was making the out partying. Club 54? Was that Studio 54?
The Rolling Stones. Yeah, I guess that's true of manic state is more sexualized, and I have been like that. Manic state, more sexual, desire or potency or interest, but it hasn't led me into any trouble. I managed to just behave. I guess I was in a relationship at the time. It wasn't really a problem. But that's true of manic depressive, and I understand. I've had that feeling myself. But I never hung out with the Rolling Stones like Margaret Trudeau did.
Oh, that would have been a lot of fun. I guess,
I didn't know girl bands. I never hung out with them either.
Right, sure. So, one of the reasons, I'm not sure if we made this clear or not, but yeah, it was recently the Buddha's birthday, so that's why we thought it would be a good idea to have you join us here once again. And I still, at the same time, I think it's important just to touch on, it's kind of like the elephant in the living room sort of deal. Almost, you're more kind of, some would say, radical, extreme, fringe views regarding, Hitler and World War II. But just before we do that, and we could just touch on it in brief. You
paid me $20 not to talk about that, remember?
Yeah, no, not quite. No, but that's what I like about you, Brian. You're a funny guy, so you're a funny guy.
Yeah, you got to have some humor to keep a show going, you got to ham it up a bit.
You definitely have that. You have that on the go and in the works. So it's, for me though, I don't know, man, a professional comedian, definitely not. What I was going to say though, is just with respect to, Buddha's birthday, and I'm not sure when it was here in Korea. I think it was just a couple weeks ago, basically. And typically we go to the temples, and it was raining on that one day. I guess we had a number of weeks ago, and the wife said, just, forget it.
It was May 6th, so he's here in Canada.
Oh, okay.
Different traditions have it, but it's the full moon in May.
Okay, right.
Moon.
Yeah. And you're more a Theravadan type follower, essentially, and advocate, whereas myself, I'm just kind of an open-minded, non-sectarian, I think you would call me. I'm but definitely Buddhism and the teachings of the Buddha, they resonate, of all the world religions that I've studied, and I've taken a look at from Scientology to all the weird kind of fringe cults to all the mainstream religions you can possibly name. I've looked at and studied them all, and just Buddhism, Buddha Dharma, and the teachings that he laid out there seem to be the most straightforward and simplest to understand as far as life is suffering. It's because we desire things that the suffering arises, and change too. Let's not forget, life. There's this impermanence to our existence here. The activities that we engage in, the things we have, the people we love, and and so on and so forth. So very straightforward in that sense. In Korea, they talk about...
it's real in the sense that everything's changing, everything's flowing and changing.
Right.
Think of your close buddies you had 30 years ago,
right,
or 20 years ago, how that changes. And the Buddha describes reality as going down a river, and you're reaching for foam, like foam on a wave. Like that's reality. You're trying to grasp on this foam, like the idea of grasping to reality. It's like that. Everything's flowing, everything's changing. You think, well, this is my job, this is my relationship, this is my condo, this is where I live. But in reality, everything's kind of flowing and changing. So it's best to just accept that. Buddhism's realistic. Just live with reality, and you can be cheerful, be at peace. And for me, I really take refuge in the law of karma. It's like the highest law in the universe. If you have good karma, you're just doing the best, having good karma, then whatever happens to you is a result of your karma. So you're more accepting, more equanimous of what happens in your life,
Absolutely, and it's always a lot of fun asking people to define karma. What is karma? And well, maybe not so fun, because also often it takes them 10 or 15 minutes to do it, the roundabout, long-winded manner, when all you have to say is it's just action. It's one word, folks.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that.
Yeah, I have a short definition. It's the mental intention that initiates any action. So it's a mental state. Like if you step on an ant on the sidewalk, you got no karma. But if you see an ant and you decide to step on it, well, that's the karma of killing. So it depends on your intention. I should mention I'd done like 100 videos with Venerable Panabasa Mahatera. He's an American monk. He spent 20 years in Burma. Now he's in California. You should have him on your show. He's my teacher. We meet like every other Monday or every Monday, depending on our time. So we've had a lot of these discussions. But he's really kind of politically on the right. Like he likes to bash the left and leftism within Buddhism as well, or just the Antifa and the communists.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. And we actually reached out to Robert Thurman, who I'm sure you know all too well. And
I met him twice.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And I like Robert Thurman. I don't have any problems with the guy personally at all. I love his Dharma talks, and what he has to put forward for the most part. But then he gets into this whole business of loving, like everyone's got to vote for Obama. Don't forget to vote for Obama and support Obama.
Yeah.
And then also, what is it? Oh, global warming, man-made climate change. Yeah, that's Buddhists they know all about man-made climate change. It's our problem. We're to blame for causing the whatever, if in fact there isn't, some substantive real form of climate change taking place, which I've got a lot to say about that as far as Tesla technology, and I'm not sure if you know. Do you know about the weather warfare?
He is a leftist. He's a leftist.
Oh, for sure.
But he's Jewish as well.
Yeah.
He's the father of Uma Thurman, the famous actress.
How is he Jewish so exactly? Just through ethnicity or religion? Like, is it a religious thing? It's kind of confusing when.
Well, he's a Buddhist, but being Jewish means your mother is Jewish. According to the Jews themselves, it's genetic, their race. You're Jewish if your mother was Jewish, regardless of what your beliefs are, regardless of where you live or what you do. So he's a Jew, and I got a whole series of videos called Jewish Control Over Buddhism. Buddhism in the West is dominated by Jews. It's almost like a form of Jewish thought, like they promote global warming, leftist idea, racial equalities. Shambhala International actually charges you a surcharge if you're white. And the Insight Meditation Society in the United States, founded in 1975 by 4 Jews. They show Jack Kornfield, Joseph Goldstein, Sharon Salzberg. All these leftist ideas, which have nothing to do with Buddhism. In fact, the Buddha said you should honor tradition of your ancestors, don't change it, maintain your ancestral practices, and they're against everything mainstream. They're a leftist ideology, and I've made several videos about the Northwest Dharma Association in Seattle. This whole leftist, like they have courses on how you're innately racist. As a white person, you innately have white supremacy. So you have to meditate and look at your racist state of mind because you're white. Like, they actually go so far. They even publish a book called White Awake.
That's incredible. I
several videos on.
That's incredible.
Take a look at my playlist. Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow. So, and let me just say for here, right off the bat here, that the views and opinions expressed on behalf of myself, the show's host, as well as our guests, do not necessarily reflect those of either the wider listening audience nor the show's sponsors. Then again, sometimes
you have to say that. That's true.
Well,
I'm just speaking for myself, not you, Japhy.
Yeah, but then again, sometimes we overlap. Everybody overlap. I overlap with Mr. Thurman. He overlaps with us. It just depends on what issue we're talking about. So, and that's why there needs to be more of a conversation, which there's not right now. Here's the thing that confuses me with this whole the Jewish business and white. Well, sometimes Jews are white, and then sometimes they're not, and then it just depends on the situation, it seems, and how they feel from one person to the next. So, do you know what I mean? And sometimes it's convenient for them to be white, and then sometimes it's not. And so it's kind of really mamby-pamby in that sense. And that's the thing.
Like Bill Gates. Bill Gates is what's called a crypto Jew. Like,
oh, really?
His father.
No kidding.
His father was the president of Planned Parenthood to help abort a lot of white babies in America.
Right.
And he was an agent of the Rockefellers. He was associated closely with the Rockefeller family. So Bill Gates grew up basically as a Rockefeller asset, and he's a crypto Jew, meaning you don't admit that you're Jewish. It's not quite certain whether you are or not. But if you look at his mother and stuff, so crypto Jew is another term. When, like, President Lyndon Johnson was a crypto Jew. So, it's a way of infiltrating society. It's like a fifth column you're trying to. I don't want to. I do recognize that most ordinary Jews are just ordinary people. I'm talking about the elite Jews and their agenda. Like, Bill Gates is right up there with the globalists. He's right.
Well, they sacrificed. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, the elite Jewish elite, I think, during the World War II, they were more than happy to see just regular poor Jewish folk of their own kind essentially be they called it the burnt offering. It's the Shoah, right? So they were more than happy to throw so many of their own people under the bus in order to bring about the state of Israel. That was what it all seemed to lead to. If you look at things dialectically, without the Holocaust, there would have been no Israel, as far as I can reckon. I mean, it's not that complicated, is it?
The Holocaust narrative, or the Holocaust story, we've been told, really helped to found the state of Israel. But I don't know if you want to discuss how much of the Holocaust was real, how much of the 6 million actually did happen. But the Holocaust narrative was necessary to get Israel going. And Hitler was aligned with the Zionist Jews in 1933. He signed on the transfer agreement to allow Jews to sell their property in Germany, move to Palestine. And the Jews very much supported Hitler, more so than Britain. Britain was opposed to it because Britain felt they had to protect Palestine, belonged to the British. They had to protect the Arabs there, the Muslims who lived in Palestine. But the Zionist Jews were working with Hitler with the transfer agreement. So Hitler was quite fair about it. Like, they had mutual interest. Hitler preferred having the Jews out of Germany. He felt that the ordinary Germans were easygoing. There were no match for the cleverness of the Jews. So he did prefer, though they did cause a lot of banking schemes and problems and disasters for the country. He preferred that they would leave in an orderly manner. So about 2/3 of them left. Yeah.
2/3 of them left, and there are only about not even 3 million Jews in Europe at the time of the Holocaust itself. Was that not the case? So
yeah, there's only about 2.8 to 3 million in all of German-occupied Europe, all through Poland and Russia, the whole area. About 2.8 million Jews.
Okay, well, it's all the big numbers game, of course, and we covered that in the first interview that we did. And once again, because I actually went back and listened to the show that we recorded last year, and I don't often.
That's an honor.
I don't do that.
You should go back and listen to my.
I listened to your material from time to time. Absolutely, you know, whether it's dealing with World War II or Buddhism or UFOLOgy, and that's once again one of the reasons we got you back, because as crazy as some people think you are, you do make some good points from time to time, and it's and it's important also philosophically. There's something, you know, they say let your conscience be your guide, and so that's my way of my religion, if you want to call it that. And really, I believe we all lead our own religions, essentially.
Venerable Panabasa said, just tell the truth as you understand it. Just be honest. If you make mistakes, you make mistakes. As long as you're sincere and honest, it's okay to make some mistakes, and especially if you're not sure, you say you're not sure. You know.
Right. So, but what really bothers me, though, within the context of this, is criminalizing historical belief or opinion. That, to me, is outrageous. It doesn't matter, you know, like why and what happened to you. Of course, going back to, I mean, you had been a long time meditation teacher. Was it Capilano College or
Capilano University?
Right.
Yeah, they fired me in 2015 because Benai Brith called them up and said, fire Brian Ruhe. Just took a phone call, you know. Yeah, because of my videos and my views on like World War II history and Israel and international Jewish power. And they admitted it too on 2 different websites. So that was kind of them to admit that they did that. I guess they wanted to take credit.
Well, Benai Brith itself is it's a Freemasonic organization of sorts, is it not?
Well, it was established in 1843 in the United States. It's the oldest Jewish service organization in the world. It's global. It's Jewish, and it's also Freemasonic and Jewish, yeah.
So how about that? Isn't that something? Well,
they're all connected, like the Anti-Defamation League, you know, Southern Poverty Law Center. They're all interconnected, the same kind of people.
Yeah, and what they do, it seems more than anything, is they call themselves anti-defamation, but the fact of the matter, to me, I'm sure to many others as well, too, it seems that they're more in the business of defaming than people than protecting them, and you know, and
they turn the truth on its head, right? like I think in World War II they really attacked the Germans. They firebombed 50 cities like Dresden. They really attacked the Germans.
That was terrible.
They say, where are the victims?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were a lot of victims in World War II, obviously on all sides, clearly. But what a lot of people don't hear about too. And I was hoping we wouldn't get into it too much, and we'll try to steer the focus elsewhere, maybe to the Nazi bell, as a matter of fact, just in the next minute or two. But before we go there, let's remind people they are listening to episode number 184 of Pirate Radio Podcast. Myself, your host, as always, the Robin Hood's Chief Communications Officer, Japhy Ryder. We've got Brian Ruhe on board here again this week. He's returning for his second go-round, as it were, first chance to drop in as far as 2020 is concerned. And, check out those show description links and take a look at the content that he has available. I'm sure some people will be triggered by what they see. It's almost inevitable, of course, but once again, we're trying to do our best here to connect with Brian on a human philosophical level, and this making monsters of people because of the beliefs that they hold, especially regarding history, these events that occurred, some 75 odd years ago, to me is especially quite. It's very much troubling. What if they started criminalizing? Why not criminalize people for their beliefs or their support of mass murderer Joseph Stalin or Hirohito? That's the thing, is are they going to go around now, this Capilano University? Is it just only people who look upon Hitler and the Nazis favorably that they're targeting? Why stop there?
You can wear a Chairman Mao cap if you want a Capilano University. You can have a hammer and sickle on your binder in class. That's cool. That's no problem.
Canada,
Lenin, Trotsky,
sure. Well, and Canada, anti-discriminate. We don't discriminate. Anti-discrimination. Stamp out discriminate. Well, they're discriminating by attacking you. It's total discrimination. That is utterly. It's just inexcusable, frankly. And they ought to be ashamed of themselves. I'm not sure if they have that. Who knows what if they are able to see things that clearly or not. But this is extremely troubling, to say the least. So just the total.
Yeah, it's how we've been conditioned all of our lives,
Well, it's so one-sided, just with the cultural Marxists allowed to run roughshod and to bully, frankly. And what's interesting too? Did you pick up on that study that came out just last year? I think it was out of Cornell University, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been Duke. Maybe it was neither. But bottom line is, there was a study at American University where they had looked into getting a clearer sense of hate speech and hate crimes and so forth, and doing like a statistical breakdown and whatnot. As it turned out, surprise, surprise, it was the majority, the vast majority of the people who ended up being found guilty of hate speech and so forth, and bias and discrimination and whatnot. They're all leftists, and they weren't intending to. They weren't.
Hate us.
Well, it was crazy. So I don't consider myself left or right, frankly. I just consider myself somebody who likes to, engage in conversation and to basically to stand up for people who are being bullied. And I think that's something where I see you as a classic example. And
thank you, Japhy. Thank you for inviting me on your show twice. I appreciate that.
It just really gets under my skin, I tell you. So listen, why don't we talk? We got to actually first acknowledge maybe who's out there in the wider, listing world. We've got up to as many as it appeared, nearly 10 people altogether over on YouTube, which is great, and a handful as well too. Let's not forget, as always, over on D Live and what do we have over on Facebook? There was at least half a dozen or so that had dropped in. There's Zane Ivy, and who else do we have here?
I know Zane Ivy. Yeah, we're friends.
You know Zane. Okay, great. Dustin Pierce. And who else do we have here? Let's just see. Randy Whalen. It's always hard to keep up on top of things here. Jane E. Walker. So, yes, by all means, comments, questions, thoughts, let's have at it. And that includes any criticisms or critical thoughts or views you may have. Dustin, I know he's a kind of sort of... I think kind of like a pro, I don't know. I tried to pin him down as being a pro Antifa kind of character, and he wasn't going to stand for it. But that was my understanding. He was very much, pro Antifa, which is fine. I mean, if that's how he wants to be, and that's how he feels, it best serves, I guess, his
interests.
Didn't
show up tonight or what?
Well, no, he's out there in the comments section, just sort of lurking around. So, I mean, what I'm saying is, like, anyone who has comments, including Dustin, we're all ears here, of course, too. So just try to keep it civil, of course, and as polite as you can possibly manage. But yeah, Joey Boomer, Alma Iva A, Dana Shiver, Barbecue Jim, who is actually, and let's not forget Biney Guy, Reverend Jim is syndicating us over on D Live, so we very much appreciate that, along with hopefully Angel Espino, courtesy of psn-radio.com, and the Global Enlightenment Radio Network. Daryl and Katie are the two who help to oversee that operation. So as always, folks,
you're so well connected, Japhy. It's amazing. I haven't learned how to do any of this stuff.
Well, we're growing definitely, and we need the help from people such as the ones we've just mentioned, and many others, of course, too. Your views are just, you get a lot of hits, though. You get far much more traffic and interest generated in the content you put out there than we do. We
get
have
about 2,500 a day on BitChute, a bit on YouTube, and I got 2 websites.
That's great.
And I'm also spread around on other people's channels too. Just the problem with fame, not sure where I am.
Yeah, I think more notoriety, if anything else. I hate to say, but
infamy. Infamy. Yeah.
Sure, but hey, listen, and so. Speaking of which, social media and the like, it's got to be tough for you to, these are intrepid, waters, the digital waters that we have to navigate. And that, how have things been going as far as, I think you have a PayPal account or something along those lines. Have they not tried to shut you down?
I've been taken down,
they took you down.
Just in December. My only platform, Go Get Funding, took me down. I've been with them for years, but PayPal deleted me about 2 years ago. Patreon deleted me. Even Subscribestar refused me.
Really?
GoFundMe deleted me. Yeah, I've got no platforms at all. That's one of my projects now. I was saying to my assistant, Dan Chase, we got to look for another funding platform. I had a donor in the United States. He had to send it by
check.
Yeah, what's that wire Western Union.
Right.
Western Union is actually really good. I got another donor in France. He doesn't know how to send it, so I have to wait till I get a new funding platform. But GoFundMe cut me off, and PayPal, they cut me off long ago.
And on what?
It shows I'm doing something right,
Well, yeah. On what basis? What grounds? What was their justification, or did they say anything?
Well, PayPal said I violated their terms of service, I guess.
That's it?
They didn't. Yeah, they didn't say it was hate
Vague.
speech. They said violated terms of service.
That is just. That's pathetic. That's pathetic, and they're so cowardly. They're cowardly, because they won't. They're afraid to have a conversation, and obviously they're either I think they're.
And they still owe me $350 for a year. They hold on the money for 6 months. And they tell you, well, hold it for 6 months, and then you can ask for it. And I asked for it, and they still haven't sent it to me. They owe me $350 from donations, and I still haven't got it back from PayPal.
How about that? Isn't that something? So, yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, and that's just how. That's cowardly.
There's another scam called Maker Support. They scammed everybody. It was someone within Google made it. It was meant just to trap people on the right. And I lost $850 to Maker Support, and I don't think anybody got their money back from them.
Check out minds.com. You won't be able to. Well, they have actually digital currency, a digital wallet in place, a feature along those lines. So. It's something where, with engagement, people engage your content, or even if you're out there clicking on likes and leaving comments and so forth, you manage to generate points, basically. Booster points is what it comes down to.
I'm on minds.com.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm there.
Haven't seen
I
you.
got a few videos there.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian Ruhe on minds.com.
So how did you first hear about minds.com?
It was through friends about a year ago. And Venerable Panabasa is working for him, so he recommended it as well. So that's when I got to minds.com,
So
it seems to be a thing now.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure. Because they do protect all speech, not just PC, consciousness or views and opinions. So, yeah, definitely. Something to check out, minds.com. They've got their issues, but all things considered, it's the best thing going on as far as social media is concerned, and their support for free speech. I think where they draw the line is with kiddie porn, as you can imagine. That's just you got, as we do ourselves too, right? Or death threats, and child pornography, or anything in Joe Biden. I don't know if you can make a Joe Biden joke here right now or not, but Mr. Touchy-feely there, good old Uncle Joe. So
we can do Joe Biden jokes. That's all right.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Keep your hands off the kids, Joe. That's all we.
I think Trump arranged to have him as the opposition. It's very good for Trump, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's going to be just a total circus show, isn't it? So really quite hilarious and entertaining, and it is a rigged game. And you need look no further than the phony, rigged electronic voting system. Unfortunately, I don't understand how Americans can tolerate what they have there as far as that whole business is concerned. These machines that can be hacked in less than 30 seconds, and that's what can you say about that? It's nothing positive, unfortunately, nothing good. I wish I could. But it's.
I know you want to talk about the human side of Brian Ruhe. So I'll say I do care about humanity. Like I was teaching Buddhism for 20 years, so I thought, well, this is the best thing for the world, being an Orthodox religious Buddhist. So I want to share that, spread that. But then I thought, well, the New World Order is so threatening even to the future of Buddhism. I felt I had to say something about it. So I kind of came down from this lofty spreading Buddhism goal to just dealing with the more down-to-earth problem of the New World Order. So that's sort of how I became more political, I guess, since around 2013, 2014. But I still have the same aspiration. I'm a truther. I want what's best for the world. I feel I'm doing whatever I can with whatever time I have left in the human realm before I die to make some contribution to uplift the world or protect the world, or at least warn people and wake them up. Basically, we're trying to wake people up. So that's really my motivation. I'm here because I care, not because I'm some anti-Semite, not because I'm a hater. I don't actually have any hate for anyone. But the Buddha said it's okay to have aversion for people who are blameworthy.
One more time. I'm sorry. What did he say?
The Buddha said you can blame those who are blameworthy. It's all right to have to feel aversion for those who are blameworthy. The Buddha said there's really no cause for anger. You really shouldn't be angry. There's no real justification for anger. But if someone's blameworthy, you can say that they're wrong. You can blame them. You can deal with injustice, Buddha is saying.
Right.
But you should have the attitude of a psychiatric nurse. If people are violent, you care about them, you have loving kindness for them, you need to restrain them, you need to stop them. You're like a psychiatric nurse. That's your ideal sort of attitude if you're a Buddhist.
Discernment, discretion. Yeah, sure. And so here's the thing, you just dropped that term anti-Semite, which is something that have you ever taken a close look at what that actually means?
Yeah, Semites are people from the Middle East, I guess, which is largely Muslims and Arabs. I guess.
Yeah, Arabs, exactly.
Yeah, Arabs.
Yeah, so most Jews are not Semites, and most, it's interesting. Most supporters of Israel, political Zionists, are not even Jewish. A lot of people don't stop to think about that.
Christian Zionists, say like Mike Pence, millions of Christian Zionists.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we do, Japhy?
And that's wacky Bible thumping, Bible belt, the Christian Zionists from American. Although you find a lot of them here in Korea, they've been heavily, brainwashed as well too, of course. And it seems like it's all come about since around the time of, that would be with the Schofield Bible, if I'm not mistaken, which was a Rothschild's endeavor. They wanted
in the 1800s. I should also mention there's a Christian scholar genius here in Vancouver, Mr. 32. A whole playlist of videos called Christian Scholar Mr. 32, and he presented original research in one of our videos how in the 1800s the Bible was changed. About 7% of it was changed to suit a Jew world order. So these changes were made at that time. Changing some words and definitions of words, they snuck it in. So I recommend him, Mr. 32.
Yeah, I think even now, do they not have like an LGBTQ Bible? I think I've heard something about
Oh,
that. And so now it's like it's a lot of, instead of him and her, of course, it's Z and Zai and Zo. And
yeah.
isn't it the case in Canada now too? I'm really out of the loop, obviously, but if you don't address somebody with the proper, their desired, these totally concocted, absurd gender pronouns, that you can face heavy fines and even a jail
Yeah.
sentence. Is
Yeah,
that
the Parliament in Canada discussed it about 3 or 4 years ago, and they did say that you can be fined if you hurt someone's feelings using the wrong pronoun. And I've been involved with anti-SOGI rallies here, like sexual orientation and gender identification, education for kids in the schools. We've had lots of demonstrations and rallies about that and videos in the streets. So, yeah, it's a big issue here. Prior to COVID, that was one of our big issues. But yeah, I mean, it's actually on the books. I'm not sure of many cases of people being, actually charged with using the wrong pronoun. But, if it's in the law, legal system, it can be advanced. Like they start these things, they wait a few years and they keep creeping. The problem with this social engineering, Dr. E. Michael Jones, he said on one of my shows, is that it doesn't stop. They keep social engineering us.
Yeah, well, Fabian socialism. That's exactly right. The boiling frog syndrome, unfortunately. So, let's see now. I wanted to talk about the Nazi bell, because the Kecksburg incident, the whole ufology business, but also in addition to that, I did not know this last time we spoke, so we got to get into it as much as you can. I think you said something about some legal constraints or something along those lines, but your history with and connection to people as far as Buddhism in the West is concerned, you and I share a common, the first Sangha that I connected with was back in Victoria in the early 1990s, and their teacher had been none other than, out of Boulder, Colorado, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche.
That's where I started on January 14th, 1991 with the Shambhala Center, Shambhala International. By that time, it was called like Dharma Datu. Yeah, that was my first root guru. I all began with Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. I still think very highly of him. And his son, the Satgang, I think highly of him, the current leader of Shambhala.
But were you based out of, did you visit Boulder, Naropa itself, or where were you?
No, I went to the Rocky Mountain Shambhala Center in Colorado. It's their big retreat center out in the countryside. I was there for a Mahamudra intensive in the summer of 91.
Oh, those are great.
My first 6 months.
Oh, Mahamudra.
Yeah, we stayed in tents there. I was there for about 10 days. It was a great experience for me, yeah.
So, well, how about that? And now, you actually talked about...
I should mention, just last week, the Shambhala Center here in Vancouver announced I can no longer go to the Vancouver Shambhala Center because I'm an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier.
Wait a minute. You mean you hate Palestinians?
Yeah, so those are the reasons. I was surprised because I used to be one of them, a Tibetan Buddhist, and I converted to Theravada Buddhism about 20 years ago. So I would criticize Tibetan Buddhism. I thought that was the reason. So I actually realized Venerable Panabasa convinced me I was wrong in some of my criticisms. So I actually apologized on video, and I went there and apologized to them. So I went there regularly since November 13th, 2019. I was going there every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Renewing these old friendships I had for 29 years.
Right.
Everything is fine. No problem with behavior. No problem. And then I got a phone call. Well, I'm an anti-Semite and Holocaust denier, so I can't go back there.
That's their reason. They have two reasons. And well, that's
what they're stating.
Well,
the reason. Nothing to do with Theravada Buddhism and Mahayana differences. Nothing to do with Buddhism at all.
Right.
So what does this have to do with Buddhism?
Yeah. Well, not much that I can reckon. And on top of that, anti-Semite is a meaningless term for starters. It's utterly absurd. Yeah. We don't really have time to get into it now, but look at it, folks. I mean, it's you can deconstruct that in about 30 seconds. it's quite simply, like I said, it's a form of weaponized language is how it's being used. And if you want to say Jew hater, then they should say that. Which I don't think. I don't think you're a Jew hater at all. Are you?
No.
And you're not a Holocaust.
Jews aren't involved in this.
Pardon me?
The thing is, are they admitting that Shambhala International is controlled by international Jews? It is. Like virtually every Buddhist organization in the West is controlled by Jews. So are they admitting that they're controlled by Jews? Shambhala is supposed to be a Buddhist organization putting Shambhala Buddhism first. Are they putting the Jews first? Like they could have said, well, we don't like you because you're a Theravada Buddhist. You criticize Tibetan Buddhism. But they actually stated reasons. You're a Holocaust denier and you're an anti-Semite. Well, so the obvious question is, what does that have to do with the Shambhala Center? And also consider this. The international Jews created communism. They brought Chairman Mao to power in 1949. 1950, the international Jews invade Tibet. They almost destroyed Tibet. So the international Jews are the ones that destroyed Tibet. So do they have a problem with someone complaining about international Jewish power? Shouldn't a Tibetan Buddhist, be loyal to Tibet and complain about Tibetan Buddhists? Like the irony is the very people who destroyed Tibet are the ones who control Shambhala International. They control Tibetan Buddhism in the West.
Oh, now
That's the irony.
I've never. Well, hang on. How are you? This is something now. I was going to ask you about your alleged Holocaust denial, to which I don't think you're a Holocaust denier either. It's just you have a different alternative view of history. You don't deny the Holocaust in its entirety. We'll leave that aside for the time being, but I'm pretty sure you don't.
Not in its entirety. I think thousands of innocent Jews were killed by the Germans.
Quite a few.
It's a war thing. There's expediency of war, right? Innocent people get killed.
It's a big numbers game too, isn't it? You got to have that magical 6 million there, or else, magical 6 million. So I've never heard this angle where you're saying international Jewry, as it's sometimes known, of which they declared war on Hitler and Germany in 1933, if I'm not mistaken, leveling all sorts of like trade embargoes or what was it now? They're heavy tariffs and so forth. But, Tibet, I've never heard any connection. You're saying that they were responsible for the invasion of Tibet? How is that?
Yeah. Well, as you know, Chairman Mao, communist, came to power in 1949 in China. And then 1950, they go across the border in Tibet because Tibet never joined the United Nations. That was their problem. So it was easy pickings for Chairman Mao. Well, let's grab Tibet. Who's going to defend them? So the point is, Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto in 1948. It was actually written by Moses Hess. Moses Hess gave it to Karl Marx, because they're all Jewish. So Moses Hess was related by marriage to the Rothschild family. So the Rothschilds financed Moses Hess and Karl Marx. The Rothschilds created communism in 1848. And they tried various revolutions in 1848 in Europe. It didn't get it off the ground. Then Jacob Schiff financed the Russian Revolution in October of 1917. And he was a Rothschild agent. Jacob Schiff, as a teenager, lived in the Rothschilds' house in England. So they're all Rothschild agents. So the Rothschilds created and financed communism. So the Rothschilds brought Chairman Mao to power in 1949. They brought communism to Russia in 1917. So the international Jews created communism. This is a fundamental thing to understand about the 20th century. International Jews created communism. The Jewish rabbis who say communism is Judaism, Judaism is communism. All around the world, the Jews are always supporting communism. Your average American working Jew, a Jewish tailor, would donate 30% of his income in 1917 to finance a Russian Revolution because they're told it's good for the Jews. So the point is, Tibet was destroyed by international Jewish power, and the same international Jewish clique control Tibetan Buddhism through Shambhala International in Halifax, Canada. So they control both sides. So they're upset with me about complaining that Tibet was attacked by international Jews. Shouldn't a loyal... So I am loyal to Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. I'm loyal to his son, the second. My point is the leaders of Shambhala International in Vancouver and in Halifax have betrayed their guru, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. They have stuck a knife in the back of Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. Some of them have been with him for 45 years, since the 1970s, and they're twisting a knife in the back of their own guru. They betrayed Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, and I'm loyal to Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. That's the stance that I have in my relationship down the street here, 7th Avenue at 256 West 7th Avenue in Vancouver. I live on 7th Avenue. I take my bicycle there. That's my relationship with the Vancouver. And they're basically ignoring me. And I said, well, I would like to have a private relationship with the Vancouver Shambhala Center, you know. So they kick me out, they're ignoring me, they're not responding to my emails. I didn't plan this tonight, but your show, Japhy, Private Radio, the first public announcement when I made these statements about the Vancouver Shambhala Center and their relationship with international Jewish power, and I'm accusing them of being controlled by international Jews. And it's so true if you actually look at their programs, their policies on race, discounts for people of color, they're pro-global warming, they support Extinction Rebellion. They had a meeting here to talk about global warming and how to work with Extinction Rebellion, how to deal with our emotions dealing with global warming, and how to help Extinction Rebellion, which, it, again, is another international Jewish program. I should give you a chance to talk there, Japhy.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's great. You know, it's actually, so you're saying that the funding behind Mao, it came from the Rothschilds, ultimately.
Yeah, in fact, you can look at pictures of him in 1949 sitting with a Rothschild agent. And also, it was Latvian Jews that helped him kill the first several millions of people. Like Mao's responsible for killing maybe 60 million people, and the Latvian Jews were right there to help him out right in the beginning.
Did you, a lot of people don't stop to connect the dots, but I find it quite noteworthy how during the course of the invasion of Tibet, right at that same time, there was another major event taking place in the Far East, the region. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? As far as
you mean the Korean War?
Yeah, exactly. So what was
1950?
Yeah, a lot of people. So it's to me, it's like a big magic trick in the sense of you got the Korean War. To all eyes are total misdirection, right? And I'm not saying I don't know who was ultimately behind these major world events, other than there were some pretty some high level power plays being made, which ultimately ended up costing a lot of people's lives. Unfortunately, do these conflicts have to be waged? I don't know.
It wasn't necessary. Like they divided north and south. Like I would say, all roads lead to the Rothschilds with the Korean War as well, and with Joseph Stalin. They divide up. They want the conflict on two sides. I would definitely say the international Jews were behind the division of Korea and the Korean War. And then after that, they said, "Okay, boys, it's going to be Vietnam next. There's going to be a few years delay, right? From 1953, it ended, and the Vietnam War they got going in the 60s, but they planned all this." So they moved from Korea to Vietnam.
Sure.
I mean, would say all roads lead to the Rothschilds and the City of London.
Well, there's there's little doubt in my mind, and I think the minds of many others, that clearly with the kind of the money and power that they have, and they do say the money is power, that the Rothschilds have historically played a major role in numerous events over the last several hundred years, including right down to the time of Napoleon. I'm just going to jump in here and let listeners know, if they haven't already seen, Zane Ivey jumping into the fray here, asking a question. How many Buddhist organizations in Canada have been reacting to the transgender agenda? If you can follow what he's getting at there. So I think in part you kind of already went over and acknowledged. Maybe you'd like to clarify a little further, but he's also adding to things here that I guess with respect to your being no longer made to feel welcome at the Shambhala Center. It probably has to do with financial donors. Good show tonight, says Barbecue Jim. Nice to see you all here. And then Zane, next, he adds, there's a little link that he's added to the conversation that via the millenniumreport.com, just from last year, as a matter of fact, looks like July. Communist China was created by Jewish infiltrators working for the international banking cartel. Okay. That's an interesting theory. So
I agree. Yeah,
I'd have to. I have no idea. I'm not much of a historian when it comes to
another
these
link
things,
I can give you. There's a brilliant essay called "Jewish Cryptids in American Buddhism" by Dr. Kevin McDonald, one of his writers. I have the post right on my website at brianrudd.ca and the blog, or you can look at it. This is with the Occidental Observer. Really scholarly piece called "Jewish Cryptids in American Buddhism," just saying what I just said, that every single Buddhist organization in America is controlled by Jews going back to around the mid-70s. It really got going. So I think Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, he was taken over by these people in the 70s. He commented, he had so many Jewish students. They call it the Ove tradition of Buddhism. He would joke about it. I get so many Jews in his organization. And I guess from their perspective, anything to undermine white European Christian American society. So this Buddhist guru comes to America. He's got no money. In 1972, he's living in Vermont. So great, let's use him. Let's support him. I'm kind of theorizing here. But it totally makes sense. The international Jews would get around Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, help him out, support him, because it's anything different to undermine white European Christian society and to lead them away, because they hate the Christians, right? They're very deep hatred for Christian society. So it's logical and reasonable that they would support this new Tibetan Buddhist Lama who came to America.
Oh, Allen Ginsberg. I don't know if you ever had the chance to meet him or not. I think you mentioned something to me earlier about him, but
he's been a guest on the Brian Ruhe Show. I recorded him when I was at that Mahamudra intensive at Rocky Mountain Dharma Center in 1991. I had my tape recorder. I had a couple of breakfasts with Allen Ginsberg, so I put it on the Brian Ruhe Show last year. He died in 1996. So I met him, of course. He was Jewish, homosexual, everything the international Jews would like to have to undermine white American society. So he was friends of Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. They had videos and meetings at the Naropa Institute in Colorado since 1974. He was like a famous student of Chogyam Trungpa. So yeah, he's very in thick with Shambhala.
Yeah, indeed he was. So. You know, I've got mixed feelings regarding Ginsberg. Actually, very, very mixed. It's complicated, actually. You know, there's, I guess, you know, from the standpoint of both criticisms as well as more kind of, you know, praise, I suppose, or supportive comments and ways of viewing the man.
It's very homosexual poetry, you know.
Yeah, that was. I sometimes reading his poetry is like, okay, well, we'll pass on this and leave it for another time. But or you know, maybe somebody else is more interested in this. So, but now the whole
lot of sexual poetry.
Well, hey, and let's not forget he was a what is the NAMBLA? He was a NAMBLA supporter or member for some time. Then he started taking a lot of heat for it, I guess. And whether that affected his decision to what is the word now, denounce the organization and what they stood for or not, I have no idea. But I think that's essentially what he did eventually. So although I think really in his heart of hearts, he was, you know, it's predatory. I think potentially a little bit on the predatory side of things with his private sexual life, as was probably, presumably, even, you know, William Burroughs, who, you know, the two of them kind of ran in similar circles, I guess, but and two of the founding
Jack
members
Kerouac,
of the Beat Generation, you know. So
yeah, the Dharma Bums with Jack Kerouac. He was one of the Dharma Bums.
Yeah, and on the road and so forth. That's why I said is the word ambivalent, kind of mixed feelings, and that I can see both sides of the argument frankly. So it's complicated in that sense. But like you said earlier, the Buddha, where there is blame is attributable and justified, you should that should be done, and the people should be held to account. But praise as well too, for when there's things that are.
Thank you, Japhy.
Yeah. I love the comment that you had here on the timeline, actually, on Facebook. If I could find it again, you were more than happy to, very eager, looking forward to seeing your face plastered all over the internet once again. So, but speaking of which, no problems with fake book yet to this point, or what's the deal on that front?
Well, I'm doing fine on Facebook, but they took me down about 3 years ago. They deleted my channel, and I even had a public page, Brian Ruhe, public person. They took that down too about 2 years ago. Yes, I've had problems, but right now it's no problem with Facebook. Same with Twitter. I've been on Twitter since 2009. They've never taken me down. So it's a mystery how these people work.
Interesting. How about that? So listen, the Nazi Bell. I know ufology we haven't gotten into too much to this point.
Yeah, I'm into it a lot lately. Like my 4 priorities on my website, 4 things I really stand for. Number 1 at the top is we should know the truth about UFOs and aliens. It's like the biggest secret being kept from the world.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I think the Bell really did exist, and
mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I think the Glocke, the bell, was really made by the National Socialist scientists, and the Americans got a hold of it. And it was launched in the northern United States, and it landed in Kexford, Pennsylvania, I guess by accident. And some civilians, some kids and adults came upon it first, and they described these kind of hieroglyphics written on it, which matched the Glocke that the Germans built. So I think that was a very genuinely real case that happened on December the 9th, 1965 in Pennsylvania. And then the military came and said, you didn't see anything here, and they took it away. So I guess the Americans were using it and testing it.
So that's what you think. It was an American project based on Nazi UFO technology.
Yeah, it might have been the original thing that they had. They're testing, or they imitated, but it had the same kind of hieroglyphics on it as well. So, yeah, it's mysterious. We're on the outside, but ufology is a big deal to me. I think at the very highest level of reality, I think aliens are working through our human elites. You could call it international Jewish establishment, or the Rothschild elites with non-Jews. But I think aliens are actually in the leading role, working through the human elite, telling them what to do. They have this slow program. I think it's the aliens, including reptilians. I think the reptilians are on the dark side of the agenda. And there's good aliens and there's bad aliens. I think there's probably 80 different types of aliens. They have some sort of arrangement amongst themselves, some kind of treaty, or the law of karma, or whatever it is. But I think that's the big picture. And I think aliens have been on this planet perhaps over the last 2 billion years. But I think there's definitely evidence that for 300 million years they've been on this planet. And they created human beings. They created us genetically. They seeded us. The Buddha even stated that humans descended from devas. Devas usually means angel, means anything above us, which could include alien. And ufologists like Linda Moulton Howe, she's talked to whistleblowers within the U.S. military who've stated that there's three groups of aliens which have been on this earth for 270 million years, vying with each other, and they created humanity. They created different species of humanity, like Homo sapiens, sapiens, Cro-Magnon man, Neanderthal man. Yeah, so this is my current thesis. I'm not certain about it, but this is what I actually believe. And there's other people like Michael Kreml published a book, Forbidden Archaeology, just from an archaeology perspective, saying they found anatomically modern human skeletons in coal mines in Colorado and Illinois that are 300 million years old. And that this has been hidden over the last 200 years. These things would be discovered in documents would be published about this, but when the books finally get published, this would be removed. So he calls it a knowledge filtration system, which I'm saying is probably international Jewish power. So this stuff has been found even within archaeology field, but certainly within ufology, there's quite a belief amongst people who've gotten information from whistleblowers that, aliens have been here for 270 million years, and they've never left. They probably in underground bases under the ocean, underground bases in various specific mountain ranges, and Richard Dolan has described this. These are my big influences within ufology. Yes, ufology, it's a big deal, and there's a lot of interest in it. Like if you put in the word UFO into Google, you get about 220 million links. Like aside from pornography, one of the most popular things on the internet is UFOs and aliens. Yeah, it's a big interest of mine, particularly since 2009. I founded a UFO meetup group here in Vancouver. We have another one now going.
Did you ever get the link that I thought I'd sent it to you, or did you hear the story, for that matter, regarding my father's experience that he had back in the early 1990s with my stepmother at the time and sister? Did you? They were out.
No.
Oh, geez.
You want to tell the audience? I only had one UFO sighting myself. But let's hear this story.
Well, this is secondhand news, but I mean, and now it's something where my dad. I mean, he because he was teasing me with this story for years, basically, and it was something I meant to sit down and talk to him about, and then we had a phone interview one night, and he laid it all out there for me as best as I could get the information. I'll share the link in the chat area. People might be interested in checking it out, but my sister and stepmother at the time were outside. It was getting around dusk, and they weren't drinking or smoking anything, any of those funny cigarettes. Stone cold sober, the whole lot of them, and just getting ready to roast a few hot dogs and just have a little family time outside around the fire, when my dad noticed this off in the distance, what appeared to be a slit along the almost like horizon line, kind of the mountains off in the background. I guess this would have been, I'm trying to think what direction it was. You've got it laid out in the blog there. As I recall, oh gosh, maybe.
Where was this?
Central Interior, British Columbia. Thank you for asking.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah, and apparently that's a really hot spot. There's a lot that goes on in that that region. In fact, Brian, what is it? Brian, there's another Brian character. He just recently retired from his UFO. His research that he's been doing, and he's been really dedicated to the whole business for quite a few years up there in the Central Interior. Why is his last name escaping me right now? I thought he'd be someone that you might actually know, but I'm not part. Brian. Oh, it'll come to me here eventually, I'm sure.
I know UFO B.C, but they're here in the Vancouver area.
Mm-hmm. Well, what happened, though, was the slit emerged, and from out of that came this beam of light, is how the story goes. And this is way off in the distance, and slowly there's an object of some kind that starts to emerge and make its way over to where they were essentially located. Just nothing too spectacular or speedy. And it just slowly floated out until it reached a point about just, I don't know, was it maybe 50 or 100 meters above the barn that they had there in the yard at the time. And it turned out that this is this giant, supposedly fiery C-shaped type object, and just sizzling and burning on fire. And he was just, of course, as you can imagine, his recollection at the time was that he, as most people would be like, whoa, what the hell is this? So quite he basically, I as I describe it, I think in the blog, just started moving toward the object, offering arms out in supplication. That was the best word I could come up with. Supplication, because I mean it's this out of this world type of phenomenon. It's like this is a power beyond what we have here on Earth as humans. So my God, like, and I think in his mind at the time he was telling me too, he was thinking, take me. You know, it's much along that's what we heard from John Lennon too, if you know much about his UFO experience.
Yeah, I saw one in 1974 in New York City.
Yeah, Walls and Bridges. He wrote about it on the back back of the album, the liner
A lot
notes.
of musicians have UFO experiences.
Yeah, well, Grant Cameron, we've had him actually on our show. Maybe you have as well, and that's exactly.
I'm a big fan of Grant. Yeah, I've met him in person, and
yeah,
UFO
rock.
He's the one who's done a lot of groundbreaking work on musicians and UFOs. I listen to him a lot. Grant Cameron, his UFO channel,
right?
On it's a YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah, UFO
Presidential UFO.
Oh, right, yeah. UFO Rock was the name of the show that we put together with him, actually. And I know earlier you mentioned Richard Dolan, and of course, who is the archaeologist? He's the Hindu Vedic scholar.
Cremo.
Michael Cremo. There's
Michael
him,
Cremo.
of course. So, but I'll finish the story. Just in essence, what happened is that it was there for a couple of minutes, and as he recalls, and he just stood there, kind of like mouth, just agape. Is that the word? Just he could not believe what he was seeing.
Yeah, his mouth was agape.
Yeah, he's like, my God. So. And it was there for, as he recalls, a couple of minutes, and then just slowly returned back to the location where it had emerged from, and disappeared. Neither my sister nor my stepmother was not available because she was sort of out of the picture when I conducted the interview. But I called my sister afterwards, and what's really interesting, she had no recollection of the experience whatsoever. But
I think you'd remember something like that.
But you know how common that is as well too, right? Yeah, exactly. It's not like these are the sort of everyday occurrences that we have on just a all too regular and routine basis. No, these
some
are
people don't take it seriously. They see a UFO and they don't take it seriously.
Oh God. So, geez, actually I got the wrong link here from the Medium. I'm trying to add to the chat right now. But I called my dad just in brief, though. What happened was the newspaper the next week, I guess, they covered this in the sense of letting community members know, if you've seen anything along these lines, like this strange aerial phenomenon, because there was a lot going on apparently throughout the region. At the time, people calling in, having reported seeing these strange lights and things. What the newspaper said is not to worry, that it's because the military, I guess, at some level contacted the newspaper and let them know that they had been firing radon canisters off into the atmosphere, and that's all that they had to. That's all that really was that they were seeing. So nothing to worry about. Just you can carry go along with your lives as usual. And my response to that was, these swamp gas stories have not really evolved too far over the past 50, 60 years, have they? So same old swamp gas nonsense.
Excuses. Yeah. Or planet Venus.
Oh God. So anyways, but that's pretty much the essence of things. I'll add the link here into the peanut the chat box area. And what's interesting about this whole thing too is I had a dream about seeing this slit emerge as my dad had described it in the sky just a couple weeks ago, as a matter of fact. And I don't know what that's all about. There's been other experiences I've had in my life as well too, which we could maybe talk about another time. But right now, you are the guest. You're
Yeah, yeah. I think what Trump has to say, anything about the Space Force, has got to be a diversion. They've had a secret space program probably since the 1950s, or certainly since the 1970s. So I think people like Elon Musk are also intended with SpaceX as a diversion. Anything they'll tell the public is a diversion for what they have as a quantum jump ahead. Their secret space program, I think, has bases on the moon, bases on Mars since the 1970s. Linda Moulton Howe said this just on her show yesterday, and she's been a ufologist for like 40 years. They can probably even get to the stars. So, yeah, I think they have a very sophisticated secret space program, and it's part of my. I should mention my 4 priorities. If people go to my website, brianruhe.ca, right at the home button, I think the 4 most important priorities for all of humanity. I claim to speak the highest truths of any Canadian. One is that we've been lied to, or they've suppressed the truth about UFOs and aliens. Number 2 is international Jews have almost taken over the world. Number 3 is we've been lied to about the truth about World War II and Adolf Hitler. Number 4 is they're suppressing the truth about advanced ancient global civilizations, that the pyramids in Egypt are probably about 30,000 years old. There's some type of energy generation used to communicate like like a galactic internet to communicate with other planets and other solar systems. I did a 2-hour interview with Dr. Sam in Bosnia about the Bosnian pyramids. Really good interview on that. So yeah, these are my priorities. So I think advanced ancient global civilizations were more advanced than we are now. I think there's probably been 5. So they had this relationship, I think, more than 30,000 years ago with the moon and Mars. And they were going back and forth on Mars, and there's pyramids on Mars now. There's some photographs of that. Yeah, so that's part of my whole worldview. So I think what's going on right now, since the Roswell crash in 1947 with back-engineered technology, that there's a Rothschild-controlled secret space program. Like I said, I don't believe really in the existence of the United States as an independent country, and the Soviet Union was another independent country. I think they're both controlled by the Rothschilds, international Jewish power. So I think today it's mysterious. What's the relationship with the Russian secret space program, or the Chinese or the American? I just think there's a globalist secret space program. So they're trying to keep the goy, the masses of humanity, down. With this COVID crisis, they're trying to impoverish us, bring us another world depression. They want to keep us down to a level of serfdom, while we have what Richard Dolan has he calls it a breakaway civilization. I believe this is true, and I've got his book on breakaway civilization, that the elites have their own flying saucers. They're probably interstellar. They can probably go to other stars and other planets around other stars. They got starships. And Gary McKinnon discovered this in 2001 and 2002. He created the biggest hack ever into the American military and intelligentsia. And he saw photographs of huge football-size spaceships in Earth orbit, like man-made, with the names of the ship were named after the leaders of Majestic 12 in 1947, were appointed by Harry Truman to help him deal with this flying saucer problem, like Van Awer, Bush and stuff. So this was in 2001. So I think the elites have had a secret space program for many decades, at least since the 1970s or 60s, and they have bases on Mars and the moon at least. So when Trump talks about the Space Force and, we're going to try to get to Mars, and Elon Musk says he wants to go to Mars and live and die there, it's all a charade. It's all a shell game. It's all a distraction to prevent you from knowing that they're already there. They're way ahead of us. They're generations ahead in technology, and I think they're working shoulder to shoulder with aliens, particularly reptilians, greys, insectoids. So there's a seamless relationship between the aliens and the elites and our man-made flying saucers. And the director at Skunkworks, Lockheed Skunkworks, he said, we have the technology to take ET home. He said, half the UFOs could be man-made, half could be alien, half could be ours. And this is the director of Lockheed Skunk Works. So yeah, that's my worldview. So it's a very big deal. I think you can't really thoroughly understand and discuss the COVID crisis and the lockdown without bringing aliens into it. And I get criticized for this. I said, Brian, you're going to lose your audience. You're going to alienate people. But I think the very big picture is aliens created humanity millions of years ago, and humanity may have come and gone and died off and come back. And they're really running the show. But I think from a Buddhist spiritual perspective, our own personal karma is important. I think my own teacher, Ajahn Sona, said about 15 years ago that he didn't feel that 7 billion people would die in a nuclear war because there's too many good people. Most people are good. We have too much good karma, so we won't be destroyed. Somehow, with the law of karma, we'll be protected or intervened. So I think there are good aliens and bad aliens. And I think, I often said, I think we're currently losing to the New World Order, but I don't think they'll completely enslave humanity or completely kill us off down to a population of 500 million, which is what they want, right? I think, the good people will be okay, and some people will go down and some people will go up. But I think the world's always been that way. I should take a break at this point.
Oh, no, that's okay. Well, that's fine. Just in brief here, as we wind things down, we've pretty much reached the 90-minute mark here with this week's live stream. Our guest, Brian, I was going to say Brian Vike. That was his name. That's thank you, Zane Ivy. Does that name ring a bell, Mr. Brian Ruhe? Okay.
Don't know him. Gee, I should.
You should.
BC.
Yeah. And you've made a few road trips up into that part of the world as well too, through Smithers.
People have seen UFOs there. I just did a UFO recently with a fellow Dominic who saw them in the interior BC. Right. Another friend of mine, Daniela, she saw 2 triangular UFOs in the interior BC. Those are probably man-made as well.
Though the TRX-3Bs, I think is what
whatever they're called.
Yeah, exactly. Which is similar.
Straight out of Area 51.
That's what apparently Art Bell saw too. The way he described it, the triangular shaped craft with the lights and the undercarriage. One thing that I was going to ask you was this. You talk about karma. Well, which is action, of course, good karma, and then people over many, many lifetimes, we have to, as far as the theory goes, we have to cultivate our karma constantly to create more positive karma rather than negative, of course. There will be consequences in accordance with the wider cosmic law. So what do you think of timelines? I know you've probably heard this business of people, they're on their certain particular timeline, and if they're just positive enough in their thinking, then things will work out for the best, and you don't want to be too negative because you'll head off into a different timeline and so forth. But that in conjunction, perhaps, or just secondly, Wi-Fi and 5G technology, if you have any concerns regarding that whole area. So timelines, 5G Wi-Fi, and I think we can probably almost wind things down, call it a night after that.
Well, 5G, a big concern about that. It could cause disease, restrict our breathing, give us cancer. Big concern about that. With timelines, I've been reading a book by Ajahn Punadamo in Ontario, great Canadian monk. He's got a book called Buddhist Cosmos, and he said time is kind of slippery in Buddhist cosmology. The idea of parallel universes is something that could be possible in Buddhist cosmology. For instance, the Devas in Tawatimsa heaven, 100 years for us is one day and one night for them. So Buddhist cosmology has kind of a slippery idea of time and the past, interdimensional relationship with devas or even other planets. So it's very complicated. Buddhist cosmology is very complicated, and perception idea of time is also very complex. It's not an easy thing to understand. But cosmology is very complex with 31 planes of existence and how time relates. So I don't understand it, but I think you should have him on your show as well. Venerable Punadama every Wednesday does a live stream on YouTube. I'd like to do a shout out for him. It's called Ajahn Punadamo, Punadammo. But he's my teacher on Buddhist cosmology, and in Venerable Panabasa, we've had these conversations too about Buddhist view of time and space and cosmology. But I'm really into the Devas. I do Deva invocation chants. I do them every day. Protection chants and higher realm Deva invocation chants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I guess we didn't really get into to any large extent, and I didn't maybe finish my thought earlier just with respect to how you are. I mean, you've kind of explored all the different traditions within the Buddhist world, and that's the one that the path that you seem most comfortable with, that suits you best. There is, of course, there's the Theravadan, the Theravadan, otherwise known as Hinayana. They don't like to hear that though, because it means the narrow or small path. But then the Mahayana, which is the great vehicle, and then the Vajrayana, the tantric, the diamond, I guess, lightning approach.
The real Tibetan Buddhism,
which said to be a little bit dangerous if people you have to watch out, because it could trigger things such as mental illness, for example, where people are having all sorts of hallucinations and all kinds of...
Because it is shamanic. They kind of combined Mahayana Buddhism with Hinduism and the Bun, the shamanic pre-existing religion in Tibet.
Hey, Brian, what did we find there with the Bun? A swastika, reversed, right? That goes way back. That goes way back, doesn't it?
Tibetan Buddhism for over 1,000 years, the swastika. But it is shamanic in terms of channeling to devas and stuff, so it can be a bit dangerous in that sense. You know, the Vajrayana deity visualization practice, like merging your mind with deities, that kind of thing. But that idea does also exist in Theravada. Ajahn Punadama gave a talk about that just about a month ago, saying even in Theravada Buddhism, you can think of a deva like the four great kings and visualize yourself as the deva. I do that type of practice, but I actually learned it from Shambhala. I give a lot of credit to Shambhala in their higher realm teachings. You know, they do this as well. So I think Shambhala has really good teachings as well. Even though I'm a Theravada Buddhist, so I owe them a lot. You know, I still support Trikam Trungpa Rinpoche.
Mm-hmm. You know, and this is kind of mixing things up here a little bit. But I've got to ask you this because it was something that was on my mind earlier, and it's, I'm sure, something that you have contemplated and have an opinion on. But with respect to World War II, we're going back there just as we close things down here right now. Do you believe that the world would have been a better place had Hitler and the Nazis, that they had, say, come out on top and been victorious in World War II? Do you think that we'd be in a better place now as compared to where we currently find ourselves?
Yes, I think it would have been better if we never had a war in the first place. Hitler didn't want a war, and he didn't start the war, so I think it would have been better if we didn't have one, but I think it would have been better if Hitler won the war. Look at all the black and brown immigration we have in Britain and Europe and Germany and Sweden today. None of that would have happened under Hitler. Europe would have been for the Europeans. He encouraged British National Socialists like Oswald Mosley, would have been a great prime minister. Encouraged French National Socialism. Yeah, so Europe today under National Socialist Germany would have been much better. Are you kidding? And the advancement and the growth and the architecture and the science and the theology and the culture and the music and everything. Like Hitler was about creating and building. You know, he said, I don't want war. I want peace. I want to create and build. And that's what they're doing. Look at the 6 years in the 1930s of National Socialist Germany. Just look at that amazing achievement, right? During the Great Depression in the United States, when 7 million Americans died of hunger and hunger-related diseases, while Germany was thriving. Sure. I wish Germany had won the war or never had one. Absolutely, I believe that.
Well, and okay. So, and just once again, views and opinions expressed on behalf of myself, the show's hosts, along with our guests, do not necessarily reflect those of either the wider listening audience nor the show's sponsors. But let me ask you this. And I think I've had to repeat myself on that count now, but this is the third time.
But before the show, I agreed not to talk about Hitler and National Socialist Germany. Before the show, I was quite happy to not talk about it, right? You asked me.
Oh,
right?
yeah. No, because it's just something that I find very intellectually curious, and I'm curious to know. Absolutely. And Philip K. Dick, didn't he write something about the man in the golden tower, or something about the king, or there was a story that he wrote. What was the name of the book?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Or
Yeah, the electric Kool-Aid acid test.
No. This is Philip K. Dick. Something about the man in the
the man in the tower.
Something like was it just the man in the tower?
Yeah, I know.
But what would have happened if Hitler and the Nazis would have won? Come out victorious.
Is that what he wrote? I got to get this book.
I think, something. I believe that's how the story goes. So, but then you got to take into consideration Japan's their place within the context of things as well too. And I think that's what the book does, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So, because you would presume that there would be some, as with what we've seen. What was it? Yalta, I think was the
Yalta.
That
1945 February they met.
Was that, and that was right in the lead up to the end of the war. I guess the writing was on the wall.
Deciding how to divide up Germany, what to do with Germany at Yalta.
Well, not just that. I think the entire that's where they say that the Korean War actually it was initiated right there. Believe it or not. That they had already decided there was going to be a war in Korea.
Churchill decided with Stalin how to carve things up.
Right,
probably
exactly.
all the way to Korea. Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. So, isn't that something? Well, I think that about does it, Brian. I wish I could have had more to offer here, been more on point. Although I think I kind of helped to steer you off in a number of different areas and directions that we
We're going to talk a lot more about UFOs and aliens. That's a big interest of mine. So we're not so much talking about the Jews and Hitler as much these days. So I'm really into the aliens. And when I have spare time, I'm watching videos by Richard Dolan, Linda Moulton Howe, Grant Cameron.
Sure.
These are my biggest influences.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't help but go there. We got a guest like such as yourself. I'm sorry. So, and I think you're okay.
Yeah, one of the few that'll really talk about Hitler in a positive way. So yeah, it's such a rare thing to find someone like me that'll, with their real name and real face, will just talk on. And I'm the president of Thule Society at thulesociety.com. A spiritual interpretation of Adolf Hitler.
Right. Yeah. And there's, I think, the Vril Society. They were, of course, active back in the day. And who was that? Who was that? Just wickedly, amazingly beautiful woman with they had the long hair. There's a couple of them. Were they sisters or they were like goddesses?
Maria. I was told it's pronounced Maria. It's not Orsek. It's Orsic or something.
Oh my God!
Orsek.
Whatever happened to her?
Well, at the end of the war, last we heard, she said everyone is leaving, and she disappeared, and no one knows what happened to her. Don't know. Was it Antarctica? Was it South America? She said everyone is leaving, and then nothing was heard from her since.
Wow. And of course that leads into the whole Antarctica. Admiral Byrd
could be Antarctica. It really could be, You're
familiar with that whole business.
I try to be conservative about these things,
Right.
Not guess too much.
Well, the realm of ice and snow and all that kind of that was a central part to, I think, Hitler's worldview, and a few other of the Nazis too. As far as they thought it was actually, I'm not sure how they framed it exactly or how they described it, but that it was something which had more merit than even Darwin's theory of evolution. Supposedly, this idea of the ice and snow and the I'm not sure,
like caverns under Antarctica. Could have been some caverns there, but we think of Hitler as sort of a religious leader of the first order. That Hitler was more than a brilliant intellect and a great brilliant chancellor. That he was spiritually evolved. That Hitler was probably channeling to the Davis, had some wisdom voice coming through him. Like I remember I did an interview with John Friend. He said Hitler had it, whatever it is. So we think of him as like a religious leader, religious founder, something.
Chakravartin is what
you could think of an avatar. Not quite. Chakravartin rules the entire world, a spiritual ruler, a political ruler of the entire world. Sort of a mini Chakravartin or an avatar.
Okay.
In the Hindu sense. Yeah, I think of Hitler that way in the Thule Society. And that's what the old Thule Society regarded Hitler. He was like the great leader to come, you know.
Right.
He was the great one. But he was more than a politician. National Socialism, Hitler said himself, he said, people think of National Socialism as just a political economic system, no nothing. It's an attempt to realize the God-man, to reawaken or recreate the God-man, have that hierarchical relationship from the higher realms, what Trungpa Rinpoche called joining heaven, earth, and man, like connecting the higher realms to the human realm through the type of God-man. But Hitler felt he wasn't an adequate leader, that the true leader was to come, that he was just sort of filling in until the great leader actually came. He was modest about his own abilities. He didn't think he was great enough to be the real leader. That's how he thought of himself as the Führer. He was preparing the way for the one who's to come, he said.
Oh, how about, I had no idea. So, and a lot of people have talked about the Dalai Lama, and I think Ashoka the Great, the ancient emperor of India, as being similarly these Chakravartin type personalities, if I'm not mistaken. So, okay,
yeah,
well,
that way.
I'm sorry?
But yeah, Tibetans think of the Dalai Lama that way. But the Dalai Lama did visit with Nazis when he was 10 years old as a Dalai Lama. Nazis would come and visit him.
Heinrich Herr. Yeah.
And
7 years in Tibet.
The Dalai Lama is pro-Nazi. To this day, I think the Dalai Lama is pro-Nazi. Obviously, think of what would have happened to Tibet. If Hitler won, if he had defeated the communists wouldn't have come to power in China. Tibet would be free today. So there's definitely an alliance to this day between Tibetans and National Socialist Germans, between Nazis and Tibetans, the Dalai Lama and Nazis. The alliance has always been there. They just don't like to talk about it. And Shambhala Center kicks me out of the Shambhala Center, the Vancouver Shambhala Center.
Actually,
it's ironic. I tell you, it's ironic.
Yeah.
Trungpa Rinpoche even referred to our friend Adolf.
Oh, I had no idea that he said that. That would be interesting to see if we could track that down. Where did he say it? The context, or
the quotes comes from some tapes I have called. These are tapes restricted only for senior students of Shambhala International. It's called "A Rose with Thorns," recorded in October 1984 with his chief disciple, the Vaja Regent Urzul Tenson, and the Dorji Lopan Lodro Dorji, who's still alive today, the most senior living disciple of Trungpa Rinpoche. They recorded it in a weekend seminar in Boulder, Colorado. It's called "A Rose with Thorns," and you can purchase it if you're a senior student. They sell it at Shambhala International. It still exists, and I've got a copy of these tapes. They were given to me by a senior student named Bob Bergal in Chiang Mai, Thailand, in April of 1994.
Secret teachings, are they not?
Restricted teachings.
Restricted teachings. Okay.
Yeah, and he refers to our friend Adolf, and the Vaja region is explaining how what we're doing is similar to what Adolf Hitler did in bringing down the powers of the higher realms. And I can understand why it's restricted. They don't want the public to know that. Like in the Hare Krishnas, their guru was openly pro-Hitler. Prabhupada with the Hare Krishna, he was openly pro-Hitler.
Well, Gandhi was for some time as well, too. Carl Jung was for a while. and so on and so forth. But then, some came to change their tune over time, as everyone has the right to
Germany
do, of
lost
course.
the war, and then Carl Jung changed his tune.
Was it after? Really? Only after?
During the war, Carl Jung said that Adolf Hitler speaks for the collective unconscious of the German mind, of the German soul, or even the Aryan mind. So Jung was pro-Hitler.
How about that?
All through that period, and then Germans lost the war, and he didn't talk so much about it.
and for the record, thank you. Thank you for that, and so much everything else that you've shared with us here. Today, tonight, this week, Brian. Of course, it's later in the evening back in the West. It's 2:10 p.m. here in Seoul, South Korea time. But for the record, the Dalai Lama himself, I have seen him speak out publicly his political stance as being pro-Marxist. If it comes, and I think why he says that is just the kind of the practicality of where things stand currently, and that he wants to, try to convey a sense or, come across as being not so far off the mark from maybe where the Beijing is coming, from things politically.
Yeah, and also he was friends with Miguel Sereno. They met in the 50s and the 80s, and Miguel Sereno said, the Dalai Lama has become a prisoner of the international Jews. He's under control by the international Jews. He's even in favor today of transhumanism, like hooking up your brain to the New World Order AI computers. Like he's sold out, the Dalai Lama.
How about that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. And the Theravadins, we don't accept them just on Buddhist grounds, but even from the New World Order perspective, the Dalai Lama is sold out to the Rothschild Zionist Talmudists. Yeah, so of course he's pro. Whatever the left wants, the Dalai Lama, he'll be there.
How about that? Hey, we got...
Like the media has made him the single most popular religious figure in the entire world, even more than the Pope. How did he do that? It's because the mass media has promoted the Dalai Lama. They own the Dalai Lama. He didn't do it himself. I mean, 6 million Tibetans didn't make him so popular. The media has made him so popular.
Indeed, they've definitely done a lot to bolster and promote his image. There's no doubt about that. So,
but he's a nice guy. I like the Dalai Lama. He's got some good teachings. I mean, he's good.
Sure,
right? He's
sure,
good, right?
Yeah.
Sure, he's good.
You can't. Why throw the baby out with the bathwater? And that's the way I look at everybody and almost everything. That there's good things and bad things to be said about pretty much everything.
Even Brian Ruhe has a good side, right?
There you go, and that's what we're looking for. You're very charming. You're very charming and likable. What is the word now? National Socialist. If people want to give labels, but you're also a Buddhist. You're also an author. Speaking of which, your books are available. Just follow the show links, people, and I'm sure that you can make more readily available. Because your books are linked off of your BitChute, I guess, is where people can track those down. Is that right?
On each of my videos, I'm on YouTube as well, Brian Ruhe BitChute. Yeah, there's links to my books, and they're on Amazon on my website. Just look for Brian Ruhe at Amazon. My books, Freeing the Buddha and A Short Walk on an Ancient Path.
Okay, well, thank you so much, not only to you, Brian, but of course everyone who has joined here this week. I think altogether we had up to at least 20 people between the three various platforms, and it's always interesting to note how I like to watch our BitChute numbers when we get the conversation, actually the show uploaded over there as it compares to YouTube. We're actually doing, even in many cases, better on BitChute than on YouTube. But we'll take views and wherever we can pick up new subscribers and people that remember, as always, hit the notification buttons wherever you find them. That's really critical. If you can't help us out through PayPal, Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com, or join us via Patreon, the tip jar over there, which we very much appreciate. Just like, comment, share, and help to get our content out to a wider audience, and we'll see what how things unfold from there. But we are definitely on an upward trajectory, and just enjoying the ride here. 2020, as we find it now, the 5th month, almost halfway through the year, and taking this week to, in part at least, mark the Buddha's birthday. Of course, there's so many places we could have gone with the conversation, but we, because we had Brian, of course, there was a lot regarding Buddha Dharma, as it were, but also other areas, interests that he has, that he's known for, of course, too. World War II history, ufology. We didn't get too much into the whole music end of things, although we did talk about COVID, the hashtag COVID 1984, and how he is. What is it one more time, Brian? I think you're muted right now, which is great because we're doing the outro. But just to let listeners know, COVID 1984, what's going on? How can people reach out to you? And if they want to get involved, and if they are in the Vancouver area, how do they go about doing that?
Yeah, we have a Facebook group called No More Lockdowns on Facebook. We have like 1,400 members. Go there and join. We have lots going on there. Yeah. No, I have to thank you. Usually I'm the host. It's fun being the guest. It's very energizing for me. So you're a great host, Japhy. You really brought out the best of me.
Well, we try to please, and that's our job. We're here to make the most of things and to have a good time. If we can throw a little bit of lightheartedness, mirth, and
have a good time. It's
exactly.
Important.
So
because the cardinal sin in education is to be boring.
Oh God. So anyways, hope to see everybody again either next week or what have you. Be sure to check out WPRPN.com, of course. And remember, sign up is free. We'll be back with the news here again on Tuesday. Until that time, though, and when we do once again meet here out on these high, often all too intrepid digital waters, on behalf of Captain Long John Sinclair and all the rest of the crew aboard the Robin Hood, I'm your host, as always, the show's Chief Communications Officer, Japhy Ryder. Watch out for that COVID 1984. Nothing anyone should stand for. Tally-ho!
I know. There we be. Having carefully looked over each of our navigation panel instruments, checking every level, switch, dial, cable, knob, and pulley, by all accounts and indications, we indeed see it's time once again to drop anchor inside Mystic Bay. Draw an end to yet another week of World Pirate Radio Live. Remember, if you're looking for a little more animated online action, keep in mind we've likely got yet another great free-flowing Rogues Gallery after show coming up for the next hour in one of our more premium, exclusive, and remote digital underground online pirate hideaways. Also, if you yourself have a new, novel, intriguing, or otherwise underreported idea, unique individual, or pressing item in mind, be sure to either drop us a line directly over on WPRPN.com or fire us a quick email via Pirate One Radio at protonmail.com. We're always open to exploring fresh creative suggestions, intriguing guest ideas, cutting-edge discussion topics, and captivating themes. Remember, WPRPN.com member sites, subdomain links are also always available. Great for artists, musicians, podcasters, bloggers, social media personalities, or pretty much just any old land lover looking to boost their online visibility, presence, and reach. Basic personal profile accounts can be launched for just $60 per year. Staking your claim now helps not only strengthen you and the network, we're also looking out for the little guy. That's right, folks. As much as half of all WPRPN's profits are redirected right back into the hands of the people who really need it most. Community charity. After all, we are the Robin Hood.
You can further embark on your own personal pirate journey by either liking, sharing, commenting on, subscribing to, or just following us via virtually any mainstream social media platform, including Twitter, Facebook, Gab, or Minds.com. So don't forget to become engaged. Until we meet again out on the high digital seas. I'm your host as always, the ship's Chief Communications Officer, Japhy Ryder. Tally-ho.
Joining me right now in a Fox Business exclusive is Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Good to see you, Maria. Good to see you, Maria.
So let's talk about this changing relationship with China and this move to get supply chains here. What are you going to need to do to get more companies to move their supply chains out of China so that this country is not so reliant on foreigners to make some of the very important things that we need, like prescription drugs?
Well, remember, the semiconductor was invented in the United States, but since 1987, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, has been the leader in it. And right now, they are at the cutting edge of technology. The way you measure technology in semiconductors is by how many nanometers in size the chip is. Commodity semiconductors are up around the 11 nanometer size. Cutting edge for the moment had been 7 nanometers. This factory in Arizona will be 5 nanometers, so it will be real cutting edge. And that's what makes it so significant, because the smaller the number of nanometers, the more powerful the chip can be. So this will be a real blockbuster of a chip.
Well, how did you get them to do this in Arizona? And really what I'm asking you, Secretary, is are you going to need to come up with some kind of a tax incentive to get companies to unravel what they've got, the infrastructure they have perhaps in China, and move it to the United States? What is the incentive to do this? I'm wondering how realistic it is to move these supply chains.
Well, TSMC thinks it's realistic enough that they made the announcement. And
was there an incentive to get them to do that?
Oh, surely. The state, as it normally would, is providing some relief from some of the impediments that otherwise might have prevented them from doing so. But the most important thing about the TMC is two things. One is that they hope to bring their supply chain with them. There are about 8 key suppliers to TSMC. We're very, very hopeful
that's very
based
important,
on
yes.
Because then we'll have a vertical integration. And Arizona, since it already has Intel, already has ON Semiconductor, will now have a very powerful technology complex that we hope will be very vertically integrated, and that should facilitate even more activity. We're building a real semiconductor ecotech.
Wow, that's terrific. And to see it in Arizona is also really interesting. I want to get to the breaking news this morning. Secretary of the Commerce Department is announcing that it will amend its foreign direct product rule and the entity list to target Huawei and Huawei's acquisition of semiconductors in an effort to protect national security. Now, earlier this morning, the Commerce Department said that it's extending the temporary general license authorization of certain Huawei technology for another 90 days. But you're also warning that those benefiting should prepare for the license to expire in August. Walk us through this. What can you tell us about these new developments? How will this protect American technology and jobs? And give us a sense of the issues around Huawei, Secretary.
Sure. There has been a very highly technical loophole through which Huawei has been able, in effect, to use U.S. technology with foreign fab producers. This first rule about foreign direct product is a very highly tailored thing to try to correct that loophole and make sure that the American fab foundries are competing on an equal footing with the foreign ones. That's quite separate from the TSMC development we just talked about. And we believe that will have a that will have a very powerful impact because we never intended that loophole to be there. The other one about the extension for the 90 days, we've made many extensions mainly to make sure that the rural telecoms have plenty of time in order to wean themselves from the Huawei equipment. You're aware the FCC has come out against the use of Huawei. They're specifically banning the use of federal funds to put Huawei equipment into the rural telecoms, but they also need it for maintenance and for upgrades. So we're very pleased that Congress has appropriated $1 billion to help the rural telecoms wean themselves. And now that we're giving them yet another extension, we want them to make clear to us during this extension till mid-August what they're doing to wean themselves from Huawei. So these are three unrelated developments that just happened to come out on the same day.
Well, this is a really important development, and Secretary Pompeo has told me that Huawei acts as an arm of the Chinese Communist government in terms of their surveillance, because there are back doors in Huawei equipment where data goes right back to the Communist government. So people are wondering if companies understand the threat. It sounds like you are communicating that. Secretary, it's good to see you this morning. Thank you so much, sir. Joining me right now is the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Republican Congressman from California, Devin Nunes, joins us from the World Ag Expo in California this morning. Congressman Nunes was one of the first to cast doubt on the Russian collusion narrative. He has been working 2 years to uncover and expose it. He recently penned an op-ed in the Washington Examiner titled "The Russian Collusion Hoax Meets an Unbelievable End." And Congressman, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Great to be with you again.
Look, this is the first time you and I are talking on this program. I spoke with you last week, I know, on Mornings with Maria on the Fox Business Network. But this is the first time we are talking after the conclusion of the no collusion from the special counsel and from the AG. Congratulations. You ought to be taking a victory lap here, Congressman. You've been trying to expose all of this for the last 2 years, coming on this program every several weeks to talk about it. How you doing after this?
I'm doing well, and I just want to thank you also for your show, because you're one of the few shows that actually let members of Congress and others come on and actually get into the meat of the details. So I would say that your investigative journalism has been great on this, Maria. And there's still more work to do. And, you know, there's no really time for victory laps because, you know, people have to be held accountable for this nonsense.
That's absolutely right. And that's what our viewers want to know. Where is the accountability? You wrote this op-ed in the Washington Examiner, "The Russian Collusion Hoax Meets Unbelievable End," where you really laid out exactly how this started and how the Clinton campaign paid for a dirty dossier, which was then penetrated throughout our government, throughout the media, to keep this narrative alive and put a cloud under a duly elected president for 2 years.
Yeah, and I would also say this is kind of a strange situation where you have McCarthyism, like new McCarthyism, that merged with Watergate wannabes. So you had unbelievable leaks that occurred across all levels of our government. You had all sorts of reporters. 90% of the press essentially was in on this. It started by dirtying up a presidential candidate, and then it went on to dirtying up a president. And you had a bunch of, I think, people within FBI, DOJ, we don't know exactly where, but they're like want to be the next Deep Throat, the person who's leaking classified information for the betterment of all society. But in this case, it just got completely out of hand, and we've had unbelievable disclosures of classified information. And this is why we've been working so hard for 2.5 years, waiting for a real Attorney General, which we have now, an Attorney General Barr. A grown-up is finally in the room, and which is why we're prepared to do a lot of cleanup here.
Let's talk about that cleanup and what comes next, because we want to get into where the law was broken. You are going to come out with a list of referrals, and you told me you are ready to hand this over to the AG this upcoming week. What can you tell us about this list of referrals and about the referral of criminal conduct that you are about to release, sir?
So we've been working on this for 2.5 years, compiling information, right, as we've continued this investigation. We couldn't really send these criminal referrals over without an Attorney General in place. So we're prepared this week to notify the Attorney General that we're prepared to send those referrals over and brief him if he wishes to be briefed. We think they're pretty clear. But as of right now, this may not be all of them, but this cleans up quite a bit. We have 8 referrals that we're prepared to send over to the Attorney General this week. All
right, so you've got 8 referrals that you're going to send over to the AG this week. Go through those referrals. These are criminal referrals. 2 of them I know are about conspiracy. What can you tell us? Tell us as much as you can in terms of breaking this news this morning that you are prepared to send over 8 criminal referrals next week. What are they, Congressman?
So I would say that, first of all of these are classified or sensitive, and so because a lot of them could contain sensitive or classified information. 5 of them are what I would call straight-up referrals, so just referrals that name someone and name the specific crimes. Those crimes are lying to Congress, misleading Congress, leaking classified information. So 5 of them are those types. There are 3 that I think are more complicated. So you mentioned conspiracy. So the question on conspiracy is what, there's the conspiracy statute, and then what do they need to look at under that statute? So on the first one is FISA abuse and other matters. We believe there was a conspiracy to lie to the FISA court, mislead the FISA court by numerous individuals that all need to be investigated and looked at, and we believe the statute is the conspiracy statute. The second conspiracy one is involving manipulation of intelligence. That also could ensnarl many Americans, and so that's kind of the second one. As you know, we've had a lot of concerns with the way intelligence was used, so that would be kind of the 2 conspiracy recommendations, referrals that we're making. The third is what I would call a global leak referral. So there are about a dozen highly sensitive, classified information leaks that were given to only a few reporters over the last 2.5+ years. So, we don't know if there's actually been any leak investigations that have been open, but we do believe that we've got pretty good information and a pretty good idea of who could be behind these leaks. It doesn't mean we know all the people that are behind the leaks, because when you read these, a lot of these, they're always anonymous sources. And they always say something to the effect of current and former senior officials. So we think we've got a pretty good idea of who some of the sources are behind these leaks. We don't know if the Department of Justice has been looking at these, but there's just been unprecedented things have happened, and I'll just close with this. You had conversations with the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Australia leak. You had leaks of the President Trump talking to the Mexican president leak. We all know the travesty of General Flynn. Nobody knows where those supposed transcripts came from. So those are just kind of 3 examples that are absolutely horrific. But there's things that are even worse that were leaked And there's only a couple, 2 or 3 reporters involved in this, and so it wouldn't be hard to get to the bottom of. But you've got to, so we're prepared to make those 8 referrals this week. So the 2 on conspiracy, the 1 on global leaks, and then 5 that are more specific on lying, leaking, and misleading Congress.
Explain to our audience what criminal referral means, because we've been talking about this as well for 2 years, and our audience wants to know where the accountability is. We already know that there was a criminal referral to Andrew McCabe, the number 2 guy at the FBI. So where does that stand? What does that mean that he was criminally referred? He's out on a book tour. So, viewers are saying, well, okay, he was criminally referred, but he's still on his book tour. So what does that really mean for accountability?
I think it's a great question, because people get so frustrated. As I am all over, go around the United States of America and in my district, people are frustrated. They're like, why can't you do anything? People have to understand there's 3 branches of government. We're the legislative branch. We don't strap on guns and bring handcuffs out to the crime scene. All we can do is investigate. We can take information from folks. We can interview people. And as everyone knows, that's what we've been doing for 2.5 years. But we don't have the power to arrest or convict. So we have to take these criminal referrals to the Department of Justice with all the information, all the work that we've done. Ask the Department of Justice to take these up. And look, maybe the Department of Justice already has investigations open, and maybe they don't. But they are the investigative arm. Now, it gets more complicated because you have the top officials in the Department of Justice and the FBI that are likely involved in the referrals that we're going to make. So with that said, this is why it's so sensitive, why we want to give this directly to the Attorney General and let him decide how to take these referrals. Then at the same time, just because we have information and the executive branch decides to look at that information, all Americans have the right to a fair trial, and that goes to the judicial branch of our government. So I know it's frustrating, but we have 3 branches of government for a reason, and we have to work within those bounds of the Constitution.
But you are an elected official. One would think an elected official sends over criminal referrals to the Attorney General. The AG will take it seriously and perhaps launch an investigation, criminal investigation.
Yeah, I think it's impossible to ignore. Some of these are very straight up. I mean, if they're busting people, if the Mueller team was busting people for lying to the FBI, I mean, there's some pretty simple times when people lied to Congress, misled Congress, for the sole purpose of obstructing our investigation. And remember, what we were trying to get to the bottom of, that was that the Department of Justice and the FBI and the Clinton campaign were essentially taking information from Russians. The very thing they were looking at the Trump campaign for. So I would be surprised if they don't take this up. Some of these up that are very just cut and dry, very simple, could be prosecuted in a short amount of time.
How many people is this capturing? You've got 8 referrals. Several people lied to Congress. Several people also apparently misled the FISA court. And I want you to explain how they misled the FISA court. But first, tell us, how many people is this capturing? Can you give us any names on this list in terms of your referrals?
Well, I'm not prepared to give any names, but I think most people that have followed Russiagate for a long time, they know a lot of the names. But there's 5 that are straight up, 5 names. Then there are, when you get to the leaks, we don't know. We think there's only a few people behind these leaks, but there could be multiple people. So on the global leak referral, there could be several individuals. When you look at the conspiracy, I mean, that could get up to a dozen, 2 dozen people. So, for example, we don't know all the people that are involved. Look, we know Strzok and Page, and we know their involvement because they've been interviewed. But, there's other people that were above Strzok and below Strzok that have not been interviewed. So we don't know if they're involved in this conspiracy or not. But, one of the things that has been great is we've had so many whistleblowers, so many people over the last 2.5 years that have come, great Americans who have come and said, look, this isn't right, and you guys have to get to the bottom of it. And it's been an unbelievable investigation that we've undertaken, but I think one that has been quite fruitful, so that we can put the United States on the road to recovery to get over this manufactured hoax.
Yeah, and manufactured is what you might call what John Brennan has been going along with for the last 2 years, calling the president treasonous. Is he on your list? I mean, John Brennan walking around with his CIA title, former director of the CIA, when he speaks, you sit up and listen, and for the last 2 years, he said the president committed treason.
Yeah, well, look, what I would say about all of these former intelligence heads is that, this is just not appropriate. I think at some point Congress is going to have to look at these laws and decide, do we really want our former CIA director or DNI director going out publicly, going onto television, getting huge television contracts? I don't know. Maybe we need to look at how this is set up again, because it really puts somebody in a bind if they can be out there, puts Americans in a bind if they can say, I've seen the classified information, and I can tell you there may be a crime there. It's just not right.
Congressman, you just broke news on the program that you are sending 8 criminal referrals to the AG next week. 3 of them around conspiracy, lying, leaking. Now, one of them, conspiracy to lie to the FISA court, Congressman. We had on your colleague, Jim Himes, recently, who kept pushing back, saying that there was absolutely no wrongdoing in front of the FISA court. And you say?
Well, I don't really care what they say. I mean, they've lied multiple times to the American people. All you have to do is look at their phony memos. They've had the full support of the media, 90% of the media in this country. They all have egg on their face. And so the fact of the matter remains, is justice going to be served, or is justice going to be denied? And that's why we're sending over these criminal referrals. So, there's so much left. Remember, the American people have only seen the pieces that have been declassified so far that we were luckily been able to make classified and let the American people know about how the FISA court was abused. There's still more information. I've said this before. This was their insurance policy. A lot of people think the insurance policy was just the overall investigation of the Trump campaign. It's actually much more conspiratorial than that. That's left behind there. There was exculpatory information. We've talked about it on your show many times. So, look, Maria, if you take what the Democrats have said throughout the last 2.5 years, there's only one thing that you can be certain of, and that is whatever they tell you is wrong or a lie, or they actually mean the opposite.
Should the Mueller report be made public, Congressman?
Well, what I've said about the Mueller, I think I was one of the first members of Congress to actually say that the Mueller report should be made public, but not just the Mueller report. Because remember, many people that are on the team, the Mueller team, are involved in a lot of these conspiracies. Right? So you have the leader on the team, the deputy supposedly, and another top lawyer were both involved in the chain of custody of the Steele dossier, the Democratic Oppo Dirt. It is impossible for me to believe that those 2 lawyers, very smart lawyers, didn't know in the middle of 2016 that information was dirt coming from the Democrats. It's impossible. The other 2, you had 2 FBI agents, Strzok and Page, who were kicked off the Mueller team. So I want the underlying information, because I think the indictments that were made by the Mueller team, I think some are very questionable. And I think there's pieces of them that always read like Russian spy novels. That was done on purpose to create a narrative to make the American people think, as they were indicting these people, that somehow this had to do with collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. And so what do I want about the Mueller report? I don't care what's in the Mueller report. Matter of fact, I call it the Mueller dossier.
Yeah.
What I want is the information underlying the report, so that we can actually look into it, because every time we peel back the onion in this case, what do we find? We find out that somehow high-level officials within the DOJ and FBI were misleading the American people and the courts.
Yeah. Well, we're going to keep watching that. We want to find out how far up the chain it goes in the Obama Department of Justice and the Obama administration. Congressman, we'll keep fighting and looking for it. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thanks.
Would members and guest staff please take their seats? The committee will come to order. Good morning. Today we welcome Ambassador Robert E. Lighthizer, the United States Trade Representative, to discuss the 2019 trade policy agenda, including negotiations with China, Japan, the EU, UK, the new NAFTA, USMCA, and U.S. participation in WTO. Ambassador Lighthizer, we are pleased to welcome you back before the Ways and Means Committee after our hearings on China trade at the end of February. We've been eager to consult with you on all the various aspects of the President's trade policy agenda, and it has taken a while to get this hearing on the books. I am confident in the value of today's discussion to the members of this committee, our constituents, and to the American public. Committee Democrats are already deeply engaged with you on the new NAFTA. This hearing today allows us to further that engagement. I commit to you in this public forum, as I have in private for the past many months, to continue working with you on NAFTA in good faith, based on facts and a desire to make responsible policy. The opportunity we have right now to improve the NAFTA is too important not to get it right. We have a chance to set the American economy and the American workers on a better course. We can ensure that labor standards are raised through this agreement, that protections for the environment are respected, and that affordable access to medicines is preserved now and in the future. All of this is too important to rush. I'm not the only person making this point. It is consistent with what we have heard from the AFL-CIO president, Rich Trumpka, in his town hall tour of the Rust Belt, from the Business Roundtable, and yesterday from Senator Grassley as well. I'd like to commit to continuing our productive discussions in good faith as well. I believe from working with you these past 2 years that we have a lot in common, and as long as we all want to get to yes, we can and will get there. With respect to the larger trade agreement agenda over the past year, we have a lot of activity on trade from the administration. You have negotiated and renegotiated the NAFTA and the U.S.-Korean Free Trade Agreement. You have initiated trade negotiations with China, Japan, the EU, and the UK. You have announced the desire to negotiate free trade agreements with a sub-Saharan African country. We are also hearing interest from Switzerland and the Republic of Georgia in bilateral trade agreement opportunities for the United States. You have won continually WTO disputes and are seeking to negotiate reform outcomes. The administration has imposed waves of tariffs under Section 301 on China and under Section 232 on steel and aluminum from nearly all sources. Recently, the administration also threatened to impose 5% tariffs on Mexico in order to secure immigration-related commitments from Mexico. I remain quite concerned that these threats continue to be dangled over Mexico. As I have said over a week ago, commandeering U.S. trade policy to influence border security is an abuse of power and something that I do not support. While I commend you for trying to tackle some difficult and long-standing trade issues, particularly with China, any gains made with respect to the trade agenda will be eroded if the administration continues to use existing tariff authority in this manner. Most importantly, I think the administration needs to think broadly and be honest about its policies and how they impact American workers. We see a lot of effort by the administration to leverage trade policies and trade tools in the name of America's workers, and we are supportive of your efforts to secure meaningful and structural change from China to level the playing field in trade and investment. But at the same time, we see tax policies, education policies, worker and family support policies, labor policies, and border policies that undercut the interests of American workers and make life more difficult for middle-class families. The committee and my staff stand ready to work with you and your team to advance U.S. trade policy for the benefit of all Americans. And now let me recognize the ranking Mr. Brady, the ranking member, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, for calling this hearing, and thank you, Ambassador Lighthizer, for testifying. Armed with the new modern tax code led by President Trump and Republicans, America has regained the title of the #1 most competitive economy in the world. Our economy is growing 50% faster than the Obama experts gloomily predicted. Wages are growing for the first time in a decade. American manufacturing is back, and for the first time in modern history, more direct investment is flowing into the U.S. than is leaving. To grow the economy further, we need more customers, because we must not only buy American, but sell American to every corner of the globe. That's what free and fair trade can do. Ambassador, you and President Trump have worked tirelessly to bring many of our trade relationships into the 21st century. Most important among them is USMCA. On balance, USMCA truly is a 21st century trade agreement, setting high standards in many crucial areas for America: ag, digital trade, customs, intellectual property, producing strong wins for American manufacturing, farmers, workers, and service businesses. Of course, agreements must be enforceable to hold our trading partners accountable. Establishing strong, effective, and timely processes to settle disputes ensures that America receives the full benefits of USMCA. Congress must first approve this agreement as soon as possible to unlock these benefits. Every day USMCA is delayed, America suffers. By improving some of NAFTA's strengths and fixing its shortcomings, USMCA will grow America's economy, American jobs, and higher wages for our workers and farmers. The longer Congress delays implementing USMCA, our country will lose out on more jobs, more customers for made in America goods, and a stronger economy. Chairman Neal, I look forward to working with you closely to achieve strong bipartisan support for the agreement as quickly as possible without delay. Strengthening our North American economy through this agreement will build momentum for other important trade negotiations. First among these is China. There is bipartisan agreement on Capitol Hill that China's predatory trade practices, from intellectual property theft to forced technology transfers and from massive subsidies to excess capacity, are unacceptable. President Trump is the first president to truly take China head-on and insist on a fair trading relationship. Ambassador, you are attempting to tackle these key issues for the sake of our workers, our farmers, and local businesses. The President is right to insist on a new trading relationship with China that is fair, is measurable, and enforceable. If China doesn't live up to those types of commitments, we must have an automatic, direct, and consequential response. Tariffs are the tool that the President has chosen to bring China to the table for constructive discussions. I may not like tariffs. In fact, I believe they ought to be zero whenever possible, but I and everyone else knows China's been cheating for far too long. President Trump is right to challenge them and insist on real change. While the tariffs are in place, though, we need an effective product exclusion process that targets the tariffs on China and gives relief to American companies and farmers caught in the middle. Republicans are committed to working with you and continue to do so, Ambassador, to resolve these long-standing issues faced by our local businesses. We are at a rare moment of time where the U.S. and China can launch a new era of free and fair trade that benefits all. And with that, the lifting of tariffs, which will benefit consumers and help the U.S. economy soar. In addition to China, we must unlock as many markets as possible for American goods and services. These markets, as you pointed out, include Japan, the EU, the UK, as well as potential new partners. We expect comprehensive negotiations, including ag and services, as well as manufacturing, whether it's across the Pacific or across the Atlantic. We must also reform the World Trade Organization to address non-market economies in meaningful ways, fix the appellate body overreach, and move ambitious negotiations on e-commerce with those countries that are ready. To address the world's changing climate, America should lead the way to conclude a successful environmental goods agreement with zero tariffs on state-of-the-art technology to reduce carbon emissions around the planet. In each of these negotiations, we expect that you'll consult with us, with our staffs thoroughly and meaningfully, according to the requirements of the Trade Act of 1974 without exception. Let me conclude by noting we started 2019 on a path for another year of 3% growth. It is possible for us to achieve this goal through sustained pro-growth, tax, regulatory, and trade policy. For our workers who are finally seeing paychecks grow after years of stagnation, for our Main Street businesses who are recording record optimism, for our farmers who feed our families and need relief, let's move forward on our ambitious trade agenda, beginning with passing USMCA without further delay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brady, and without objection, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Today's sole witness is Ambassador Robert E. Lighthizer, the United States Trade Representative. The committee has received your written statement. It will be made part of the formal hearing record. You have 5 minutes to deliver your oral remarks. Ambassador Lighthizer, again, welcome, and you may begin as you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Brady, members of the committee, it's a pleasure to appear before you today to testify on the President's trade agenda and the newly renegotiated United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. I would like to begin by noting that the American economy is doing well. We are growing substantially faster than any other G7 country, 3.1%. We added 5.8 million jobs since the 2016 election. Notably, 500,000 of those jobs were in manufacturing. The unemployment rate at 3.6% is the lowest in nearly half a century and has been at or below 4% for 15 consecutive months. Hourly wages were up some 3.1% over the last 12 months, and contrary to what one hears, exports are growing. Indeed, 2018 was the highest year in our history for exports of both goods and services. While agriculture exports in 2018 were not the highest in history, they were up over 2017 and 2016. I'm pleased to present the Trade Policy Agenda and the 2018 Annual Report of the Committee. This document, which USTR put out recently, outlines the administration's trade priorities and catalogs recent accomplishments. The President is troubled by huge and persistent trade deficits, which the United States has with many countries. These deficits are the result of many factors: faster economic growth, currency valuations, and to some extent, tax policy. But they are also partially the result of trade rules that oftentimes are unfair to Americans and lock in non-economic advantages to our trading partners. We at USTR are very much focused on changing these rules when they are unfair to American farmers, ranchers, workers, and businesses. This has included renegotiating KORUS, renegotiating NAFTA. We also have been reviewing GSP eligibility around the world, actively engaging in TIFA talks with many, many countries, reviewing the rules and function of the WTO also. USTR has been active in enforcing the existing obligations of our trading partners. We've brought many WTO cases. We have filed counter notifications to the WTO, and we have worked with members on proposals to improve compliance with existing rules. We are also engaged directly with trading partners under existing agreements. For example, we have successfully resolved concerns with Peru after requesting the first ever environmental consultation in the U.S.-Peru Trade Promotion Agreement. In addition, we have used Section 301 to investigate unfair trade practices in China. We believe our economic relationship with China has been unbalanced and grossly unfair to American workers, farmers, ranchers, and businesses for decades. After an exhaustive process, we put tariffs on certain Chinese products and are prepared to put more tariffs in place if certain issues are not resolved satisfactorily. Finally, I am pleased to testify here today on the newly renegotiated USMCA. We have worked very closely with members throughout this process, and many of the improvements in this agreement reflect Republican and Democratic members' ideas and thoughts. In short, I believe the USMCA is the strongest, most momentous trade agreement in U.S. history. It is the gold standard for rules on digital economy, financial services, intellectual property, and many other areas. It will help to stop the outsourcing of manufacturing and return many jobs to the United States. Its labor and environment provisions are the most far-reaching ever negotiated in a trade agreement. The agriculture chapter will lead to increased market access and eliminate unfair practices by our trading partners. This is truly a great agreement, and I look forward to working with members to make it even better and to write implementing legislation that will earn large bipartisan majorities. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop. Thank you again for your courtesy and that of the other members that have been shown to me over the last 2+ years, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. We will now move to questioning under the 5-minute rule. Consistent with committee practice, those members present at the time of the gavel coming down will be recognized first in the order of seniority. Let me begin by recognizing myself. Mr. Ambassador, I was surprised when the President announced his intention to impose 5% tariffs on Mexico with a possible escalation to 25% over immigration issues, particularly when you sent the draft statement of administrative action for the new NAFTA on the same day as the President's announcement. Are you supportive of the President's threat to impose those tariffs on imports from Mexico? What's the legal and policy rationale for imposing such tariffs? And do you think that the President's threat undermines or makes more complicated our efforts to pass the new NAFTA?
So that would be yes, yes, and no. So the original, do I support it? Absolutely, I support it. Do I think it makes more difficult to pass the USMCA? I hope not. I don't think so. There's no reason in my judgment why it should. What's the policy and legal rationale? The policy, the legal rationale is a law that was passed by the United States Congress called IEPA. And if you believe there is a crisis and you have to deal with it in some way, you do what you have to do. So I support the president entirely on that.
So the question is that, again, it's just as the follow-up, so that we could use national security based upon the border issue with Mexico.
So let me say in the first place, I'm not an expert on that act, but the answer in my judgment is yes. If you declare there being a national emergency, you can use that statute for that purpose. I would say that we ought not to lose sight of the fact that the issue was satisfactorily resolved. The Mexicans are happy, the United States is happy, the crisis seems to have been averted, and we're moving in the right direction.
Let me seek, as I have in the past, the commitment that you're going to continue to work collaboratively with this committee and staff to address the concerns that House Democrats have raised about the new NAFTA. This phase in the consultation process must be driven by substance and certainly not arbitrary deadlines. For my part, I'm willing to work with you on a path forward, but we need assurances from you that you will give us the space and the time to work out these complex issues. It's important that we get this right once and for all. And would you care to comment?
Well, I guess I would say, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I have worked with Republicans and Democrats from day one. 90% of your members I've had personal conversations with. This has been by no means been a partisan approach. So that would be the first thing I would say. Secondly, I would say I certainly agree that the Speaker has the option of deciding when bills come to the floor, and that's unquestionable in my judgment. The third thing I would say is the bill has been public, and we've been in negotiations for 9 months. So the suggestion that somehow that's rushing, I guess I would push back against that. I don't believe that waiting 9 months to get to the point where you can make improvements is rushing anything. I think we're in a position where the members know what they want. I know what the members want. It's a question of sitting down and deciding where the lines are and what can be done and what can't be done. That's what I've been trying to get to for some period of time. Thankfully, the Speaker is moving forward on that. I'm very grateful for that. I think, as I said in the Senate yesterday, in all respects, she has treated the process fairly and professionally and done exactly what a person would hope she would do. Not surprisingly, but she has done this, and I'm very eager to sit down and say, okay, members, tell me with some specificity, and then to be able to say, here, I'll do this, is that enough? We just have to get to that stage. And I guess just the final thing I would say is getting this done sooner rather than later is in everybody's interest. It saves jobs, it helps the economy, it gets certainty in place. So there's every reason to get this done, and it avoids the possibility that we're going to have something unrelated to anything anybody here cares about come in and change the nature of this. This is tens of millions of jobs. It's $1.4 trillion worth of the economy. It's a huge improvement. Nobody disagrees with that. And getting it over the finish line, I think, is really important for the American people.
Thank you. Let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I come from Texas. I think it is shameful Congress has turned a blind eye to the humanitarian crisis on the border. We have never seen it like this. Real people are suffering. It is time, in my view, for Congress to step up, provide the resources as necessary to take care of those kids and those families surging across the border. I do think we can have both a strong border relationship, security relationship with Mexico, and a strong trading relationship with Mexico, and I was pleased to see that the White House negotiated improvements to security, and now it's our job in Congress to pass improvements to the trade relationship itself. Let me start with China. Where are we with China? What are your expectations for President Trump's meeting with President Xi at the G20, and do you expect that talks of which there was great substance, a lot of good work done, when do you expect those to restart? Could you hit that
Put your
microphone,
on,
Ambassador?
please.
I should turn it on too, right? So, thank you, Congressman. First of all, as you say, we had negotiations with China. This is extremely important. We have a very unbalanced relationship with China, and we have one that risks literally the jobs of the future for America. So it's very important that we get this relationship right and that we not go on the way it had gone on, escalatingly getting worse over the course of the last 2+ decades. So we had good negotiations. They went on for a period of months. Everyone knows the history of it. And I think we were making good headway. I think in the final analysis, the Chinese side decided that they couldn't go forward on the basis that we are. And at that point, negotiations stopped. I don't want to say broke off because there was no real break off. But I think it's in the interest of both China and the United States to have some kind of a successful agreement. The president has said he definitely wants an agreement if we can get a great agreement for America. He, as you say, had a phone call yesterday, and then he sent out a tweet that we were going to get together. I have a conversation set up with my counterpart on the telephone in the next day and a half, and then I expect to meet with him, with Secretary Mnuchin in Osaka before the president meets, and then I expect the president to have the meeting. When actual negotiations begin again, I can't say at this point, but we're clearly going to, we're talking, we're going to meet. And, you know, we have the same objective that you and the other members have, and that is that if we can resolve these issues in a way that improves this relationship, preserves the competitive advantage of the United States, we have an obligation to do that, and hopefully we'll get to that point.
So if China comes back to the table, you are ready to engage?
Absolutely. We are ready to engage. There was a lot of good work done, a lot of trust built up. They're very tough negotiators, very professional, and we're certainly willing to engage.
So, Ambassador, on sort of shifting to the immediate issue of USMCA, obviously you negotiated one of the most far-reaching chapters on labor that, frankly, I've ever seen. It includes a number of labor provisions that our Democrat colleagues have sought for decades and have never achieved. This agreement is transforming the labor environment in Mexico. It is truly transformational. What is the most important part about enforcement that this committee needs to know, what China is doing to make, we all want China to, Mexico to achieve what's been reached in this agreement and for all this to be enforceable. What's the most important issue here that shows that Mexico are taking these steps, transformational steps, and will enforce them?
So I would say thank you, Congress. I would say first we have to acknowledge the fact that what Mexico did was historic. There's a kind of a sense in the U.S. that this is like a normal thing to do. What they did was really, really a bold, strong labor reform, something that hasn't happened in other than a couple of countries in the whole world. And it's very precise in that annex what they agreed to do. It is the view of labor, and certainly our view that they implemented those things in their statute. The question then for us will be to make sure that they actually follow through. I think there's every expectation that they will, but I think we want to plus up in discussions with members some procedures that'll make sure that in the years ahead we can continue to make sure that they follow the rules, because the current administration there won't be there forever either. But there is state-to-state dispute settlement. There are very precise standards that they have to meet, and I'm prepared to add other things, certainly in U.S. law, that members think will make it more likely that we'll actually bring cases if there are problems. So having a mechanism in place, I think, is a good idea, and I'm just eager to sit down with members and make sure that they're satisfied with how we do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas to inquire, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for the insight and leadership you bring to this wide range of trade issues. Certainly the one that I'm most concerned with is our shared desire to see early approval of a new NAFTA. You are very familiar with the issues that I've raised with you over a year and a half. At the top of that list is ensuring that nothing in this agreement handcuffs or limits the Congress in any way from addressing the problem of prescription price gouging. I believe in what you've told me personally and in what you said yesterday in the Senate Finance Committee. You share the objective of ensuring that the agreement does not limit the power of Congress to address drug pricing. Is that correct?
Turn on your microphone, please, Mr.
I want to get it loud and clear.
This is the first time I've ever testified before Congress, so I keep forgetting to put my microphone.
Yes.
I can take you through the history of all that, and I will on somebody else's time.
Thank you.
But the answer is yes. I completely agree with that, and I said that I think it's very, very important that Congress have the policy space to do what Congress wants to do in this very important area, and I believe that's something I can satisfy you and other members on.
And second, you have also indicated, both privately and in public testimony, that you want an agreement with reference to working conditions and labor that is fully enforceable, and that the progress that you've made in this new NAFTA is more than just in name, but is in practice. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is also absolutely correct. I try to convince members that this is an important part of the President's legacy. It's also an important part of my personal legacy. We have no interest at all in doing something which we both think is extremely important, is transformative, not just for Mexico, that's their business, but I think it'll have a huge positive effect on the United States. And the last thing either of us want is to have this disappear in 6 years when we walk out the door. So we have every reason to have this be something that is enforced in perpetuity.
Let me just say that with regard to those two issues, as well as the issue that I've raised with your colleague here today, Ambassador Mahoney, concerning the environmental provisions and not wanting to see less protection on the environment that is afforded under the May 10th agreement and that was included within the failed Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, that on all of these, what I'm seeking, and I think other colleagues are seeking, is truly enforceable provisions. I think that a meaningless side letter like we had on environmental enforcement under the original NAFTA or some other meaningless provision is not what we're looking for, and that short of, quote, reopening the agreement, that a self-executing amendment signed by all three countries that makes it clear that this has the same status as the original agreement would fulfill that objective. I would add, however, this echoes what the chairman has said to you about Mexico. One of the strongest advocates that I know of NAFTA from San Antonio, a chamber leader, contacted me this week with the message, hold out until the administration commits to no tariffs imposed on Mexico outside of our trade agreements, no reallocation of resources at the points of entry impacting trade and funding for NADBank. USMCA or NAFTA mean nothing if we don't get that agreement. I know that what's been done by the administration with the possibility of a 25% tax on Texans and Americans generally because of unrelated issues is not necessarily a policy that you initiated, but it does undermine our attempt to reach agreement on this. Finally, with regard to China, I again know not within your direct responsibility. I've raised with you before Huawei, also the problem of 1 million Uyghurs imprisoned in China, apparently many doing work on behalf of American companies, as indicated in a recent Wall Street Journal study. Those issues of forced labor to produce goods contrary to American law are troubling, and I hope in the broader discussions outside what you individually are responsible for, that they are issues that are raised with the Chinese. We need a stable policy that considers all of these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doggett. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Congratulations, Ambassador, especially on the labor provisions as you outlined in your opening statement and to the Chairman's questions. I think this is quite an accomplishment, especially for our Mexican allies to the south. I have a question on enforcement as it relates to agriculture, because it seems like agriculture is always talked about, but then when it comes to enforcement mechanisms, in the new U.S.-Mexico-Canadian agreement, what can you say to those that are concerned that the enforcement mechanisms are not going to be effective?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I would say, first of all, we have the best access, as you know, and the best agriculture chapter we have ever negotiated any other agreement. It opened up new markets. It takes care of this Class 6, Class 7 problem that I had more members talk about to me than any other single thing until we got it fixed, and then nobody talks about it anymore. So we did there's a whole lot of fantastic stuff in here that we did do. Everything in this agreement is fully enforceable in the same way that other things are. There's none of them are outside of the normal enforcement. You have the normal state-to-state process. You have one where we can bring an action, pardon me, and will bring an action against Canada or Mexico if there's any violation of any of these agreements. So it's fully enforceable, and I expect to have it be enforced.
Well, being from California, with being the #1 agricultural state that a lot of people don't realize, but also with the high-tech sector, you've negotiated what is probably the premier high-tech area in terms of agreements with protecting private property and technological patents. Do you want to talk any about that, about what's new to this agreement, U.S., Mexico, Canada, versus what we've seen before?
Well, I would say a couple of things, and thank you for that question. Number one, there is no digital chapter in the current NAFTA, right? In the current NAFTA, people, I remember those days better than most members. And we didn't have any clue about any of this stuff going on. So there's no chapter in there at all. So anyone who compares this to NAFTA, there is nothing. And I would say it's an extremely important part of America. It's where a lot of American jobs are. It is where Americans' edge is. It's where our technology is. And the digital trade obligations in here really go across most of the industries we're worried about. It isn't just, we think of that as like one set of industries, but really it isn't. It's something that goes across the entire economy. This is the most far-reaching agreement ever negotiated. It has prohibitions on source code and algorithm. It has data flow provisions. It has data localization provisions. It's had electronic authorization provisions. It has access to public data provisions. It has just an enormous number of provisions. It is better than TPP, which had a pretty good chapter in this respect. It's better than TPP in all respects. And this is literally the gold standard. This is in this area, this is what every other trade agreement will be measured against.
Well, congratulations on that, Ambassador. And just to remind everyone, at the time that NAFTA was first implemented, the internet was basically brand new at the time. So there really is a need for this agreement to be updated, and we're excited, especially in California, where we have so much to gain from these agreements. I want to switch just a little bit to China. You may find that China may be the only thing that you get bipartisan agreement on here in the Congress. You haven't seen a lot of criticism. None of us, at least on the Republican side, really like the tariffs. But at the same time, we're well aware of the national security threat that China poses to not only the United States but our allies. And like I said, I just want us to make clear is I don't think you'll see much criticism even from the Ways and Means Committee members today as it relates to how the administration is dealing with China. And I just want to make sure I reassure you today that I don't want to get a deal with China just to get a deal. What I'd rather see us do is look at other countries like the UK, if they go through with Brexit, like the Philippines, like Vietnam, and other Asian countries, Japan especially, that you've been working on. I'd like to see us focus on that and only make a deal with the Chinese if the Chinese are really going to stop their aggressive behavior.
Can I just say briefly, even though your time is up, well, I really want to thank the members, Republicans and Democrats, for their support for the president and for me in this endeavor. You are exactly right. The difference between winning and losing on these absolutely essential issues is the extent to which it's viewed internationally as a bipartisan priority, and I think it is. And I think it says a lot about our political system that we're in that spot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having the hearing. Ambassador, thank you for being here today. As a member of the House USMCA Working Group, I look forward to working with you, and I'm committed to negotiating in good faith. We should work collaboratively toward the best possible outcome, passage of a trade agreement that creates jobs and protects workers and consumers in Mexico, Canada, and the United States of America. I hope you will continue to work with Democrats and not rush through an implementing bill. Strong labor laws in Mexico are good for American workers, too. They create a level playing field. Mexico's passed landmark labor reform, but it will take years for real reform to take place. I'm interested to know how you will judge progress on labor reforms in both the short and the long term.
So that is a terrific question. First of all, I made the point that what they did was absolutely historic. The second thing, just to put a punctuation point on that, what Mexico has agreed to do is have secret ballot votes on all new collective bargaining agreements and get rid of these protection contracts, and on all existing contracts, of which there are 700,000. So it's an enormous, enormous undertaking that they have agreed to do. It's clearly in Mexico's interest. As you say, it's also, in my judgment, in our interest. After negotiations, and really we negotiated this not only working with Democrats and Republicans on this committee and in the Senate, but also with organized labor, we decided that as two parties that 4 years was a reasonable period of time. That's a lot. That's a heavy burden on them. So they have to set up courts, they have to set up a whole system, and they have to have this series of votes in 4 years. That requires, number one, an allocation of resources, number two, capacity building, of which we should be part. I know a lot of members feel that way, and I certainly agree with that. I know Canada also feels that way. So in various areas, you will have actual benchmarks. Now, first of all, obviously, we can't wait to pass USMCA until they do this, or we would have no USMCA, and the effect on the economy would be dramatic and negative. But we will have actual benchmarks on some things, like getting these votes done on that, setting up their courts, how much money they put in. So we'll have benchmarks. We have very specific obligations, so we can then enforce them by saying, this is a specific thing, you didn't do it. So I expect to do that. Number two, I expect to have a level of monitoring down there, and I want to work with members on what that level should be. But we clearly need a level of monitoring. I don't think we should start with the proposition that the leadership in Mexico does not want to enforce it, right? I mean, these people are actual reformers, so I have to assume they want to do the right thing. And then the final thing I think I would say is, and this is something I want to work out with members, I don't want to rush members, but I want to do it urgently. I'm trying to find that like tension so that it gets done in some reasonable period of time. But it's reasonable to say we ought to have some process where outside people have an obligation, in this case, in many cases, it would be organized labor, but not just organized labor, to come in and say, here is a problem that we see at this or that facility, and something's got to be done about it. And then I believe we go through that process. So I think there are real ways to make sure they do it. I don't think they're trying to avoid it, but it's tough. It's tough.
Thank you, Ambassador. On a district-specific issue, thank you for your help with Canada in regard to wine placement in the Canadian stores. I have two questions. One, what steps can you tell me what steps Canada and British Columbia have taken or are planning to take to comply with that agreement? And second, as you know, the wine community has taken a terrific hit because of the tariffs that they're facing, 54% in China. Can you tell me what the administration is doing to bring this dispute to a successful conclusion? Because we're at a real disadvantage when some of our major competitors, Australia and Chile, are paying 0 tariffs, and we're paying 54%.
So Number one, on the question of Canada, as you say, we had specific complaints, legitimate complaints from our industry, and in the course of those negotiations, we resolved them.
And are they complying?
In the first place, they don't have to comply until we pass this law. So the minute we pass this law, if I have to, this is like a false promise, I'll fly up there to make sure that we can, that they're not discriminating against us. But don't quite hold me to that unless we pass it sooner rather than later. But it's hard for me.
We'll go in September.
Yeah. You know, there's nothing better than white Napa wine in July. It's just perfect. A Sauvignon Blanc in July is literally perfect. But in any event, I fully expect them to. If they don't, I promise you we'll bring a case against them in 15 minutes. And you know that in the course of the British Columbia thing, we brought a WTO action against them also. With respect to China, I understand that China has retaliated, and those are things that will be worked out if we get a deal. If we don't get a deal over a long period of time, then we're going to have to figure out another way to take care of that industry. By the way, in several other industries.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I just want to remind members that we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to inquire before the votes that are scheduled at 1 o'clock. So we need to be fastidious in observing the 5-minute rule. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here. And I want to personally thank you for your outreach. I think you've done a great job reaching out to both sides. But I did want to talk about the cost of delay. I think everybody believes this needs to get done. I think the longer it drags on, the chances are more difficult. I will say the U.S. International Trade Commission found in a recent study that USMCA would increase the GDP by $68 billion, add 176,000 new American jobs, grow our exports to Canada and Mexico by $33 billion, and increase American wages. Also concluded that the new labor commitments would increase wages of unionized workers in Mexico by 17.2%. So let me just ask you, in terms of cost of delay, what impact does that have? Do we have any kind of a timeline? Because I've been in business a lot of years. You don't have a timeline, you don't get anything done, it just drags on forever. You mentioned it's been 9 months. I know a lot of my colleagues, I've talked to them, say, hey, slow down, we got to go at our pace, and I understand that. But I do think we need to have a timeline, and the cost of delay, I'd be interested in your comments.
Would you please turn on your microphone, Mr. Ambassador?
The ITC report showed the strongest results of any trade agreement we've ever entered into. And the midpoint, as you say, was 0.35% of GDP, and that didn't even include some of the advantages which they thought were difficult to calculate. The high end of their approach, and they have language in the report which says they expect it may very well be close to the high end, is 550,000 jobs and more than 1% of GDP. So, I mean, this is a massive, massive effect on the economy, and it is literally in abeyance while we sit and talk. So it's having real effect on real jobs and real wages, and I think it's something that obviously it is my top priority, and I will do anything, anytime any member wants to meet on this. The other thing I would say, you cite your experience and the experience of many other members in the business area. We have had a level of uncertainty in our economic relationship with Mexico and Canada over a period of several months. And that uncertainty has people stop investment. There's a lot of real consequences to business uncertainty. And I think it is costing people jobs and it's costing us economic growth. So it's not a situation where there's no cost to this.
Let me add also, I want to focus a little bit on Florida. And I know we've had this conversation, but on specialty crops, fruits and vegetables, I have to, again, go on the record. I can tell you in our area at one point we had I think it was the largest tomato growing county that I represent, the heart of my district. In the country, we had 7 packing houses. We're down to 3.5. But there's a general feeling for unfair trade practices, dumping, that's impacting Florida. And I can tell you, every Democrat and every Republican, we're all together in terms of our 29 members in the state of Florida. So what can you tell me, or what's your thoughts on where we're at, or what we might be able to do in terms of having it where it's a little bit more fair for, our farmers in Florida.
So, first, as you say, we have an import issue in this area. First, I should remind members that Mexico is either our first or second best agriculture export market. But net, we have a trade deficit in agriculture with Mexico. We don't have a trade surplus. There's this view that and the reason we don't is because of the seasonal fruits and vegetables that you're worried about. I proposed a change in the agreement. It was not something in the final analysis that Mexico could agree to. But I think there are ways to try to modify the current laws against unfair trade. The problem they have in this area is that the current laws are really not set up for seasonal products. It's just the way the laws work. You have to prove injury over a period of time, and it makes it very difficult for someone who's in the seasonal business. So I think we have to find some way to help those people. There's no question that they're hurting. On the other hand, for Mexico, this is also an extremely important issue, right? This is, they would say, a $2 billion industry. So I think we have to try to find that sweet spot. It'll be outside of the context of the agreement, but clearly this is a legitimate concern that the administration takes
It's a big concern in Florida for our farmers, and they create millions of jobs there. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for your ongoing work, and we really appreciate the cooperative nature that exists between you and the members of Congress. My question deals with NAFTA, or Mexican and Canada agreement, and seems to me from an environmental provision that some of the Montreal protocols, and most notably that of climate change, were left out. Can you comment on that, and where we think many of us on this dais believe that need to address climate change is vitally important to that relationship, ongoing relationship between Canada and Mexico?
Well, thank you, Congressman. First of all, I would say that as you say, climate change is not dealt with in this agreement. The Montreal Protocol, of course, is, and we would say directly or indirectly, all of the multilateral environmental agreements are covered, either directly, specifically, or the obligations are incorporated in there. The second thing I would say is that from an environmental point of view, this is the farthest reaching agreement ever negotiated by the United States government. It has provisions on wildlife. It has provisions on what we call ocean litter, but you think of as plastic. I mean, it is by far the most far-reaching environmental agreement, trade agreement, I shouldn't say other agreement, but trade agreement just ever negotiated. And I think the combination of these provisions and enforceability is going to have a real impact in this area. And I keep repeating this because we're very proud of the fact that we went out on the limb and did what we thought the furthest you could possibly push in this area. But as you say, climate change, the president has a different opinion on climate change. Climate change is not something that's normally considered in a trade agreement, and it is not covered here.
Well, we just heard from Representative Thompson, and having had the great opportunity to visit his district and see the devastation that occurred from the wildfires that swept through California, a number of areas in this country. It seems in this day and age to still be in denial about climate change is quite remarkable. I will commend the administration and yourself for making sure that the environmental measures not be a sidebar agreement, but are part of the process, and I think you articulated that pretty well. Are you saying that the president, that there's no further opportunity to bring NAFTA more in line with the Montreal protocols?
Well, in the first place, the Montreal protocols are specifically mentioned in the agreement. So that's not a problem. I would point out that TPA which is the authority under which we operate, says specifically we cannot take new obligations in the admissions area. So that is precluded by the operating authority that Congress has given to me. So we're not going to do something like the Paris Climate Accord or something. It's specifically prohibited under the agreement. Taking steps to make sure that members are sufficiently happy that we are going to actually enforce after I'm gone, because everyone's comfortable it'll happen while I'm here, but after I'm gone, all these environmental provisions is a legitimate concern and one that I specifically look forward to working with you specifically on, you and actually the colleagues on either side of you, to make sure that members are comfortable with that. That's a legitimate position, and I certainly endorse it.
We look forward to working with you, especially on the enforcement side, which you note has had some gaps over the years. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I would say I've spent a good part of my career complaining about lack of enforcement of trade agreements, so I'm completely with you on that.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador. A very timely hearing. And Ambassador, thank you for your presence here today. These topics, as you know, and as you are articulating, are very important. And engagement on these trade issues is vital. Let me begin by thanking the President for bringing down the 232 steel and aluminum tariffs on Canada and Mexico on May the 17th. I certainly advocated for that course of action, and I'm grateful that the USTR is making that a reality. In lifting of the 232 tariffs and the decision to avoid new tariffs on Mexico have led to substantial progress in moving the USMCA agreement forward, both in Mexico and Canada. We cannot lose sight of how important our North American trade relationships are and how crucial their continuation is to the well-being and economic survival of farmers, ranchers, and rural communities, and let's not forget consumers as well. No comprehensive trade agreement is ever going to be perfect in the eyes of everyone. However, USMCA is a needed modernization of NAFTA, as you have stated. I strongly encourage the ratification in a timely fashion because we know the costs of delay are very significant. Markets lost are not easily regained. Farmers and ranchers need markets. The President recognizes the current sacrifices made by our nation's ag producers. I cannot emphasize enough to you just how real the pain is in parts of our economy, and I know you realize that. We all understand China is a bad economic actor on many fronts. I'm pleased the President plans to meet with Chinese President Xi next week. Engaging with China is certainly a step in the right direction. Thank you for also engaging with Japan on how best to reach a successful trade agreement. And even while those talks continue, Nebraska's livestock producers face declining market share due to competition from nations which have preferential trading terms already with the Japanese. We need to level that playing field. Mr. Ambassador, the current struggles of our ag producers are very real. We must work toward timely, principled, productive solutions and work toward sustainable and robust markets. Thank you again for addressing the committee. I was wondering if you could reflect a bit on the current progress of talks with Japan.
Well, thank you, Congressman. As you say, first of all, I make the point that I make here with all the issues in agriculture, and there are substantial ones, most of which predated this administration, but that we're trying to deal with. As you know, as farm income has just been a problem for a number of years, and then you dump on top of it, 1 million tons of rain, and all of a sudden you go from a really bad situation to a crisis. The President is very concerned about this. It's something that I literally never have a meeting when he doesn't bring it up, and I meet with him a lot, so it's on his mind an awful lot. The Japan thing specifically that you mentioned, I would say this: Japan has been a pretty good market for the United States in a number of products. It should be much better. They still have a state-organized agricultural sector, and they also have fairly high tariffs, but we have a fair amount of access, particularly like in beef and some other areas. We're in a position now, some members may not know, I know you do, that because they entered into TPP and a separate agreement with Europe, we're going to be in a position where we're treated worse than our competitors. Our competitors will be all of our competitors in Europe, of which there are substantial, but also Mexico, Canada, and New Zealand. So it's a big, big problem, and it's one that we have to take care of it's swift manner. So that the President has instructed me to get on this. I've had a number of meetings. I expect to have another meeting with my Japanese counterpart on the outskirts of the G20 next week. I had a meeting with him here in town last week. So this is, and our staffs have met more or less continuously. We understand the nature of this problem, and we have to resolve it, because if we don't, these farmers are going to lose that market because of nothing they did, just because Japan gave more access to somebody else, and they may never get those markets back. And the Japanese understand completely our position, and I'm hopeful that we'll have something resolved in the weeks and months ahead. But there's an enormous amount of urgency, and we completely agree with your assessment.
Well, thank you. And certainly, as you look at 40+% tariff on some U.S. beef heading to Japan, to reduce that, obviously is good for our producers here, but it's great for Japanese consumers as well. If all countries would just keep consumers in mind, I think we would be in a better place, and I know that is what you are working toward, and I thank you for your time today. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize the Trade Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. People sitting back from a moment ought to reflect, I think, the tone and nature of this conversation, I think, is encouraging. You have been involved with more meetings with members of this committee and of Congress probably than you can count or care to. But I think there are a variety of areas that have been identified where we're going to be able to move forward. The Speaker and the Chairman are committed to being able to strengthen the agreement so that with NAFTA 2.0 so that we can move with dispatch. I am hopeful that the working group that she established can start working with you within the week so that we can drill down on some of the specific things that you have mentioned. Our committee has been clear about the 4 priorities that we feel need to be strengthened. We've talked about them. I think it's time to get down to cases. I have welcomed this overall view of the trade agenda because we can't just deal with NAFTA 2.0, and we've referenced what's going on with China, European Union, the enforcement of ongoing agreements, and concerns about the WTO. I'm hopeful that we can concentrate on strengthening some of the existing relationships of people who are our partners, who in consultation, I think, with a number of us on the committee, who are a little confused. The Canadians really don't think they are a national security threat to the United States. And there have been some, I think, some opportunities that have been lost to have people who share our values and our concerns, who are our friends, to be enlisted to help us, for example, with concerns that we have with China. Your reference about far-reaching provisions, I find encouraging. I agree. I think some of the environmental elements in the NAFTA 2.0, building on some progress in the TPP and trying to strengthen them, offer some help going forward. But as you mentioned, just dealing with what's going on with Mexico, and I truly believe they want to enact these reforms themselves. But they have challenged. You mentioned 700,000 agreements that have to be renegotiated, plus new ones going forward. And it's going to be an extraordinary challenge for them to do so. I am hopeful that one of the things we can drill down and make some progress is being able to help Mexico with that implementation, and that something that is not just based on who happens to be the trade ambassador at the moment, to give the sort of confidence that American workers, unions, and I think this committee want. I have appreciated your commitment to enforcement. You mentioned the environmental consultation with Peru, something that, as you know, has been something that is a deep concern of mine, and your predecessor caused me no small measure of consternation that we seemingly did not move to stop the illegal logging in Peru, which was explicitly prohibited with the mechanisms that we negotiated in the Peru Free Trade Agreement. with an eye towards what's going to happen with enforcement of environmental provisions in the future. Can you comment for a moment about what the significance of the environmental consultation is and what that is going to portend in the foreseeable future?
Well, first of all, thank you for your comments. And for your leadership and those of your colleagues in this issue. The Peru situation is a good study in why we have to negotiate our agreements. I mean, we have to enforce our agreements. Number one, we brought 2 different actions against them, as you know, on illegal dumping, and then they were going to renegotiate or reorganize their government in a way that was inconsistent with our agreement, and we stopped that also. So really by insisting on our rights under that agreement, we had 2 or 3 significant victories. And I don't want to criticize my predecessors, but I can assure you that this administration is going to move forward on all of those kinds of things. You mentioned the big areas and the USMCA. My own heartfelt view is that I could sit down with the members that I have to sit down with on the labor provision and come to a conclusion in a half a day. I don't need weeks or months. Now, there's a whole separate issue of the floor time and the speakers and all. That's a whole separate issue. But in terms of coming to agreement with members, I could sit down in a half a day and work out the labor provisions. I could sit down in a half a day and work out the environmental provisions, right? And we all know what they are. And I'm not on the other side, right? I'm on the same side.
And I think the commitment here is to be able to move the dispatch to do that.
Right.
I agree.
And I appreciate your making yourself available and your schedule and all of that, and that's an important part of it because members are in a position where they have a lot of stuff that they're trying to do.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Marchant, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for the hard work that you have done on USMCA. And I would also like to thank the group sitting behind you, the staff from your office and the staff from the White House for their continued work on that. I can't remember an issue where there has been this level of involvement on a day-to-day basis from that group. And my district would also like to thank you for your renewed interest and the re-engagement of the Chinese on that tariff agreement. My district is a very concentrated district that relies on trade very much. Also would like to say a few words about and a few words of thanks to the President and the country of Mexico in their just recent agreement that they had to settle this previous tariff agreement, this tariff thing, and thank the government of Mexico for its renewed efforts in trying to solve the crisis on the border. And I think all of us see that the Mexican government is very serious about that. And I think it shows that they're very, very serious about this trade agreement as well. As I travel throughout the world and meet with countries that are not involved in these two tariff agreements, we find that there are a lot of countries that would like to sit down and begin to work out trade agreements with us. And one of those that I've just recently visited with is Switzerland. And I would like for you to comment on what you think the possibility would be with Switzerland and countries like Switzerland who have see this as an opportunity for us to step forward and do something. I know that President Trump met with Swiss President Maurer in the Oval Office not too long ago to talk about that. And what is your assessment and the President's assessment of the possibility of that trade agreement?
Well, thank you, Congressman. First of all, thank you for your comments about my staff. I should say that one of the real blessings of being the United States Trade Representative is I've got a group of professional people that are that are really top to bottom, in my judgment, the best in the government. We're a small, little, tiny group, but they're really, really good people. They worked around the clock on this USMCA. They're doing the same thing on China. They're doing the same thing on Japan. They're doing the same thing on Korea. They're doing the same thing on Europe, and I won't go on any further, but the political people we brought in are really top-notch, and the professional people who are there are every bit as good. And indeed, when we announced the USMCA, standing behind the president in that famous picture, famous for us at least, of the announcement, are mostly our professional people, and they really get an enormous amount of credit. I've said this before, I've had people who literally sleep in the office at night when we're in the middle of these negotiations, and it's really remarkable for public servants to do that. So I'm really, really pleased that you brought that up. There are a number of other countries where we have talked about FTAs that, number one, I should always say when we do, it's a TPA process. It's going to require consultations, it requires letters, it requires objectives. There's a whole lot of formality that is involved. And we're in the process of consulting at one level or another with the members on a whole variety of these countries. We've talked about really, I think at some point we have to have an FTA with a country in Africa that would then be a model, and then it would spread. We've talked about the TPP countries and that. So there are a lot of options. As you say, one country that has come around and met with the president also came around and met with me is Switzerland. It's something that we are exploring. When I'm asked about this, I always say to myself, tell me what more we're going to sell to you, right? And I want to know why this is going to make somebody somewhere in America, some worker, some farmer, just a little bit richer. If it doesn't do that, then it's probably not worth my time, because I got a lot of things to work on. And that is something that I'm exploring right now. If you look at dairy, you think you're going to sell a lot of dairy there? I think not, right? So I'm right now in the analysis of trying to go through there. There clearly are people who want to do this. It may very well make sense, but I'm trying to decide who in America, what worker is going to be a little better off if we do it right now.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kine, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being here in testimony. First, a word of thanks. Thanks for your efforts in lifting the 232s as it related to Canada and Mexico. That's helpful. Also, thanks for the progress you made on Class 7 dairy as it affects Canada. I thought that was significant as far as moving forward. But let me also report back from Wisconsin that the president's trade war that he has decided to engage virtually everyone throughout the globe is having a real damaging effect on folks back home. We've lost over 50% market share and 50% of our exports of dairy products going into China in the last year alone. June is June Dairy Days in Wisconsin, a time for us to celebrate our family farmers in the dairy industry. Every weekend I go home, I'm attending dairy breakfast. I'm talking to these farmers. And the fear I hear in their voices, the fear I see in their eyes are real. They're getting wiped out. We had record bankruptcies last year, 2 a day. That's gone to 3 a day this year. I'm not saying that the trade war has everything to do with it, but it's certainly piling on right now. And the efforts you're making with China right now, I say speed is of the essence, because many of them are hanging on by their fingernails. If the president is hoping to carry Wisconsin next year, this is probably the worst way to go about doing it. They are losing confidence in him because of how they're being wiped out individually in the state. And so I know you have ongoing negotiations with China. You also have it with Japan. I am unaware, as a member of the Trade Committee, of any serious consultation of where those negotiations are going with members of Congress. Is it your opinion that the administration, that you don't need to consult with us on the ongoing negotiations with China and Japan right now?
I guess I'm surprised by that. I view myself as talking to members good part of every single day, including you, Congressman, and I'm happy to sit down, as you know, or talk on the phone about all of these things in detail.
I know, but you're talking about one-off conversations now, but there are requirements under TPA, and if there's going to be any change of our behavior, our responsibility, and our relationships with China or Japan, do you feel that you're going to need to bring that back to Congress for our approval?
Well, it depends. With respect to China, no, I don't. I don't think I'm going to use TPA at all with China. So, having said that, I know you're concerned for the farmers. I understand that. The president has exactly the same concern, so do I. And they're in a very bad way, and it's something we have to deal with as soon as we can. And I also appreciate your comments and all your work with me on USMCA and how important USMCA and how passing USMCA will be faster, will be better and quicker for all of those farmers in Wisconsin.
Let me move on to
This
USMCA.
agreement does more for Wisconsin farmers than any trade agreement in history.
Let me ask you, though, about USMCA and where we're going from here. It seems like we're stuck, and each side is waiting for the other to make a move here. And what would be helpful, coming from you and the administration, is a set of proposals in order to address the concerns and the feedback that you're getting right now. And, you know, the implementation of the labor reforms Mexico decided to do. How well is that going to go? I mean, something more detailed from you would be helpful in moving the process along. The resolution to the enforcement provisions in it. How do we ensure that there isn't panel blocking as we move forward under this agreement, and that you're not resorting to 301, which would not go over very well by members of Congress. The 10-year exclusivity for biologics, you've heard many concerns. How do you best address that if you don't reopen the agreement? And especially in helping Mexico with the limitation of resources and expertise in implementing the labor reforms right now, the capacity building that we could be in a unique position to help them with, a more detailed proposal from you and the administration on what that would look like and how we can feel more confident that this is actually going to get done in light of the fact that Mexico, with the limited resources, are diverting a lot of time, attention, and resources to immigration issues now, as opposed to how they can best implement the labor reforms that they've passed legislatively, but have a long ways to go to implement. One other issue, ILAB. It's the agency at the Department of Labor that's in charge of monitoring and enforcing labor violations and trade agreements. I don't know if you're aware, but the administration's budget that they submitted reduces their budget from $87 million to $19 million, over an 80% reduction. If this is a way to engender confidence from us that these labor provisions will be monitored and will be enforced, it's sending all the wrong signals. Can you give us any assurance that you'll go back to the powers that be to get a commitment from them to properly resource and staff ILAB so that they have the ability to enforce labor violations as we move forward?
I'm going to let the ambassador, by way of precedent, answer the question.
So I would say, first of all, I don't really know much about budgeting at the Labor Department. They have a whole different group that worries about that. I would say it's a legitimate point that we have to be able to enforce this law, and we have to have the resources to do it, and I look forward very much to working with the group the Speaker has put together to make sure that's the case. And I certainly, with respect to USMCA and labor, we have to make sure we have the right resources.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman.
I really am quite sincere. I want to say thank you for all your work on the ag stuff during the course of this whole negotiation.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this meeting today. Ambassador, always good to see you. And Mr. Marshall said this, but I can't imagine the hours that you and your staff put in, and they're deeply appreciated. Although you don't hear that enough, I think the entire committee feels that way. It's always good to see you. You know, what you talked about in your opening remarks, you talked about jobs and the creation of jobs and regaining of jobs and what this is really all about, because it is about America regaining market share. I think there's a saying out there that you can't forfeit the game and then cry because you lost. We've had 40 years of losing market share and sitting back and saying, geez, I wish these other countries would quit stealing our economy from us. So the efforts that you're putting forth right now are really good. You know, and with that in mind, I think we all have different concerns based on the districts that we represent. One of the concerns I've had, and we've talked about this, and you've been very good about this, is in the implementation of Canada's U.S. home shopping obligation that will allow more home shopping networks like QVC, who's a major PA employer, with vendors in the district I represent to provide service in Canada without a lot of red tape and delays. And I'm asking this question because our experience with past FTAs has shown us that implementation and enforcements are not always perfect after trade deals are ratified by the parties. And in addition, Mr. Ambassador, as you know, I have really the privilege of representing so many different people. One of the hardwood lumber people, they're concerned about what's happening in their market. Another thing that people they're going to get a real visual display of this is in a couple of weeks, is the fireworks people. And where I'm from, Zambelli's Fireworks, one of the oldest fireworks companies in the country, is based there, and also Pyrotechnico is there. And almost everything that they use to make these fireworks comes out of China. And so we're watching to see what we can do there. And I got to tell you, one of the good things about this job is you get a chance to go around your district and you get a chance to talk to other members about their concerns. I sat down with a man named Bruce Kinney, who operates a company in Newcastle, Pennsylvania called Blair Strip Steel. Blair Strip Steel goes back to the 1800s. Started in Pittsburgh when it was the Iron City, before it became the Steel City. Mr. Kinney and I were talking, and I said, so, Mr. Kinney, with what's going on and what we're trying to get done when it comes to fair trade and a balanced trade thing, with what's being proposed and imposed, give me your opinion on that. And he said, you know what, I'm going to tell you something, Congressman. The one thing I would change in all this, if I could, I wish we would have elected this guy 40 years ago. Because we've been losing market share for so long. And you know, during campaigns, everybody talks about what they're going to do for the American workers and how they're going to bring the economy back to life and how it's going to be real vibrant and we're going to take back our market share. I got to tell you one thing, me in the automobile industry, once you lose market share, you don't get it back. You don't get it back. What's lost is lost. And I know, as I said earlier, the years that you put into fighting this fight is very much appreciated. But if you can, just a little bit, expand on any of those things that we can do when it comes to QVC and the ability to make sure that we're getting fair treatment from Canada, when it comes to the home shopping network, when it comes to people like Zambelli's and Pyrotechnica, when it comes to the lumber people that we represent. Just a brief summary of what you think you can do on that. And I know you're getting barraged all day with this, but I really do appreciate what you've done and what your staff has done. But anything we can tell those folks back home on what's going to happen.
First of all, I appreciate your comments. We at USTR and the President believes that we have a very bad and unsustainable trade situation in the United States. We have over $800 billion in trade deficits, and it's not the result of economic forces for the most part. It's the result of subsidies in closed markets and people having too high tariffs and people taking our technology. And there has, for too long, we've gone on and not done anything about it. And the President just says, no mas, this is going to stop. And everything he directs me to do is to do that. It's all not perfect, but everything is designed to do exactly that. We want the United States to compete in a way that efficiency and hard work and innovation dictate results, not taking your technology, forcing people to give this or that up in order to come and work their tariffs, which were cooked into them 60 or 70 years ago when little developing countries had now become trillion-dollar economies. There has to be a reset. The President wants to do a reset, and he's going to do a reset, and we're going to keep working on it. On the home shopping, as you know, you worked with us very closely in USMCA. There are provisions. We're going to enforce them. And I'm sure that your constituents will come and tell you if they're not being enforced, and you're going to call me, and I'm going to go and call my counterpart and say, you know, we're going to have to get this enforced. And I have every confidence that they will do it. The issues with China are complicated, right? It's going to take a while to work that out. There are people that have products like that, most of which, like fireworks, most of which do come from China. And I realize there are issues with that. We have an exclusion process to try to work this thing out, and I apologize.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Lighthizer, thank you for being here today and your staff. We've worked closely together, and I would say without apology that you're probably one of the best negotiators that since I've been here, 20-some-odd years, to represent the United States of America. You're not the problem. Here's the problem. Trust is key. It's been mentioned once before to everything we do. And there's standing, as every president has looked at it, Article 1, Section 8. You have to respect the role of Congress in terms of commerce. Article 1, Section 8 is pretty darn clear. I know the White House is eager to finish a new NAFTA, They're trying to drive this thing across the finish line 100 miles per hour. But they were last summer, by the way, too. But the real deal and the right deal for America needs to come under the speed limit. If Congress can't look at over every inch, we're not giving the green light. I was surprised when the President prematurely sent us the draft statement of administrative action for the new NAFTA. I almost got whiplash when he tried to implement tariffs about 15 minutes later. This erratic behavior does not help build trust. And I'm not in the behavioral sciences right now. We'll leave that for another time. But I worry that the President will try to jam us with an implementing bill the first chance he gets. I know we have yet to see this bill. So let me ask you this question. I have a number of questions here. To build trust, will you commit to coming back to our committee before you send us the draft of the implementing bill? Will you commit to do that?
No.
Will not commit to it. Enforcement of trade deals is central to their effectiveness. Without enforcement, an agreement isn't worth the paper it's written on. I've heard you say that yourself. A broken dispute settlement process that lingers like a fog from the first NAFTA cannot continue. The Congress cannot and will not be fooled again by fake promises. If I had to list the promises from the first NAFTA, they'd go from one side of the room to the other side of the room. If the new NAFTA is approved, it will last beyond this administration. We need a dispute settlement process that can be sustained for generations. That is one reason why I am skeptical of trusting the proposal to use Section 301. I was dissatisfied with the response in February about declining to use Section 301 to hold China accountable for labor or environmental issues. That is the main reason of outsourcing of jobs in America. It's been proved over and over again. There is a litany of data which shows that if we don't approach that problem, if we don't reverse that problem, these jobs will continue to move. We're fighting ourselves, Mr. Ambassador. If you won't act there, what else will this administration turn a blind eye to? So yesterday you told Senator Whiting that you would do whatever it takes to address core enforcement concerns held by many members. Does this mean you are open to changing the text of the agreement, Mr. Ambassador?
So I don't think it's necessary to change the text of the agreement to meet the legitimate needs of members, needs which I agree with. But as a general matter, I have a process. The Speaker has given me a process. I'm going to work with the members the Speaker has instructed me to work with, and I'm going to come up with a conclusion, and that conclusion will be what it is. And I'm going to satisfy those members, and I'm going to do what is necessary to satisfy those members on things that I think are legitimate, which, by the way, 99% I agree with them on walking into the room, as you know well. And I'm out of time, but I also appreciate working with you this year and last year on this process, Congressman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from North Carolina to inquire. Mr. Holding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I agree with you that there are a lot of trade issues on the table, and we're exploring a number of them this morning. And I want to agree with my colleagues who've given the ambassador praise for his ability and for his aptly named Lighthizer Brigade, who's behind him there, for their abilities and hard working on these issues. And I appreciate you've got a number of countries who want to engage with us. And I really like the standard that you're setting. It is only worth your time if they can present a scenario where it will create more wealth and more opportunity in the United States for us to engage with a free trade agreement. So a couple that are on the horizon that I really believe are worth your time. First and foremost is the United Kingdom. The President had an outstanding and successful visit to the United Kingdom a few weeks ago. I've talked to a number of my counterparts there, and they all were very pleased with how the meeting, the whole state visit went. And out of that state visit, the President sent a clear message that we are ready and willing to do a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom. And as things are progressing and developing on the political spectrum in the United Kingdom, it looks more and more likely that there will be an opportunity late in the fall where they exit the EU without some sort of an agreement that binds them to different standards and trade agreements with the EU that will preclude them from doing a complete agreement with us. So I just hope that that is on your radar, and there are sufficient members of the Lighthizer Brigade working on that, so we'll be able to strike while the iron is hot by the end of the year and get things rolling, and perhaps be able to effectuate an agreement before the end of this president's term. So you can just nod in agreement and not use a lot of time.
Let the record reflect that I'm nodding in agreement.
Thank you. Secondly, I think we have great opportunities with India. India is becoming a more and more important partner with the United States on the military front. There are trade opportunities there. The President is going to have the opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Modi at the G20 summit. And before that, I believe Secretary Pompeo will be in India meeting with the Prime Minister Modi before the G20. So I hope that you see that there are opportunities in India and are prepared to expend the resources and time to talk through the difficulties that we have. There are some trade controversies, but there are great trade opportunities there. So maybe you can expand a little bit further on what you see there as an opportunity.
Well, thank you, Congressman. First of all, I would say we have spent a lot of time worrying about India. As you say, it's a massive economy, and it's going to only get bigger, and it's a great opportunity for a lot of American farmers and businesses. Having said that, we have a series of problems with them, things that we've raised with them over a period of months. We did a review of GSP, and the President decided to take the GSP away because we made literally no headway on the issues over the course of months and months and months. And we are looking at a variety of other unfair actions that may provoke us to take some additional action. Having said that, they have a new government now. Obviously, it's the same leader, but a new government. I have a new counterpart, and I will talk to him in the next few days, and my hope we can jumpstart and make some headway. But India has about the highest tariffs of any country you can imagine in the world. They have a very statist kind of an economy. It's very heavily regulated. They've created problems in the digital space, in the agriculture space, in regular manufacturing. I mean, in retail, just across the board. So
if I just interject, with the election of a new prime minister there, I believe that he now has more of a mandate and a stronger hand to come and negotiate with us, a stronger hand with trying to address the problems that he knows that he has in his country. So I think the time, again, they're all coming upon you at one moment, and the Lighthizer Brigade is spread thin. But I believe that there's a commitment within the new government in India to try to address some of the problems that they understand that they have.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I certainly agree with the complexity of these issues and the negotiations. But, I was thinking that overall, in real terms, the average annual Mexican wages are down 2%, and the minimum wage is down 14% from pre-NAFTA levels, according to data transmitted by the Mexican government to the OECD.
According to analysis by the Bank of America Merrill Lynch, the manufacturing wage in Mexico has stagnated since 2003 and is now 40% lower than in China. Prior to NAFTA, Mexican automobile wages were 5 times lower than in the United States. Today, even as U.S. wages stagnated, Mexican auto wages are 9 times lower. You mentioned secret ballot votes on existing contracts, but what else do we see in the revised NAFTA that would reverse this trend? Do you have confidence that the text as is would raise wages in Mexico? And if not, what requires improvements to achieve these outcomes, since we know that raising Mexican wages clearly is essential to stopping the race to the bottom that has caused so much damage and so much movement of work opportunities, especially in manufacturing in the United States?
Well, thank you very much for that question. I think in many ways it goes to one of the most important aspects of renegotiating this agreement and why the president puts so much time on it. That's the outsourcing, the effect on our losing American jobs. So what happened is exactly what you said. We entered into NAFTA in 1994, or we passed it in 1994. The expectation was that Mexican wages were going to come up, if you just read everything that was said, and that they were going to become a great customers for the United States, and none of that happened. We found ourselves 25 years later, their wages were essentially the same or slightly down from where they were. A couple of things took place in my judgment. One, there was a massive devaluation in their currency. And my guess is if anybody here knew that devaluation was going to happen, they would never have passed NAFTA. Just never. It changed the whole nature of the agreement when there was a devaluation. The second thing is there developed in Mexico this system of protection contracts, where basically a business person shows up, says, I'm going to start a factory. He goes, he sits down with a union leader. We would not recognize these as union leaders the way we do, but technically a union leader. They work out a contract. There's no workers involved. They don't have anything to do about it. And 20 years later, they're working under that contract with workers have never said anything about it, really no input on it at all, and it was negotiated before there were even any workers. So the system is called protection contracts, and it's been very bad for Mexico. And the current, they're good for some Mexican businesses, right, and some American businesses, to be honest, but very bad for the workers and bad for all workers by extension. So what we have done in this agreement is there's a whole variety of provisions to address this. And by the way, this is not all stuff we dreamt up. The previous Mexican government put it in a constitutional amendment, and the current government is very vociferous about enforcing it. But you have labor courts now. I won't go into all the detail, but there used to be a system where you literally you couldn't even get an arbitration on how you were treated badly if you were a worker. They have real labor courts. They're going to have registration of all these contracts. There's a whole system of government that's set up, and it's one of the things the members are talking about. Lighthouse, you got to make sure this happens, and that's legitimate. But to me, the key is you have a secret ballot vote on getting a union, getting rid of a union, and on collective bargaining agreements, existing and new ones. And if you do that, I think over a period of time, the workers are going to assert themselves. And that, as long as we insist on enforcement of that, my view is that we will have the needed effect, we'll get the promise, and we'll help to stop outsourcing. There are a lot of other provisions. I won't go on about stopping outsourcing in here.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador Lighthizer, once again for appearing before the committee. You know, the reason I ran for Congress was what started me down this path was my sons were graduating from college, and it became readily apparent in 2012 that they did not have the same opportunities that I had when I graduated from college. And I said, you know, maybe I can do something about that. Maybe I can help. And I got a menu of, I was worried that America was no longer competitive in the world, that we sat on our hands for 30 years and watched our jobs go overseas and the American middle class not get a raise and wither on the vine. It's smaller, it makes less money, or it did 2 years ago than it did 30 years before. Now, all that's changed in the last couple of years. We're heading in the right direction. You know, I had this menu of things we needed to do to make our country competitive again that I got from an economist at Harvard named Michael Porter. I think you know Mr. Porter. And the top thing on his list was tax reform, that our tax code was uncompetitive in the world and we had to fix that if we expected businesses in America to be able to compete. Next thing was regulatory reform. You know, we've undertaken a lot of that. And 2 years ago, we were being told we would never see 2% GDP growth again. Now we've got what I call the 3-3-3. 3% GDP growth, 3% unemployment, 3% wage growth. It's a pretty magical thing. Hadn't happened in a long, long time. This economy is doing great. Finally, the middle class is getting a raise. But we can't sit on our hands because other countries are going to continue to compete with us. And the next item on Michael Porter's list was balanced trade agreements. Mr. Porter said 30 years ago we were so far ahead of the rest of the world that we could afford imbalanced trade agreements, but we can't anymore. And I've told you, Ambassador Lighthizer, over and over again, that one of the things that gives me the most confidence about this administration is the fact that you've agreed to come on and help us to rebalance these trade agreements so that the American worker at least has a fair shake. Because I think if the American worker has a fair shake, he can compete with anybody on a level playing field. After that on his menu is infrastructure and merit-based immigration, what other countries use to, they use their immigration system to make themselves more competitive rather than chain migration that we have right now. All these are things that we need to work on. We have bipartisan consensus on this trade, I think. You know, as you said earlier, everybody I've spoken to, even the Democrat witnesses that have come up before this panel, have said that this agreement is far superior to the existing NAFTA. And I believe if we got a vote today, it would pass today. The question is politics and whether or not the Speaker is going to allow us to have a vote and give Mr. Trump a victory before the election. So I hope that we choose the benefit of the American worker over politics. That is my sincere hope. So again, Mr. Ambassador, I want you to take a message back to President Trump from me. I want you to tell him that I very much applaud his decision to put competent, hard-nosed negotiators like you in charge of rebalancing our trade so that the American worker has a fair shake. If we can get USMCA done and the China agreement done, we can expect to have the 3-3-3 for a long time, for the foreseeable future. If we don't, we can expect it to deteriorate. And you tell the President that South Carolina is behind him. We are rooting for him. Keep charging. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Lighthizer, I want to hit a number of topics this morning, so I'm going to get right into it. The key to any trade agreement is enforcement, and unfortunately our track record on that front has been incredibly poor, particularly with regard to labor provisions. I was around in Congress for the negotiation of our agreements with Central American countries, Colombia and Peru. And in each case, the countries made strong promises about the labor reforms they were going to make, and they often even made significant changes to their laws, and they called them sweeping and the best ever and the strongest ever. I can't tell you how glowing the terms were about how great their labor laws were going to be, and they even passed some of these really great labor laws. But 5 and 10 years later, the situations for workers in those countries still remains dangerous and frankly unchanged. So I'm deeply concerned that we appear to be in the same position today with Mexico. And your assertion that if we just give secret ballot elections to workers, that suddenly all of the labor problems are going to magically correct themselves, I think is a little Pollyannish. Mexico has just passed what appears to be a historic reform of their labor and justice systems, but our committee staff just returned from a fact-finding mission to investigate what the implementation process will look like in the coming years. And while there is, some reason to be hopeful, reforming their labor system is a massive undertaking that's going to require years to implement. It's going to require significant resources, and it's going to require technical expertise from outside experts. And I'm, quite frankly, very concerned that the new NAFTA repeats the same mistake that we keep making over and over again in our trade agreements. It lacks the necessary enforcement tools to ensure that our trading partners are living up to the promises that they made before the agreement enters into force. Instead of repeating the same mistakes, we need new, creative monitoring and enforcement tools that provide the United States with the leverage to ensure compliance 5 and 10 years down the road. Because as has Mr. Pasquarello stated, without enforcement, the trade agreements are not worth the paper that they're written on. And so I'm curious to know if you will commit to working with House Democrats on a monitoring and enforcement mechanisms that we can write into that agreement.
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. First of all, I've been called a lot of things, but I've never been called Pollyannish before. So I will note.
Well, I just did it, so I stand by it.
I understand that. I'm sure it was meant in the best possible way.
No disrespect to how hard you work on negotiating this, but clearly just giving people access to the ballot for union elections doesn't cure threats of murder, doesn't cure threats of intimidation. These are common practices that go on.
There are a variety of other provisions in here. There are specific provisions against violence, for example, which you just mentioned. The point,
which are not exactly ironclad. I have some concerns with that, but the question is.
But we agree that they've never existed in a trade agreement before.
Great.
In the history of the world.
They've never
we
existed.
Agree on that?
Certainly,
right.
but can we agree that there's no mechanism for enforcement as yet?
Well, in the first place, no, I don't agree with that. And in the second place, I have a system where I'm going to sit down and work with members consistent with the way the Speaker has asked me to do it, and to plus up the enforcement. I've made that very clear. I'm happy to do that. I agree with that. I think it has always required changes in U.S. law.
Okay, then I will take that as a yes, that you're willing to work with us on the monitoring and enforcement mechanisms. I have several other questions that I want to get to. I also have significant concerns regarding USTR's stance on CDA 230. That provision, which gives broad immunity to technology platforms from the harms caused by third-party content they distribute and profit from, has become increasingly controversial. In fact, last year, Congress amended the law for the first time to exclude sex trafficking claims. Many policymakers have been talking about other amendments to that law relating to illegal opioid sales, deepfakes, material support for terrorism, civil rights claims, or discrimination against certain political viewpoints. For over 2 decades, there was no effort to get CDA 230 into U.S. trade agreements, and I'd like to know why USTR has made this shift. I mean, there's this market access claim, but it's hard for me to see how CDA 230 is a trade issue, because general concepts of civil liability are not discriminatory, and U.S. companies are often the dominant service provider in foreign markets that don't have CDA 230, so I really don't see how you can assert some market access reason, and I was wondering if you could provide me with some clarity on that.
Well, I will do it as briefly as I can, since you're over your time, and I don't want to impose on the rest of the members. I would say, number one, there was no effort to put 230 in trade agreements for the past 2 decades because 230 didn't exist in the past 2 decades. This is U.S. law. I didn't write 230. The Congress did. It was signed by the President, number one. Number two, we think that there are nowhere near the problems that you say on issues of public morality and the like. We put in specific language to make sure that was not a problem. I guess the third thing I would say, just very briefly, is there's a whole updated digital trade chapter that takes care of all of these issues and tries to reflect what is in the laws of the United States. This is thought to be a way that small internet companies can grow and use their advantages.
I think the chairman for his indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. After recognizing Mr. Schweikert, we will then proceed for a 2-to-1 recognition of committee members. Mr. Schweikert is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple things, just tried to go through some of these quickly. So, Mr. Ambassador, still getting inbound concerns from Arizona entrepreneurs and business on ISDS, feeling that they're being put at a disadvantage because Mexican businesses, Canadian businesses would have access to our court system. What can I say to them to make them feel better about the changes in ISDS?
Well, I guess I don't understand the nature of the problem. If there's actual expropriation, they get the benefit of ISDS. If there's denial of national treatment or MFN, they get the benefit of ISDS. And one of the biggest advantages the United States has as a country is this legal system. And if they want the benefit of the U.S. legal system, it's very simple. All they have to do is invest in the United States. Everybody in the United States gets the benefit of the U.S. legal system.
But the response is, don't invest in Mexico, invest here, and, okay.
I'm not saying don't invest in Mexico. What I'm saying is when you invest in a country, one of the considerations you have is the political stability in the country. You factor that in.
So we made a policy decision to roll back the protections to encourage you not to do that type of capital investment south of the border?
No, I would say the opposite. We made a decision not to subsidize people to outsource their businesses to Mexico and other countries.
So just not give them a mechanism where force them to have to go through the Mexican court system, which...
They're not, in the first place, they're making the decision to put their investment in Mexico. I'm not making that. I'm just saying they ought to consider that.
No, I appreciate, no, please understand, I appreciate the honesty of the comment. I think it's a little not particularly helpful for being a border state that actually parts of our manufacturing infrastructure and stuff are on both sides of the border, but it is what it is. Customs Act, as you know, I have a great interest in de minimis. Do you believe we have to do something actually in updating the Customs Act, or will USMCA functionally just be our proxy for adjusting de minimis numbers?
Well, I don't know precisely what you're referring to. I would say this. I find the de minimis, I find it ridiculous to me that we have these tiny de minimis standards in Mexico and Canada. We negotiated up till the very end, as you know, and finally got them to double what they had. It's still ridiculous to me that we let them bring in things at $800 and we get to bring in things for $50 or $60 into their country. It just strikes me as a crazy imbalance, and I think it adds to the trade deficit. So it's troublesome to me.
I believe actually Republican and Democrats on that one were absolutely in support with you. Another thing, just because and this might be more of a comment for staff, there's a number of us who've had both Republicans and Democrats conversations how in the future, how do we build a working group or some mechanisms to help you on a vision that would fix the inequities in the WTO mechanisms, the timelines, enforcements. Is there a way the U.S. Congress in a bipartisan fashion can bolster fixing these bilateral trade enforcement mechanisms?
Well, yeah, well, thank you for that. As you say, the WTO is in my judgment at least, and I think in the President's judgment, is in need of reform. I've worked with a number of members on it. I continue to do that. If there's some way that the chairman and the ranking member want to organize some group within the committee, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to engage on that. I think it's really an important issue, and it's extremely complicated.
Mr. Chairman, on that particular, that might be worthy of a side project for many of us that have demonstrated an interest in that. Two last things. I know seasonality ends up becoming as much of regions of the United States fussing at each other. And I know some regions maybe have been much louder, but please take into consideration a smaller state population-wise like Arizona, but we also have California, Texas, that seasonality, particularly on tomatoes and things of that nature, as been reported, would actually hurt our industry while benefiting others. Just have a level of sensitivity that seasonality makes a lot of our growers very, very nervous.
I appreciate that. I am aware of that, and I've heard from a lot of those members and talked to them.
Last thing I'll throw out, and this may be part of the thought experiment, I know we would love to start to build some type of open trade agreement with an African country. Just please, in parts of that consideration and thought, I know you made a great statement earlier that trade agreements should be about maximizing economic vitality for the United States. Absolutely agree. But we do have a country like Tunisia, even though technically it's a North African. They were the tip of the spear on sort of, shall we say, the revolution, the only successful country out of the Arab Spring to develop a open constitution. Small country, I think actually that should be rewarded.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States economy, Ambassador, is $21 trillion. It's 70% consumption. It's a population of 327 million people. Canada is a population of 37 million people. It's almost a $2 trillion economy. What the United States and Canada share is that they're both mixed economies, highly integrated, with a high level of respect for worker wages, labor standards, and the environment. Mexico is a population of 130 million people. It's a $2.5 trillion economy. Since NAFTA, Mexican's economy grew by a little bit more than 1% a year. The poverty rate is still the same after 25 years, and the minimum wage in Mexico is $5 a day, a little bit less than 63 cents an hour, assuming an 8-hour workday. As has been said here before, trade agreements are worthless unless they are explicit and enforceable. Reading through the North American Free Trade Agreement, the primary goal was the integration of Mexico with the highly developed, high-wage economies of the United States and Canada. This, in the North American Free Trade Agreement, was referred to as wage convergence. You're familiar with the maquiladora factory concept, which was accelerated under NAFTA. It's essentially 3,000 factories that do manufacturing, assembly, and export that are owned by U.S., Japanese, and European companies. They employ 1 million Mexican workers. This has led to a significant increase in pollution and environmental damage along the northern border of Mexico and the southern border of the United States, costing tens of billions of dollars each year to both governments. What, if anything, in the new agreement to replace NAFTA is being done to reform the maquiladora factories and the low wages that are being paid there and the environmental standards that are not being enforced there?
Would you put your microphone on? Thank you.
I certainly agree with your analysis, pardon me, of the problem. We have not seen, we did not see the promises that were made in NAFTA fulfilled. And we didn't see them in a whole variety of areas. The maquiladora process, I believe, was an attempt by Mexico several years ago to try to industrialize and try to develop manufacturing by taking advantage of NAFTA. They did, I would suggest later, they tried to do the same thing about 10 years ago in the auto industry, where they tried to do a similar kinds of thing. What is being done to try to correct these problems? I would come back to what I said before. There are a whole lot of very specific labor provisions that are in this agreement. To me, at least, the reason the principal reason that Mexican labor has not benefited from the from NAFTA, and thus had the effect of benefiting us, because I'm looking at it always from the United States point of view, is these protection contracts. All these maquiladora contracts, or companies have basic contracts that were entered into by these, like we would suggest, not, I don't want to call them fake unions, but at least not real progressive unions like we're used to. This law basically changes that system. And when we talked about the 700,000 contracts that have to be voted on, many of them are going to be in those factories. And for the first time in their history, these workers are actually going to have to know what their benefits are, what their working conditions are, and vote on a contract. So I'm hopeful, and so are reformers in Mexico, that this is going to have a real positive impact.
Just a final thought quickly. Additionally, there's language in NAFTA that's called trade adjustment assistance. And most people believe that that was inadequately funded. And it basically was to say to the American worker, through these trade agreements, there is going to be disruption that will require reemployment and retraining. Is anything done in the new agreement to bolster the level of funding under trade adjustment assistance?
Let me see, just as a general matter, that's something that I'm willing to talk about. I don't have complete control over that area. Trade adjustment assistance, I once had one labor union leader tell me years and years ago about trade adjustment assistance. He said, we don't want a spot at the front of the welfare line. What we want is jobs. And I always thought of trade adjustment assistance in that sense, in that context, even since back in the 70s and 80s. It has a large element of retraining and the like, so there are a lot of good things about it. But
I thank the gentleman, and let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Ambassador. I have so many questions for you today because my constituents are hurting from many of this administration's trade policies. The economic pillars of Alabama's 7th Congressional District are agriculture, forestry, and manufacturing. But workers in all these sectors are struggling. My farmers are suffering from the trade war with China, and the auto workers in my district are terrified of the potential tariffs on automobiles and auto parts. By the way, the Section 232 auto report is still being kept a secret from Congress and the American public. I think that we should all know what's in that report. I think that the auto workers in my district deserve to know why the Trump administration is labeling their jobs as a national security threat. Hopefully, I can follow up with you after this hearing to discuss these issues, because I know today I want to focus on enforcement. I am a true believer in trade. I believe that trade can both be fair and reasonable to workers as well as management, but we have to be able to enforce the trade policies. Last year, Alabama exported $21.3 billion in goods, accounting for 10% of my state's GDP. 31% of those exports went to Mexico and Canada. Increased market access was a big economic boost to my district. However, the enforcement provisions in the old NAFTA were totally inadequate. Fortunately, there is a broad bipartisan consensus around strengthening enforcement in the new agreement to ensure that American workers, farmers, and manufacturers are treated fairly. Not only do we need a level playing field for our workers, but the American people deserve to know that disputes with our allies can be adjudicated through a structured process that is both equitable and transparent. The old NAFTA agreement failed to meet this standard. To your credit, some improvements have been made to the enforcement language in the new agreement. However, serious issues remain with the state-to-state dispute mechanism, including the panel formation loophole. But what is even more concerning to me is that your proposed solution in this flaw in the new agreement. I will tell you right now that the unilateral Section 301 tariffs are not a substitute for a strong enforcement mechanism. Just look at the Section 301 tariffs currently being used against China. They have yet to produce any tangible results and have trapped American workers, manufacturers, farmers, and consumers in a trade war with no end in sight. Mr. Ambassador, I know that you want a deal that will outlast this administration and be a hallmark trade agreement for years to come. What if the next administration is more reluctant to use unilateral 301 tariffs to address disputes? Should we really be leaving enforcement up to the discretion of future administrations when we have the opportunity right now to strengthen enforcement in the base agreement? Would you agree with that?
Well, let me say, first of all, thank you for your comments. In terms of the manufacturing in Alabama, I would just note that there's going to be new investments, major investments announced by Mercedes, Honda, Hyundai, Toyota, and Mazda, all in Alabama. So the auto workers there, of which there are many and growing, ought to be very happy.
They are happy, sir, but they really are concerned about the Section 232 using them, considering what they do to be a national security threat.
Well,
and we still are on uncertain ground with that. I mean, I know that there's been a 6-month reprieve, but where is this administration with respect to auto tariffs?
So my suggestion to you is that one of the principal reasons why at least some of this investment is going to Alabama is because of fear of 232 auto tariffs. But
how could that be when all they would do is increase the price to consumers?
First of all, I could not be happier to hear your comments about how bad NAFTA has been for Alabama because I agree with that completely, and I think everything in here is going to make it better for your constituents in agriculture and in manufacturing. And I know that I'm happy that we're going to be working together because I realize that now more than even before how important you realize getting rid of NAFTA and getting the USMCA through is. So, and I completely agree on the issue of enforcement, and I won't repeat what I said several times. I'm looking forward to working with you and a handful of other people to resolve that issue. I could not disagree more on the 301 effect on China. We did nothing.
I can tell you that a lot of my
nothing for decades and decades and decades with China.
All we're seeing is
an outrage.
War on pricing, and the consumers, especially the low-income consumers, really are hurting the worst. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Schweiker has requested that I include in the record a letter that he has submitted to me, and that is so ordered. And with that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Lighthizer, great to see you. I have a lot of ground to cover in a short amount of time, so I apologize for my misspeed this morning. First off, I want to thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for all the hard work on the USMCA. The agreement goes a long way to drive exports for farmers and manufacturers in the Indiana 2nd District. It sets a strong standard for the great innovators that call the Hoosier State home, and it levels the playing field for workers to ensure that we don't lose jobs to unfair labor practices abroad. With the steel and aluminum tariffs lifted on Mexico and Canada, I think it's time for Congress to act. It's time to vote on the USMCA. Next, I want to ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to insert into a record a letter from over 600 companies and associations urging a deal with China. This is number one. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Unanimous consent.
Are there other letters that you would like to have inserted as well?
Number two.
Okay.
That's it. Just 2 letters.
So ordered.
Thank you. Finally, I want to turn my attention to the exclusion process for the Section 301 China tariffs. Mr. Chairman, wow, I already put that in unanimous consent. I also want to thank Mr. Kind as well as Senators Langford and Coons that assisted us in these letters. I have a few questions and would appreciate being able to get these in. Mr. Lighthizer, Ambassador, the letter I just mentioned noted that exclusions from lists number 1 and 2 that USTR granted are expiring soon. Will you commit to automatically renewing those exclusions that were granted and that haven't experienced a change in their circumstances? It seems it could be a simple act that could save USTR's limited staff resources and allow you to devote more time to things like evaluating List 3 requests. No? You have to put your mic on.
No, I won't.
Okay. I want to voice strong concern that items USTR excluded through the notice and comment period for lists 1 through 3, including things like medical devices, were added back onto list 4. I've heard from companies already who thought they had escaped the tariffs, but now are distraught to have to go through this whole process and the expense all over again. It seems like a waste of time for them and time for your staff too, who have to reevaluate these petitions. Why were these lists put back on list 4?
So list 4, Congresswoman, includes all of the rest of the trade in the United States, between the United States and China. So that was the president's direction, and that's what we're looking at.
When will the list 3 exclusion process officially begin?
So we have the form up now, but the electronic process at the end of the month.
If the list 4 tariffs go into effect, will you commit to establishing an exclusion process consistent with what you've done for lists 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
And I've spoken with some companies that have received exclusions from the steel and aluminum tariffs, only to be added to list 4, and again have to stare down the potential of a 25% tariff. Another federal agency has already ruled that a product isn't a national security threat and isn't available domestically. Will this factor into your analysis?
No.
I have one more question, Mr. Ambassador, and I so much appreciate you being here. As you know, Congress raised the U.S. de minimis level just a few years ago, and we continue to believe that $800 is the right level. Rather than lowering our level, should we not be continuing to engage with Canada and Mexico to raise their own?
Is that the end? Yes. So we engage quite a bit on it, and unfortunately, their retail lobbyists are stronger, apparently, than our retail lobbyists. And so after months and months and months, and as one of the last items, they made a small move in our direction, but not nearly sufficient. And the imbalance to me is very problematic. And when you say engage with them how? One way to engage with them is to say you get the same thing in the U.S. that we get there. That's one way to engage with them. Now, some members don't like that, but that's one way to engage with them. Otherwise, I don't know how to engage with them. Call them on the telephone and say, please. Well, I had, whatever I had a year of doing that. Their retail lobbyists is just very, very strong.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us today. First, I want to reiterate many of the concerns brought up by my colleagues on the impact of retaliatory tariffs on our farmers. They have been struggling for a long time, and it is critical that we address this issue so that they continue to have access to markets. It will be hard for them to get some of those back again if this issue is addressed. So I want to make sure that that is a top priority for you. In particular, speaking of China, earlier this year, we discussed reforms to China's digital regime. You told me you're optimistic about securing commitments from China on cloud restrictions. Are you still optimistic about this outcome, or is this one of the areas that China backtracked before talks broke down? And I just want to kind of add on to that, beyond cloud issues, what is your realistic assessment of the commitment you'll be able to secure from China in the digital trade space, and is this a priority of the president's when he talks to President Xi at the G20?
First of all, I appreciate your comments on agriculture and the effect on agriculture of retaliatory tariffs. As others have pointed out, the president did remove the steel and aluminum tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and that's gotten rid of a lot of that, and I greatly appreciate it. I also
China, the tariffs on China have a big impact on a lot of our farmers, too.
Well, I also should note that 960 agriculture groups have come out and endorsed passing as soon as possible USMCA. So I think there clearly is in the agriculture community a strong view that this is something that should be done and done quickly. Now, on the area of digital cloud services, we'll see. I certainly can't in this hearing talk much about it, although I'm happy to have a private conversation with you about it. It's clearly the digital space generally are areas where there was a backtracking for sure, and the actual details of it, I just want to talk to you about it privately.
Okay, I look forward to discussing that. Also, over a year ago, the administration put tariffs on imported steel and aluminum, those 232 tariffs. Many of us had issues with putting tariffs on our allies, but I think we all agree that Chinese overcapacity is a real significant problem. So have we made any progress on securing specific commitments from China to deal with this issue? Are you talking about numerical targets? Also, have there been any discussions about updating bankruptcy laws to deal with indebted zombie companies and reduce industrial overcapacity?
So, as you say, industrial overcapacity is a huge problem in China. Nowhere is it a greater problem than it is in the steel industry, although you could go through a variety of other industries, including semiconductors and others, where they have created similar kinds of problems or in the process of creating them. At this point, there clearly is a recognition by the people with whom we deal in China that this is a problem. So we're trying to get specific, assuming we get started again with our negotiations and we move forward, is something that certainly reformers in China realize is something that's in their interest to deal with, and they're trying to come up with ways to deal with it. And then, of course, in addition, as you know, we have the Steel Forum, which has had rather modest effect on actual steel overcapacity. But this is something that we are talking about. It is part of these negotiations and something on which I'm hopeful, if we get an agreement, which is a big if, that we would make headway on, because clearly reformers in China agree with you that they have to deal with these.
And aluminum overcapacity.
Yeah, and aluminum, I'm sorry, and aluminum also, yes.
And back to farmers again, and what we need to do there. Our dairy farmers are essentially shut out of the Chinese market because of retaliatory tariffs. You talked a little bit about Japan. How quickly do you think you can reach in an agreement with Japan?
So that's a high priority, as I've indicated. I think you were sitting there patiently during my saying that I've had meetings last week. I have meetings again next week on this issue. Our staffs have worked more or less continuously. It's a complicated issue. They have a very, very statist, structured, protectionist agriculture industry generally, and dairy, as is in most cases, dairy is among the worst in agriculture in terms of protection. I'm hopeful that we'll come to an agreement in the next several weeks. That's probably as close as I can come, but it's a high priority. We're working very, very, very hard on it.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Ms. Chu from California.
Ambassador Lighthizer, I'm extremely concerned about the impact of this administration's Section 301 tariffs on our country's economy. I know it is hurting many businesses in my Los Angeles district as you raise the tariffs from 10 to 25%. One of those businesses is iRobot in Pasadena. They're the inventors of the popular Roomba robotic vacuum, and in fact, they are the only American-owned consumer robotic company. They employ 675 full-time employees in the U.S. in high-paying research and development jobs, but they manufacture the Roomba in China. Now, they've managed to absorb the cost of the 10% tariff, but now with the tariffs being raised to 25%, they will truly be adversely affected in multiple ways. So I urge you to reach a deal soon and reverse these tariffs ASAP, but at the very least, allow businesses to apply for an exemption. And in fact, I would like to submit this testimony for the record in support of their application for exclusion. In terms of procedures, will USTAR be able to meet its June 30th deadline for beginning the waiver process for List 3 of the Section 301 tariffs? And are you planning to hire more staff members to ensure a timely review of applications?
Without objection, that letter will be entered into the record.
And I'm hopeful on the June 30 deadline, as you say. I believe we'll meet it. We are hiring more people. We're also borrowing people from other agencies. So we're trying to put together the group of people that we need to be able to review these quickly. As we've noted before, we're a small agency, and we're doing what, and as you know, I guess, are a small agency, and we are borrowing a bunch of people on a temporary basis, and we're also hiring up, and we also have some of these temporary contracts for certain jobs can be done by people. And so we're taking this very seriously. We're trying very hard to do it. And we realize that there's a substantial impact on real business, particularly small business. And even aside from the actual cost of the tariffs, just the cash flow is an issue for these people, and it's something that we're very concerned about.
Well, let me talk about others hurt by these tariffs. The most recent list of 301 tariffs against China includes a 25% tariff on printed materials. This means children's books, textbooks, technical, scientific, and professional books, many of which are created in the U.S. by American authors and illustrators, but are printed on unique paper exclusively made in China. I understand that under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, that information and informational materials are exempt from these types of restrictions. So how is this tariff justified?
Well, in the first place, we're not using IEPA for the legal authority to put these tariffs in place. We're using Section 301. And under Section 301, we're permitted to put duties in place. There's no exclusion for paper or whatever there was under IEPA. I'm not an expert on IEPA. I know it reasonably well. In terms of the last group of products, as you know, we have hearings that started, I guess they start on Monday and they're going until next Tuesday. And there's a lot of people submitting, there are like 300 and some witnesses, and there are a lot of people making submissions, and we will consider all that, take it all into account before the president makes a final decision as to whether to put tariffs on or at one level, at what level or the like.
Thank you. Last question. I recognize that you've taken the labor provisions of the USMCA further than it's been taken before, but I continue to be concerned about the enforceability of those provisions if it is not in the agreement itself versus a side letter. And also, Mexico would face many challenges in seeing these reforms through. So Ambassador Lighthizer, to what extent has USTR been engaged with the Department of Labor to ensure they're ready to provide assistance to Mexico?
So I'm happy to do that. I've talked to the Secretary. He's also quite happy to do it. I think it's an important part, capacity building, that we should do down there. I should also make the point that the labor provisions are in the USMCA. They're not in any side agreement. One of the problems that so many members had with NAFTA, of course, as you know well, was that these all labor and environment were all in side letters, which were basically unenforceable or enforceable in kind of strange little ways. So these are part of the agreement, and I certainly will work with the Labor Department on that.
Thank you. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Smith from Missouri for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Ambassador, thank you for being here. We all know you have a very busy schedule advancing the President's trade agenda, which is wide-ranging and very ambitious. We appreciate the updates you've provided to us today. I first want to thank you and the President for all of your hard work on USMCA. It's a strong trade agreement that will benefit every American. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to vote on this agreement very soon in the House of Representatives. Every day that we delay, American consumers, American farmers, and American businesses lose out on the many benefits of this agreement. We've seen the ITC report. We know USMCA will be great for our economy. We know it will create thousands of new American jobs. We also know the agreement will bring in key improvements over NAFTA, leading to increased American agriculture exports and with two of our top trading partners. The agreement also breaks new ground, including some of the strongest labor and environment provisions of any previous agreement, something I think we can all recognize it's a great achievement. But we don't get those benefits until the agreement is in fact in place. There is much work to be done on multiple trade fronts. I look forward to working with you to expand American market access all over the world. But this agreement is currently signed and waiting. The American people are ready for this vote. Canada and Mexico are moving forward, but they will follow our lead when Congress acts. Congress needs to act. I know you are as anxious as any of us to see USMCA move forward, but some members seem to be stuck right now. Democrat members don't seem willing to accept that Mexico will enforce the labor laws that it agreed to. In fact, we're having another hearing next week on the Trade Subcommittee to discuss the labor reforms Mexico recently signed into law. You and the President negotiated a strong agreement on labor for workers. At what point do you think we have to allow Mexico, with proper oversight from the United States, to make good on its word and implement the laws it already passed?
So, fortunately, Mexico has moved forward. They have passed their law. They have an appropriation process that they will go through in the fall. It is my hope that we can use the process that the Speaker has outlined to come up with a list of plus-up enforcement items, put them in the implementing bill, and get a vote as soon as possible. We hear a lot this comment that, well, this list of obligations is meaningless without enforcement, and that is, of course, true, but the whole exercise is meaningless without enactment. And that also is true, and I think that's the point you're making. And I certainly agree with you that delaying this process unduly costs jobs, and it costs American wealth, and it costs farmers their income. So
thank you, Ambassador. I want to hit on a couple questions. So with regard to China, there's a lot of concern among farmers and producers who I represent about loss of market share while we work towards an agreement with China. What assurances can you provide that regaining that market access is part of your ongoing negotiations with China?
For sure, that's getting rid of those retaliatory tariffs, and also new purchases by the Chinese is an important part of what we're working on. It's something the President focuses on every day.
Something else I want to hit on. After promising to open the rice markets in 2001, the U.S. has yet to ship one kernel of rice to China, thanks to trade barriers China has put in place. China is the largest importer of rice in the world. Can you offer any indication that U.S. rice farmers will have access to a market they were promised nearly 20 years ago in these trade negotiations?
Well, it certainly is something that we're working on as one of the principal issues. I would also say that when the Chinese were here in December, they said they were going to buy, as you know well, additional rice, and those purchases never happened. Not because of anything that happened in the negotiation, they just literally never happened.
Just keep fighting for the U.S. rice producer, and I know that you and the President are. I also want to hit one other point before my time expires. We know that India provides domestic support for the U.S. cotton industry in violation of the World Trade Organization. We've discussed this before in the past. Last year, the U.S. took steps at the WTO to counter that support. What has India's response to that been, and what are our next steps?
Well, I'll be fairly brief since I'm already past the time. I completely remember our conversation. You're completely right. We did, in fact, notify to the WTO the additional, we would think, not permitted subsidies in India. We have a new government in India, the same Prime Minister, but a new government, and this is something that I expect to engage on with the new Trade Minister very, very soon.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Kildee from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ambassador Lighthizer, for being here. It's always good to have you here at the committee. As I mentioned and as we've spoken, I represent Flint, Michigan, a community that was steeped in the auto industry, gave birth to the UAW, and helped build the middle class, and has gone through pretty significant changes, many of those changes traceable to changes in the economy, in part as a result of globalization, and very much exacerbated by, as we all have agreed, the failures that we experienced under NAFTA. The difficulty that we have is that at the time that NAFTA was enacted, and I know it's a dramatically different deal than what has been negotiated, but there were promises made that things would change, for Mexican labor conditions, Mexican workers would be lifted up, that the American worker would be protected because of that. And of course, we know that the history certainly did not bear that out. The reason I mention that, again, acknowledging this is a different deal, is that for many of us, this is not a question of being sold on the idea that this is a better deal. You can read the language and see that it's clearly better. But having more comfort on this very important point that you were just addressing, that there will be rigorous enforcement. So while Mexico changes its law, there's a lot of questions about whether they will fully fund the new regime that will be required to implement and enforce this agreement. And I'm interested in the notion that there would be some additional overlays, independent monitoring, for example, of Mexican labor conditions. And there's a lot of details that need to be worked out, and I don't necessarily want to ask you to respond to a specific proposal, but the underlying intent, for example, of Brown-Wyden might be a starting point to work on this issue. And I wonder if you might be willing to commit to work with myself and others who are interested in this area to ensure that enforcement will be done in such a way that won't hurt the auto workers that I represent that feel like they're just getting their feet under them as we're trying to rebuild a strong U.S. auto industry. Is that something you'll be willing to work with?
I absolutely will commit to that. I have enjoyed working with you very much on this. As you know, the effect of this NAFTA on auto workers is one of our principal motivators. We have to turn that around. It's one of the things I don't want to take up all your time talking about it, but I have enjoyed working with you on that. You're a strong spokesman for that point of view. I completely agree with you. I will continue to work on it. And I think the auto workers, both the ones in Michigan, but also the ones sort of in the southern tier, where the acting chair, is that the right term, whatever the acting chair is, are the biggest single beneficiaries of this agreement, and they were the ones who were punished the most by particularly your constituents, by the existing NAFTA. And this is going to be a binary choice at some point. Do you go with this horrible agreement that everyone knows is horrible, or do you go with agreement that is either spectacular or just really, really good?
Yeah, and it will be a binary choice at one point, and that does distinguish it from some past decisions that we've made. But our issue is making sure it's the best binary choice that we can possibly have. And I wonder if you could just comment quickly on two things, then I have one more point. The four-year implementation schedule or program or plan in Mexico, how realistic do you feel like that is, given the magnitude of the changes that need to take place? And secondly, do you think, and again, this relates to the magnitude of the problem, will the Mexican government act to commit the resources, the financial resources it will take for implementation? And if you could just quickly answer, because I have one other quick question that I would like to pose.
So the answer to me is, I think 4 years is aggressive. It's something that we insisted on at the request and advocacy of organized labor. So it was the American unions that wanted that. The Mexicans wanted 6 years. We took 4 years because we were going along with organized labor. And it's aggressive but doable, and they think it's doable, and I think they will do it.
Thank you. And then just quickly changing gears, I wonder if you could just comment quickly on regarding China. As you and I have discussed, we need to address China's blocking of polysilicon coming from the U.S. to support manufacturers of polysilicon and getting access to that Chinese market. I know it's a difficult issue, but it's one that's really important to the people that I represent. Can you comment on that? Can we be more forceful, I suppose, in dealing with China on this issue of polysilicon?
So it is clearly an issue we have talked to them about. You know the issue very well. An unfair trade case was brought against our polysilicon industry. We believe it was retaliation for something totally unrelated. We think it was unfair. But this is clearly an issue that's within these negotiations, something we have raised and will continue to raise.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Wisconsin. There's more to inquire.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your indulgence. I have had a lot of other responsibilities, so forgive me if I ask some questions of material you've already covered. In terms of NAFTA 2.0, I am wondering about the sort of protecting capital versus workers, the allegations that this agreement doesn't move far enough in the direction of creating additional incentives for firms to move their operations to Mexico and take advantage of the low wages and permissive regulations.
So I'm not going to say it's perfect, but this was among our principal objectives, and we did a whole variety of things to try to stop this outsourcing, you would call it, I would call it outsourcing of jobs down to Mexico, and I think we've made an enormous amount of progress in this area.
Well, obviously, that's the case, but you know, they talk about a loophole whereas the U.S. oil and gas, for example, this particular industry can still contractually sue the Mexican government directly under those rules. And so and there's no incentive or no effort to really close that particular loophole for that industry. Was there a reason why we are retaining loopholes for certain industries?
So on this issue of ISDS, it's a difficult issue. It's a difficult issue and one on which a variety of members have very strong views. We thought that ISDS was a source of outsourcing, and there were other issues that we thought needed to be corrected. I think we struck a good balance. We improved the situation from your perspective, but probably not as far as you want to go. If you say, how would I distinguish the oil and gas industry from other industries, I would say it's, to me, that allowing ISDS that would incentivize moving a factory to Mexico is something that I think is a mistake and is bad as a subsidy. But that doesn't apply to a natural resource where the industry has to go there. I mean, there's no way they can't.
Mr. Ambassador, let me move on here. You know, you've waxed on about the increase in the GNP and the lowering of unemployment and how wonderfully things are ticking along. But many economists say that these are short-term, they're small gains, they're temporary, and that they are unsustainable for the long term. And that, you know, we can always talk about how we've had an increase in GNP, but like 86% of that benefit just goes to the wealthiest people and not really to workers. That you know, any increase in wages is marginal. What would you say to that?
I would say those economists are crazy. There's
no
truth to that at all. I just think they're crazy.
Call me crazy. This 84% of this last tax cut, for example, went to,
well, but this
to 1%.
But this is, I mean, I think this trade agreement is different. I'm not arguing.
No, I mean, it might not be. Can I ask you a question? And I've brought this up with you before, Mr. Ambassador, about juvenile furniture that's made in China, really for new parents. I'm wondering why we are not excluding that from our, I want to put that in the record, Mr. Chairman, a roll call article.
So ordered.
To talk about, I would love, Mr. Ambassador, for you to continue in my last couple of seconds to lean into looking at juvenile furniture as one of the things we really need to prevent sudden infant death syndrome, keeping children safe. And right now, that the cost-effective way to do that is to make sure that there aren't tariffs, I'm sort of throwing that in, that there aren't tariffs that will interfere with the transportation of those products.
Well, I'm not much of an expert on child chair safety, but I think, first of all, we'll certainly look at the exclusion request. We have a process. We're happy to do that. And secondly, juvenile chairs and other things can be made in a variety of areas.
Thank the gentleman.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you. Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Hood, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Lighthizer, for being here. And just want to say thank you for your responsiveness to us here in Congress and your attention, both in a bipartisan way with Democrats and Republicans, and your entire team that you have behind you. You've been great to work with. And as we think about USMCA and getting this clock started, that's what we're waiting on, patience with not getting this going. If you put politics aside and you look at USMCA, this is good for workers, this is good for jobs, and it's good for the long-term economy of this country. So I'm hopeful that all of that goodwill that you have engaged with the Speaker and the Democrats will pay off, and we can get that clock started here to get USMCA across the finish line. Secondly, I want to compliment you on being a superb negotiator and really being a zealot for America. When it comes to China, when it comes to USMCA, when it comes to our trade agreements that are on the horizon with Japan and the EU. You've been superb in that manner. Frankly, when I look at where things are at with China, I want to ask you some specific questions on that. I will initially say I'm not generally a fan of tariffs. Tariffs to me are taxes. They're taxes on consumers. They're taxes on businesses. I have a ag district that's the 8th largest ag district in the country. And my farmers don't necessarily like tariffs. But I'll tell you what they also don't like. They don't like the fact that China's been ripping us off for 25 years. And most of my farmers, they're Americans first and they're farmers second. And we look about where we're at with China right now and where this administration is. And I applaud you on being tough with China because long-term, when we look at technology, and I've heard you say this before, technology is the future of the world. And we lead the world in technology, and China wants to beat us. And they're doing everything possible to do that. And when I look at our trade stance with China and where we're at, as we look at what happened with the breakdown of the negotiations with China, it appeared to me and many of us we were making progress in your negotiations with Ruhe and also with Secretary Mnuchin. And then it broke down. And it appears that the Chinese maybe reneged on some of their promises, came back with a lot of edits and changes that caused things to go south. I was wondering whether you can comment on what went wrong at the end of the negotiations. And secondly, does that change our negotiating policy moving forward? And are those fault lines repairable?
First of all, thank you very much, Congressman, for your kind statements about me and my team and the President's trade policy. As I said before, we have a bad situation. The President's just not going to tolerate it. So we're going to make changes, and I think the President has done that across the board. And to the shock of all the members, I'll say the President will say to me every now and then, Bob, we just have to do something. We're not doing anything in trade. And I'm saying, okay, Mr. President. On what happened is in the China talks, it's more or less speculation, right? Now, my speculation is that some forces in China decided that they had gone too far. The negotiators had gone too far, went out beyond their mandate. You know, I don't know whether that's true or not. I'm just speculating on that. The issues that we talked about, first of all, I have trust and complete good faith in the people that I'm dealing with. They're tough, professional negotiators, and you know, but they're professional. I don't have any question that they're doing what they believe their mandate is. The issues haven't changed. The issues are the same issues. They have to be resolved. The President's never going to agree to any agreement that doesn't deal with these issues of technology transfer and IP protection and the whole stuff right down the line, and agriculture and other issues. And my hope is we can get back on track. I think it's in their interest. I think it's in our interest. And hopefully the politics over there will line up in a way that allows that to happen.
And just as a follow-up, what are your expectations for the G20 summit next week? And then secondly, what are your plans for additional tariffs if talks continue to stall?
So if there's stall, we have a process ongoing. In a couple of weeks, we'll have the legal authority. We believe we will have done the process. The President will at that point make a decision as to whether he wants to put them in place. We'll keep everyone informed, and he'll also decide on which specific products and on what the amount is. We're looking at up to 25%. So in terms of the G20, you know, we're hopeful.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just want to echo the comments that my colleague from Illinois made about you and your staff and your bipartisan approach. I do appreciate it and appreciate your public service. In only 5 minutes that I'm allotted, I'm going to attempt to hit 3 different issues, so kind of around the world in 5 minutes, so please bear with me. The first is just overall approach. We are just under 5% of the world's population. So clearly, to remain the #1 economy in the world, we need to trade. But of course, that trading needs to be done on fair terms. And so to give you an idea of where I'm coming from, and more importantly, where my constituents are coming from, in Philadelphia, for more than 50 years, we had a very famous Nabisco plant on Roosevelt Boulevard. It was in a largely residential area, it was the only multi-story building. It made all of the sort of Nabisco products that you'd be familiar with, Oreo cookies, Chips Ahoy. You could smell the cookies from miles away. This plant, importantly, was profitable. This was not one of these companies that had to go out of business and understandably liquidate or move. Highly profitable company, owned later by Mondelez. They decided to close that plant, lay off 325 workers, including neighbors of mine, who had good family-sustaining jobs, and they shipped those jobs to a brand new plant they built in Mexico. They did the same thing to their plant in Chicago. And at the time, I believe candidate Trump picked up on that. I talked about it on the House floor, railed against it, unfortunately to no avail. And now those plants in my district in Philadelphia and Chicago are closed, and you have those jobs in Mexico where they pay approximately $2.35 an hour. Is there anything in the new NAFTA 2.0 or USMCA that will in any way prohibit or discourage companies from making that sort of behavior or that sort of a decision?
So I would say, and I'll try to be as brief as I can to respect your time. I would say in the first place, these are the kinds of cases that drive us crazy, that have driven the president crazy literally since 30 years before he ran for president. And I would say in terms of this happening again, I'd say there's a number of things in here, because this is the cutting edge of what we have to discourage. Now, there's always going to be the wage thing, right? So we talked about in some sectors, the rules of origin will have a big impact. The labor provisions will have a big impact because it'll change the nature of the relationship between labor and employment down there. This issue of ISDS, which we just talked about, was in my judgment, at least in my judgment, a subsidy for people to move down there. So there are, the environmental provisions will in some industries will have a discouraging fact or impact. So this was a primary objective, and it was a consideration literally in every single part of this that we discussed.
So that's a perfect segue into conversation on enforcement, because when I was first elected to the state legislature over a decade ago, I thought I had an agreement with someone, and a wise 30-year veteran let me know there's a difference between a promise and an agreement, and that difference is the extent to which it can be enforced. So specifically on enforcement, could you explain why the administration seems to still be skeptical about having a binding dispute settlement mechanism?
So I would say, first of all, I would just say what I said many times, just very brief. I want to work this out. I want to do it quickly. I think I could do it in an afternoon with the group that the speaker has identified. So we believe the thing has to be enforceable for sure. So what you're talking about is panel blocking. All right, so the question is, do you want to have the right in a rare circumstance where someone challenges something of particular importance to you, not on a regular basis, but it's particular importance to you, do you want to have the right to block that panel if you have another way to still enforce your own rights? That's what we were trying to find, that balance. So the question is, what's the risk that, for example, you're going to have a problem with a challenge to the trade laws. We have a challenge in the trade laws under the WTO. The trade laws are fundamental to all these workers that we're all talking about, getting laws against unfair trade. And the question is, that's the balance that I'm trying to strike here. But I want to work it out with the members. I want members to be happy. If members say, no, I don't care about that balance, then I'll consider that.
Well, the other two I'll follow up with. I'm out of time, so the other two I'll follow up at a different time. Thank you.
Thank the ambassador. We all want the members to be happy. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Let me recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Ambassador, thank you for working diligently to try to come to some good trade agreements. I confess I've been extraordinarily frustrated, sad by this president's approach to tariffs. You have said, I just look at what happened to steel. Production went up 5% last year. The steel industry created 200 new jobs, 200. So we ramped up production at a highly efficient mini mills with the electric arc furnaces that employ very few workers. So what happens is steel companies made a lot greater profits, but the impact on American workers was negligible. And you've said the president gets very frustrated with unfair trade practices around the world. It drives him crazy, quote unquote. So he has a temper tantrum and basically reacts with tariffs that hurt us more than he hurts the people that we're trying to punish. It reminds me of the child that gets so frustrated that he just starts destroying his own toys because he doesn't know what else to do. So were you involved in the president's decision to levy the anti-refugee tariffs on Mexican products, escalating from 5% to a possible 25%?
Let me say, first of all, that I disagree with almost everything you just said, which won't surprise you at all. I've never seen the president have a temper tantrum or anything remotely like that, and I think the steel and aluminum program has been wildly successful and has saved thousands of jobs and created thousands of additional jobs. So I don't agree with you on any of that, and I certainly think tariffs are a tool which can be very useful, and in many cases have been useful and successfully used. And I think they've changed the nature, for example, of our relationship to China, which was heading right down the rat hole, and now at least we have an opportunity to turn that around. So in terms of the president's decision to put tariffs on Mexico in the case that there isn't some solution to the immigration problem, that's not specifically in my area of expertise. I'm not an immigration person.
But shouldn't we, as a committee with jurisdiction of a trade policy, find it disconcerting that our U.S. trade representative didn't have input into those decisions?
Well, I didn't say I didn't have input. I was certainly involved in the meeting. I'm just not an immigration person. I don't know enough about that. It's just not my area. I do know that if you're sitting here and you're the president of the United States and you think there is a legitimate national security threat, you think there's a huge, huge problem. I don't want to go through the numbers. You probably know them better than I do. But if you see that, you have to do something. The president came to that conclusion. You had to do something.
Is there anything
and it worked out. So I don't know why people are so upset.
Is there anything in the new NAFTA or any implementing language that you're considering that would constrain those authorities or limit the presidents to impose non-trade related tariffs on one of our closest trading partners?
Well,
and just a yes or no answer if possible.
I'm sorry. So. Well, but it's one of those things that can't really be quite yes or no answered, because you can always take national security actions in every trade agreement. Everybody reserves that. No one's ever going to be in a position where they say, if my national security is at threat, I'm going to let a trade agreement overrule my national security interests. So there's always that. But as a general matter, there is a restraint on what you can do with respect to tariffs and regulations and a lot of other things, all of which are in this agreement. I don't know if that answers your question.
Not really, but
I'm happy to expound on it if you like.
Okay, Mr. Ambassador, when the allies in the business community come and talk to us about USMCA, they say the best part of it is the benefits of certainty. When the ITC did its report, they chalked up the lion's share of the economic benefits to certainty. Today, you mentioned certainty a number of times as the major benefit of USMCA. But if the president has a rule out imposing those broad, punitive, non-trade related tariffs on Mexico, which would be devastating for both the U.S. and Mexican economies, and oh, by the way, might lead to increases in migration. What's the point of a new NAFTA if anybody is living under the gun of the president's whims? How do you have any certainty if he can just come right back with these tariffs?
So let me say two things. First of all, there is this national security exclusion, which we've talked about. But I always am so impressed with people that are so worried about certainty in business and NAFTA. We signed this thing 9 months ago. I'm prepared to come to certainty, have a vote, come to conclusion, sit down with a handful of members, and come to a conclusion and have a vote in the United States of Congress. I mean, I agree completely with your sense that we need absolute certainty in this. The best way to get certainty is to pass this thing as soon as possible.
I must yield back, but thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup, to inquire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here today. I appreciate it. You know, we've heard a lot of talk about enforcement of labor agreements, and it seems to me the first step in that is what you have already tried to do, which is to agree to it, have it signed, and have it in the USMCA as it is, as opposed to a side agreement. So you've taken the first step, in my opinion, and I want to applaud you that your willingness to talk to this committee and to the panel to come up with ways to enhance enforcement. I think it's important, but in my mind, you've taken the first step that doesn't exist today. And so thank you for that. I want to echo some of the things, concern for our farmers, and I've certainly got that in Ohio. And I think that one of the questions I have is, to what extent do you think the USMCA will relieve some of the burdens that they are facing right now before we get into China? In other words, if we get this taken care of with Canada and Mexico, how much advantage will that give to them, relieve some of the burdens they're enduring right now?
So I think it will have a huge effect, and I think it's a strong argument for passing this as soon as possible. Mexico and Canada are number 1 and 2, and it varies sometimes year for year, agricultural export markets. I mean, this is whatever the number is. It's $35 or $36 billion worth of agricultural sales. We've taken this step. We got the ITC report, which supports what I say. We've taken the step to get rid of the steel and aluminum tariffs on Mexico and Canada. We've gotten rid of the retaliatory tariffs. Now we need the certainty so that our farmers can move forward on this. It's extremely important.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And I'd like to just talk and have you engage in a little bit too about the difference between dealing with Mexico and Canada and dealing with China. And it's a completely different situation, in my opinion, from a national security standpoint. You know, we have certain tools in our chest, diplomacy and military, and what we can do economically. What we have been seeing from China over the last several years is their expansion around the world and into space and other areas, and they're really doing it on our dime, in my opinion. They've been able to do a tremendous amount of things. You look at what's going on in the South China Sea, their influence and how they're trying to engage in Africa, surrounding countries, dangling little shiny objects and doing that. And I say they're doing that on our dime. And so we have to be tough on them in the long term, because it's more than just getting a good trade agreement. It's our national security as well. And I'd like for you to comment on that if you can.
Well, I certainly agree with that. I think we're all going to benefit by passing USMCA and getting back to all these great provisions that are going to lead to more jobs and more agricultural sales in the United States. They're going to help Mexico and Canada too, and that's great for North America. China's different. In the case of China, we do have other considerations, number one, and number two, if you're concerned about trade, if you're concerned about trade deficit, which I am, and which of course the president is, an enormous part of that problem is China, and it's not basic economics. It's not economics. It's all these unfair trade practices. And what we're really looking at is what kind of a future we're giving to our kids. In the case of Canada and Mexico, we have that on course, and that's great. But with respect to China, it's literally a question of what kind of an economy we're going to give to our kids, what kind of a future they're going to have.
And where is our place in the world? Do you see any opportunities for other countries to step up where China has been dominant, maybe in other areas of trade with either from Taiwan or the Philippines or even Vietnam? Can they fill some of the gaps if China is starting to struggle or left out?
So you have seen a lot of that. I'm sure that's something that the Chinese are following more closely than we are, but there certainly are a variety of other countries that have been the beneficiaries of plants moving out of China because of this uncertainty that Congressman Baja was raising. And I would say this, and I think this is important, another beneficiary of that is Mexico. Mexico is a great spot to put those plants, and that's why this is going to be good for Mexico. And if it's good for Mexico, it's far more likely to be good for us. So I think you are seeing that happening. There are a variety of beneficiaries, and one of them is Mexico.
Well, thank you for expounding on that. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman, and Ambassador, thank you again for joining us today, but also for your work in reaching out to us, and openness and candor is greatly appreciated. Last time you were here, I shared a specific example of a company in my district that was having firsthand experience with China's what I'll call dodgy trade practices. And I had asked what reforms you were pursuing and what outcomes you had secured in your negotiations from China. 3.5 months later, I have the same question. We'll start there because I haven't seen the progress. In fact, at least for many of these companies, the situation has gotten worse. Instead, the president continues to issue tariffs by tweet, creating massive uncertainty. As you said earlier, that uncertainty is creating challenges for U.S. businesses. It creates a challenging environment for business to plan, to look to the future, to grow. I would like to submit for the record an article in yesterday's New York Times. Global economic growth is already slowing. The U.S. trade war is making it worse. And just to reference from this, the article quotes the chairman of Cummins, who says in his own case that the cost from tariffs has exceeded the benefits of the 2017 corporate tax cut. He says, and this is a quote, the tariffs that are in place now and which may be in place for some time are a significant burden on U.S. businesses and farms, end quote. And then the article then goes on to say data increasingly suggests trade tensions are weighing on economic confidence globally and in the United States. And without objection, I'd like to submit this for the record. So we have this tit-for-tat trade war with China causing pain to American businesses, big and small. And let me be clear, the pain that is incurred is passed on to the American consumer. The president will occasionally acknowledge his tariffs are hurting people, and that's why, for example, he's proposed $16 billion to aid farmers struggling from his reckless policies, trade policies. But he definitely would not acknowledge who's paying the price. In fact, in his recent ABC interview, he said, quote, out of the billions of dollars that China's paying, I'm taking $16 billion out to give farmers because that's what they've lost because of China. And I'm making it up, I'm taking it. It all comes out of tariffs that I'm collecting. Ambassador Lighthizer, my question is, do you know what the president's referring to here? Are the costs of tariffs paid by China or by U.S. consumers?
So let me make a couple of comments, if I could, about some of the things you said, just so they don't stand. I don't believe for a second that what we are doing with China is having a largely negative effect on economic growth. The reality is the U.S. is growing faster, almost by 2 times of any other G7 country. But the economy in a lot of countries is slowing down, and it doesn't have anything to do, in my judgment, with what we're doing. The question we have with China is, are you willing to your choices are either to do, in my judgment, either to do what we're doing or to just take the status quo and say we're going to have conversation. We had that for 20 years, Congressman. You know I've talked about that. We had 20 years of that, and it literally, the trade deficit went up and up, and we lost more and more technology. So it was the worst thing for the United States. We could not continue to go down in that direction, in my judgment. Now, if you have a different view, then this all looks different, right? If your view is...
Yeah, no, and I'll be clear, China is a bad actor. We need to hold them to account. We need to work to change their behaviors. But the question is, the tariffs, are China paying the tariffs, or is it the U.S. businesses and consumers that are paying the tariffs?
Well, I would say, first of all, it's a complicated question. The first thing is it depends on what products you pick. With respect to some products, clearly the Chinese are paying and not U.S. consumers. The second thing is, if China devalues their currency, which they have, then they're making a decision to pay those tariffs and spread it across. Number three, in many cases, they absorb the tariff specifically to maintain market share. Number four, in many cases, they end up subsidizing the sales in the United States for a whole variety of economic reasons, in which case China pays for those things. So it's far more complicated. The other thing is other countries come in and substitute for China, in which case the products, even the price of the products don't even go up. So I don't buy this idea, and I realize that these economists have this hidebound notion that U.S. consumers pay for all of this. I don't buy it at all.
And I have 10 seconds. I'm going to reclaim my time, and we can continue the debate, but I do want to submit for the record, one of my concerns is that the administration's policies towards Israel, the administration has not granted an exemption to Israel, one of our strongest allies, on the tariffs. I hope we can make progress to do that, and we'll continue to talk about USMCA and how we deal with the timing of it.
I will call you on the Israeli thing.
Okay.
Based on the gentleman's request to have those documents included in the record, so ordered. With that, let me recognize Mr. Swazi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thank you so much for being here today. I want to reiterate my support for your efforts vis-a-vis China. China is cheating. China has a plan for world domination economically, technologically, in space, militarily, over the next 30 years, and they treat their own people awfully. What they do, as manifest with the Uyghurs and with the Tibetan Buddhists, the protests we see in Hong Kong. So I just want to reiterate my support for what you're doing vis-a-vis China. My focus really today is about the USMCA, the new NAFTA, and about enforcement, wages, wages, wages. We've heard a lot of talk today about the improving economy. The economy in America has improved dramatically since the 1980s. The Dow Jones has gone up 1,200%. The GDP since the 1980s has gone up 600%, but people's wages have not gone up. People's wages have gone up less than 20%, while you've seen 1,200% in the Dow Jones, 600% in the GDP. And as one of my colleagues said earlier, the middle class needs a raise. So we want people in America to make more money. We want to have a lot of other things that we want in America, and we're competing against countries where they don't have those things. So there's been some things negotiated in this agreement to try and get Mexico to do a better job regarding paying their workers, and they've had some labor reforms. On April 30th, Mexico passed their labor reform legislation that require them to overhaul their current labor system, replacing the structurally biased conciliation and arbitration boards with labor courts, requiring all collective bargaining agreements to be subject to free, secret, and personal vote by workers, to fix the recuento system for union elections, which are a subject of prolonged delays of as much as years. The problem is enforcement. How do we know they're going to do all these different things? And this administration has said that in order to try and enforce these agreements, not by correcting some of the flaws from the first NAFTA, but instead they want to rely on the executive authorities under Section 301 of the Trade Act to impose tariffs and trade sanctions. I find it hard to believe that after negotiating this monumental agreement, after going through all these efforts, making an agreement with another nation, we're going to open up an agreement because somebody's violating a labor rule at a particular company, and we're going to impose tariffs on the country. I just don't think that's realistic. So I think we need to have more stringent labor enforcement requirements. And you said you could negotiate this in a half hour with the people that have been assigned by the Speaker.
I said half day, but
half day, okay, half day.
It was still the same.
So the Labor Advisory Committee, who are folks that work with you from different labor representatives, have indicated there could be specific labor-specific enforcement provisions, such as an independent secretariat who would bring labor cases to courts, or more specific certification requirements that would ensure that trade agreement rules are abided by. Do you like that idea? Do you think that's a good idea? Would you support something like that?
Well, I mean, I don't have that in front of me. I don't know the details. There are labor courts in Mexico. That's part of the enforcement. I mean, that's part of their reform. They did pass that. So,
but this is the idea of creating an independent secretariat who would bring labor cases to courts.
No, I don't think that makes any sense at all.
Okay. So Senator Brown and Senator Wyden have crafted a proposal that would increase enforcement personnel, promote capacity building, and joint initiatives to recognize labor rights in America, and then allow the U.S. and Mexican governments to work together to audit and inspect facilities for compliance, and then directly deny preferential tariff treatment for companies when they're found in violation. Do you like that idea?
There are a lot of parts. That's a complicated proposal. I've talked to them about it, and there are a lot of things I like about it, and I think they'll all be discussed with the leadership group.
Are you open to reopening the agreement or drafting the implementing bill to include these enforcement mechanisms?
I don't think we want to reopen the agreement.
Do you think that there are mechanisms in place or could be put in place that would say, listen, we see this company is violating labor rules that we think are standards that should be abided to. We see that they're breaking the rules. Could we stop the goods at the border if we wanted to stop them?
So it depends on what rule. It depends on what rules being. If it's forced labor, yeah, we have laws that can deal with that. If there is,
we heard earlier today about violence or people trying to break up elections using violence or not letting them for a union form. How could we stop the goods at the border, for example, if a company's doing that?
So there's two things, Congressman, to think about. One is, are you denying them the benefit of NAFTA? All right. The second question is, are you stopping the product from coming into the border? Those are very different ideas. The idea of stopping them at the border isn't even something that's being talked about in the Brown-Wyden bill. That's other than in the forced labor or kind of context. So what we're really talking about is denying the benefit of NAFTA. And the question is, how do you determine whether there's a violation? Some things are black and white and some things aren't. But,
okay, I have to yield back my time. I'm specifically not only referring to Brown-Wyden, though, but anything that you would support to try and block goods as a vehicle by enforcing. But my time.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Lighthizer, for being here today, and actually for all of the work that you've been doing over the last few years to help make this process better for the country and in general for the world, just by having good trade. You know, as the representative from the air capital of the world and the breadbasket of America, trade's really important in Kansas. See if that's better. And like many states, Kansas' top two trading partners are Mexico and Canada. In fact, trade with Canada and Mexico is roughly $4.9 billion and supports about 110,000 jobs in our state. And that just underscores how important NAFTA is for our country. Hopefully this will help a little bit. You know, the USMCA is major focuses on how we make sure manufacturing wages improve, how we make sure we have new access to for American agriculture, sets unprecedented standards for areas like digital trade and supports American innovation through new intellectual property provisions. And every day we delay to vote on USMCA, our country loses jobs and economic growth. Unfortunately, we're a little behind the curve. I mean, Mexico and Canada have already started that process. And I'm hopeful that after your testimony today, my colleagues, both on the committee and in Congress itself, will join the bipartisan group of ranchers and farmers and workers and manufacturers who are urging us to ratify USMCA. You know, as you've mentioned already, I too understand the need to make sure that USMCA is enforceable, not just on environmental and labor provisions, but actually on all the provisions. You know, I believe the USMCA can work as a strong standard for trade negotiations moving forward, just adding to the importance of making sure that we get this agreement done. So, you know, as the negotiations continue, I will look forward to making sure that any trade deals open up more markets for Kansas farmers and manufacturers and set clear, enforceable benchmarks that'll benefit our economy and American jobs in the future. You know, as I mentioned, Ambassador, USMCA is just one trade area that you and the administration are focusing on. And I recognize that Mexico and Canada are Kansas's two biggest trading partners, but the third one is a close behind in Japan. Can you talk a little bit about how a Japanese trade deal will be beneficial for U.S. agriculture, beef, ethanol, some of those products that we produce in our state?
I'd be happy to, Congressman. Japan is right now a pretty good market for the United States. but it ought to be much better. They import a lot of products from places other than the United States. One of the points that I make to them all the time is, if you look at their trade balance, they basically have a surplus with the world about equal to what their surplus is with the United States, which is another way of saying that all their deficits, Japanese deficits with the world, are basically offset by benefits of trade with the United States. And if that's the case, we are their best customer. And if you're the best customer, you can't treat your best customer worse than you treat people from all these other countries in Europe and all the other TPP countries. So that basically is the argument we've made. And the principal thing we're trying to do on a fast-track basis, or on an early basis, I don't want to use the term fast-track anymore, on an early basis, is to get agriculture access equal to what the Japanese have given to the TPP, the other 10 countries that they have there, and to Europe. And it's quite detailed. It's very, very, very complicated, as you know, because you're an agriculture export. It's these it's these TRQs and all the sort of thing. There are huge benefits for beef. There's huge benefits for pork. There's huge benefits for dairy products. There's just a lot of stuff in there that we're working our way through, and I'm hopeful that we'll make headway on that. But we realize how important it is, and if we don't do it now, we're actually going to move backwards, right? We're going to be worse off because we're going to lose market share to these other people.
Thank you. One of the things I wanted to mention is we have talked some about the digital services tax and some of the things that countries like France and some others are looking at. I understand USTR is contemplating investigations into unilateral digital tax measures from France and some of these other countries. Can you comment briefly, or is there a quick answer? Or is that
I think the digital, yes, I think we ought to take an action against the digital tax if someone puts that in place. That's just one person's view.
Thank the gentleman. Let me call upon the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, as you know, I'm all about finding out which tools in the toolbox can we use to fight poverty. Trade is an important tool that I would call a poverty buster. Trade needs to fight poverty by creating economic growth, providing jobs, and generating revenue. In my home city of Philadelphia, trade exports support over 185,000 jobs, generating about 8.2% or $31 billion of Philadelphia metropolitan annually. That being said, I believe it is important that any trade agreement that U.S. takes up firmly protects our priorities and competitiveness in the global market. Mr. Ambassador, how do you or the policies that have been laid out with the President's 2019 trade policy agenda promotes the ability for trade to continue to be the poverty buster for the United States?
Would you turn on your
First of all, I agree with you completely. My basic view is that if we have fair trade, if we don't have these impediments, if we don't have these embedded unfair tariffs, that I would say unfair tariffs that we have agreed to around the world, that we're going to see an enormous explosion in the U.S. economy. And we're going to see more manufacturing, more agriculture. Personally, in terms of busting poverty, this is just my own perspective, I think it's manufacturing jobs more than any single thing that has the most direct effect right where the rubber meets the road. And if you look at what has happened since the last election, we've created 5.8 million jobs, but most importantly, to me at least, we've created 500,000 manufacturing jobs. These are the jobs that take people from high school to the middle class. And that is what we have to, when you say trade being poverty busting, that's what it means to me. It means you're taking people out of high school, you're putting them in a manufacturing job where they're making $20 an hour or more all in. That changes their life. Their kids are different, their family's different. And I think when you see the opposite side of it, where does the poverty come from? You're losing manufacturing jobs. You have hollowed out cities. You have hollowed out small towns now, which we never had before. You have crack cocaine, and you have fentanyl, and all these bad things are coming from that, in my judgment at least, not entirely, but a good part of it is losing those basic jobs. And if you can get those, and they weren't lost because of economics, that's the problem. And if you get those jobs back, you'll turn the cycle around, and that really is one of the motivations we have.
Mr. Ambassador, I'm obviously very proud to be here on the Ways and Means Committee, but I'm also Vice Chair of the Small Business Committee. And as you know, trade is a critical important to provide growth and opportunity for small businesses. In your testimony, you mentioned securing new markets, access for farmers in dozens of countries around the globe. Can you elaborate on what this new market access looks like, and what will it work to support securing more access to our nation's small businesses?
So I would say, first of all, one of the most important things we do when we think about small businesses and the economic vitality of small business is improvements in digital trade. There's an enormous amount of benefit to digital trade from small manufacturers, small companies, retail sellers, who can now reach 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 times the amount of customers that they could before. So this is something that we have stressed all over the world. There's an international, there's a WTO process that we're going through trying to put new rules in place. The United States has a real economic advantage in this area. We have the best technology. We have the best companies in this area right now. So it's an area that's very, very helpful. We also have, in most of our trade agreements, we have these small and medium-sized enterprise provisions where we go through and try to, they're not always binding, but they are ways to try to encourage other economies as well as our own economy to make sure that we're not discriminating against small and medium-sized enterprises. But I would say, number one, if we have less fair trade, if we have more exports, it's going to help everyone, and particularly it's going to help small business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much once again for being here, as you consistently have been for the past my 6 months here on this committee, as well as this term in Congress. As I mentioned the other day in the hearing with Ambassador Dowd, I do find you a pleasant presence here on Capitol Hill, and I hope that you continue to be, especially working through these issues when it comes to USMCA. Obviously, as you've heard, though, there are some issues that need to be addressed, and I think both sides here, Democrats and Republicans, want to work through them and get to yes when it comes to USMCA. You know, in my area, as you know, on the Central Coast of California, it's all about agriculture, and that's why NAFTA has benefited my fresh fruits and vegetable producers there on the Central Coast, especially with its trade with Canada and Mexico, as well as its investments in Mexico, and then taking some of that money that they've earned and put it back into our area on the Central Coast. So NAFTA has definitely been a big benefit, and I appreciate the improvements that have been made in the USMCA when it comes to agriculture, especially benefiting my producers. Obviously, the improved sanitary, phytosanitary measures, treating biotechnologies, using science to do that, ending discrimination on certain wine products up in Canada. But most importantly, I think now the USMCA could obviously, as you've heard and as you know, could provide certainty to our farmers who have really been taking it in the shins lately, be it with the markets, be it with Mother Nature, be it with the lack of immigration reform, and also just based on the fact that these tariffs that have been imposed have hurt them, people in agriculture, as you know well. But there's also been some pretty good labor and environmental chapters that have been imposed in USMCA, the Mexico Annex, and it's led to positive change in the Mexican labor laws. But the issue is whether or not, as you've heard over and over, it's all about enforcement. Now, recently we've had a representative from AFL-CIO come up and talk about certain recommendations, such as having an independent labor secretariat, more specification when it comes to acceptable work conditions, or requirements to prosecute when there's worker violence, as well as protections for the recruited migrant workers, some of those workers who come to my district up there and help our agricultural industry. And so I guess, in what you said earlier, and you talked to Congressman Pascrell up there, when you said that, you don't believe that changing the text of the agreement is necessary, and that you would work with the working group that you've mentioned and come up with a conclusion of how to proceed. I guess kind of moving on beyond that, should those changes be requested that require additional commitments from our trading partners and not just to our own domestic implementation of legislation, are you willing to take those proposals to Canada and Mexico, update the labor annex, or possibly do a side deal? How do you want to go about it after something is agreed to here?
So, first of all, Congressman, thank you for your for your comments. I appreciate that. I think we have clearly made an enormous, probably enormous improvement in this bill, and I just, every time I talk to, I know you and others, I always think to myself, at some point you're going to have to decide whether there's this horrible agreement that you think is so bad that you've campaigned against it since you were in high school, although I wasn't in high school, you were in high school, or this improvement. And I keep saying to myself, you can't. At some point, you got to say, okay, fine, we're just going to get rid of the uncertainty. We're going to just vote for the improvement and not say, but we could even make it better and better and better. So that's a little bit of venting and frustration on your time. I apologize for that. When we come to a final agreement with respect with these people that I'm, the speakers group, I'll call them, when we come to that, we'll figure out a way to do it. I think the vast majority of this stuff can be dealt with in U.S. law. I've always had the view you're far better off changing positive U.S. law to enforce this. For example, if you change U.S. law and you say you have to come forward with somebody who comes forward with a complaint, that there's an obligation to take that complaint to the binational panel, and if you don't, you have to explain why you didn't to the Ways and Means Committee. I mean, there are things like that that can be done. But I don't want to fool anybody. In the final analysis, enforcement is about people. And if you have people that don't want enforcement, and if the Ways and Means Committee doesn't force the people to enforce it, it's not going to be enforced.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your hard work, for your patience through this process, your persistence. I can appreciate your venting. We've had 7 months to look this deal over. There's never going to be a perfect deal, but this deal is substantially better in every way, from the 170,000 jobs to the overall economic impact, to the worker, not only in the U.S., but in our partner nations, including Mexico. What happens if we don't pass this with respect to the new labor provisions that are not just a sidecar deal like it was in NAFTA, but actually part of the core of the USMCA agreement? If we don't pass this, for heaven's sake, what happens to all those provisions that the labor union reps who lined this panel here spoke with glowing sentiment about, even praised you for your great work in substantially improving the position of the worker? What happens to those, Mr. Ambassador, if we fail to pass USMCA?
See, I think that is just so important. That's the fundamental question. It would be great to have perfection. By the way, we wouldn't even all agree on what perfection was, but notionally, if you did, but right now, we're going to have a catastrophe if this doesn't pass. You're not going to have labor enforcement. You're going to have economic, there are tens of millions of jobs at stake. And I would say, finally, just so I can shut up so you can talk more during your time, I would say it's going to have a bad effect with respect to our relations with China and everyone else if we're in a position where we literally can't pass this agreement. What does it say about our resolve to have a fair trading system?
I've heard some of my colleagues express concern on behalf of the farmer, and I don't want this to be misunderstood as bragging because I'm from Texas and, bragging's a sport there. But we do produce more ag product out of Texas. We trade more ag product than any state in the union. We've got 250,000 farms in the great state of Texas, 3 times more than the next state. on that list. And I think I've got a pretty good pulse on the farmer. And the farmer has legitimate concerns. Times are tough. They've got some stiff headwinds. You know, the last several years, they've seen a reduction in 50% of their income. You know and sympathize, as does our president, with the current plight of the farmer and all that they're having to endure. But let's be clear. The farmer knows exactly what's going on and how China has taken us for a ride for decades. And nobody has experienced the adverse effects of that like our farmers. Our farmers are fair and tough and strong, and they want somebody fair, tough, and strong to negotiate for them, like this president and like you, Mr. Lighthizer. And they understand that there's never going to be a good time to renegotiate a deal with China, to hit reset and hold them accountable for all of their unjust and unscrupulous behavior. America's the only country that can do that. You know that, and I know that. And you know they're one of the greatest existential threats to the future of this country and the world. And the farmer knows that this president is fighting for them and for this great country, and they know there'll be some pain between here and there. And I continue to be vexed by the question of, what's the end game? What's the end game? The end game is a fair, equitable, and balanced trade deal with a partner we can trust, period. And that's exactly what this president understands. It's what he is doggedly committed to. And I appreciate the fact that for such a time as this, for such an issue as this, we have a president like Donald J. Trump. And so I think I can speak for my farmers. We appreciate, they're also gracious people, Mr. Lighthizer, and they want to say thank you to this president for the trade assistance, for the tariff mitigation, the MFP coming through Mr. Perdue's agency. We need to give them enough relief to allow them to give the president enough runway to get to a real deal, not window dressing, a real deal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Murphy, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for coming to speak to us today. I believe our country has benefited from freer and fairer trade, both as an economic matter and a security matter. And trade creates many jobs in my home state of Florida. However, continuous and what seem to be never-ending tariffs imposed by the Trump administration are causing significant damage to our economy. Despite the president's constant claim to the contrary, it is U.S. companies and U.S. consumers that pay taxes on imports. The tariff list is long: 232 national security tariffs on steel and aluminum, retaliatory tariffs, the threat of auto tariffs, and then there's China, 25% tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese imports, Chinese retaliation, potential 25% tariffs on the remaining $300 billion of Chinese imports, whose products are mostly consumer goods, including toys, computers, school supplies. Products where, when their prices increase, it'll really be noticed back at home at those kitchen tables across my district. And the negotiations seem to have stalled, but our constituents are still paying the price for this trade war. And then there was Mexico. Only a couple weeks ago, the president threatened to impose tariffs on one of our closest allies for something completely unrelated to trade, putting U.S. jobs at risk. So when is this going to stop? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record a letter from the Consumer Technology Association highlighting the negative impact of tariffs on the economy.
So ordered.
In none of these cases has the administration consulted in a meaningful way with Congress prior to imposing the tariffs. And in many cases, the tariff actions have been opposed by members of Congress on a bipartisan basis. As a result, this week, I will introduce legislation companion to a Senate bill to enhance the role of Congress in decisions by the administration to impose tariffs for national security reasons and non-national security reasons, to ensure that this Congress and future Congresses have a say in trade policy decisions that affect small businesses, farmers, and families across the country. My first comment is related to the new NAFTA. Mr. Ambassador, I have really appreciated the outreach you've been doing But I want to state for the record that Mexico's unfair practices have severely harmed our seasonal fruit and vegetable sectors in Florida, something that you and I have talked a lot about. And I look forward to working with you to find a solution to ensure that all seasonal producers in Florida have access to effective enforcement tools that my friends in the western states have. Mr. Ambassador, the last time you were here, I told you about the plight of David, who owns an electronics firm in Orlando. He was hit with 10% tariffs for List 3, and in response you said that the stronger dollar would offset these costs. Well, now these products are facing a 25% tariff, and he's not a farmer, so he's not receiving any of the subsidies to blunt the impact. He doesn't know whether or not his company will be able to survive this. What do you think I should tell him?
Well, I guess I don't know precisely which products he has or what the tariff situation on it is. I don't know enough about his business. I would say, first of all, we have an exclusion process and we have an obligation to try to do the most we can to try to reduce the effect of these actions on David and other people in that position. But one has to start one's analysis, I believe at least, with whether or not we have a problem. If you don't believe we have a problem with China, if you don't think that's
Ambassador
a problem,
Lighthizer, I don't believe that anybody
sense.
Disagrees with you that we have a problem with China, but the problem for David is that we have entered into this trade war, and for him, there's no end in sight. And you know that for businesses, predictability is key to their ability to continue to work and employ workers in our community. It doesn't look like this negotiation is progressing forward. How long does he have to hang on? Why is it that some industries get assistance to hold on, whereas others don't? I think my point here is that as you move forward with, if we are moving forward with these negotiations, that you understand the human and economic cost in every one of our districts of this policy, and everybody is just hoping and praying that we get to an end at some point. But that doesn't help them in their day-to-day management of their businesses. My final question for you is, in yesterday's Senate hearing, you said that you still believed it was the right decision to withdraw from TPP. But in this hearing earlier today, you pointed to Japan being in TPP with other countries as the reason that the U.S. is disadvantaged. How do you square that?
Well, that's quite easy, and it's going to take more than 8 seconds, unfortunately. So number one, why was TPP a bad idea? Let me give you an example. You could make a car under TPP 45% in Vietnam, 65% or 55% in China, and bring it into the United States. What effect is that going to have on the U.S. auto industry? This is just an example. It didn't deal with currency stuff. It didn't, from top to bottom, it was just plain a bad agreement. Now, were there agriculture advantages? Yes, there were some. And what we want to do is obtain those in our negotiations with Japan. Does that more or less square that for you?
Thank the gentlelady for her inquiry, and thank the ambassador for his response. And with that, let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, to inquire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll get right to it. Thank you, Mr. Lighthizer, for being back with us. I also want to echo my colleagues' sentiments, expressing the need that there are many of us that are trying to get to yes. I'm a little concerned with today's hearing and the tone by some of my colleagues on the other side that are making this more partisan than it needs to be. Every time that you've spoken to us, you've said that this needs to be nonpartisan, and it needs to be about the workers and American businesses, not an individual or a partisan agenda. And I hope that we can work towards that goal. I want to bring up 3 points. One is on the Trump tariff taxes, which in Nevada, 39,000 jobs are dependent upon Nevada exports. Over $37 million of these trade taxes on Mexican goods and products would cost Nevada consumers and businesses, again, an additional $37 million from everything from vegetables to fuels to alcohol. I want to ask you specifically how I respond to my constituents about why we are even going down this route. I am glad to see that the President has step back from that, but why are we even bringing those proposals forward? Secondly, I want to ask about the digital services tax, the fact that France has drafted a digital services tax which would disproportionately affect U.S. technology exporters and could potentially be double taxation. Third, I want to ask about the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program. I asked you about this in our caucus meeting when you briefed us, and you indicated your team was going to get us some information. There's no provisions in USMCA regarding TAA, and this is the program that directly supports workers, and I would like to know what the plan is there. And finally, I'm concerned about the sunset clause and the fact that it has some automatic renewal provisions that could go around congressional authority and approval. So could you speak to those 4 points for me, please?
Sure, Congressman. Thank you. So, first of all, on the issue of tariffs and Mexico and the immigration policy, my hope is that those issues are resolved. There was a serious problem there. I'm hoping that we're in a good place on that, and I have every expectation that we are. On the digital on the digital tax, I agree with you completely. I think it's a tax that is geared towards hitting American companies disproportionately. I think it's something the United States has got to take strong action on, and I'm happy to continue to work with you and others on that. It's something on which we have to have some debate within the administration. As you know, there was a talk about doing it at an EU-wide basis. There was some objection to that. That still may happen. It looks like the French are very close to putting in place such a tax, and I believe the United States should respond very strongly to that, and I believe the President will respond strongly to that. So on the issue of TAA, as you say, it's a separate issue. It's a separate program. All these issues are related to the extent members have a broader perspective. I made this comment before you weren't in the room. I'm sympathetic to the objectives of TAA. Obviously, people who are disadvantaged because of a trade agreement, you need retraining, and at some point you need payment. There used to be more payments back in the old days, but I can remember being told in the past that what we really have to do is figure out a way to get these people jobs, not trade adjustment assistance.
Yeah, if I could, though, I come out of workforce development. It's about skills, not jobs. And we know before they even get displaced that they need better skills, and we need investment in the TAA to achieve that. And for us not to include it in any trade agreements is an oversight, in my view.
Okay. And then on the issue of sunset, I guess I didn't quite understand the point. We have a sunset provision in here. Most trade agreements, for reasons that don't make any sense to me, are eternal, and this one is temporal, although it's complicated how it works. So if there is any usurpation of congressional prerogatives in trade agreements, it would be, I would suggest, in all the others, and less in this one.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, you will come back for approval with any sunset clause. It doesn't take the congressional oversight, accountability, or approval process.
Well, there'll be no coming back. That's how trade agreements work. It's kind of a crazy thing, but they kind of become, they're just eternal. We just pass these things, and then they go on forever and ever and ever. What this one does is it has a process, which, as you know, that every 6 years you'll have a review and see if whether or not this is something you want to extend. And if it isn't, then it will expire in a certain period of time after that. That's how. But this is I would suggest that this is like an extremely important idea, exactly consistent with where you're coming from, and it's an innovative way to do exactly what you want to do. And I want to sit and
thank the gentleman.
Talk to you about it, because I think this is right in your sweet spot, the way we did it.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Let me recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador, thank you for your time today, and thank you for your hard work on this issue. There was a comment one of my colleagues made earlier about hoping that you would take into account the human and economic impact of decisions regarding tariffs and trade. And sir, I want to thank you for doing just that, recognizing that for a community like mine that lost tens of thousands of textile jobs following the NAFTA trade agreement, that has seen, that it for far too long had seen job losses in manufacturing to China and other areas around the world, understanding the impacts of bad trade deals on the human and economic conditions in communities all across this country. I want to thank you for recognizing that and fighting to make sure that the men and women in our communities have opportunities at great careers in manufacturing jobs that are so vitally important to our small towns and our communities. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you for creating the sense of urgency that I know that we all share. I agree with my colleague from Nevada that this should be something that we view as good for America, not a partisan conversation, because every single district across this country is impacted by this trade agreement, and getting this across the finish line sooner rather than later is important. All of the goals that we want as America are advanced, if not all the way, certainly in a meaningful way by advancing this more quickly. So thank you for helping to create the sense of urgency on this, because we would like to get this agreement into consideration as soon as possible. So one of the things one of the areas that I really like in this agreement is the stronger intellectual property protections. And I think that's something that's very positive for this area. And in one particular conversation that we've had many times here is on prescription drug pricing. And one of the things I'd like for you to address is the fact to talk about how this agreement doesn't create any change to U.S. law. It simply brings the Mexican and Canadian laws in alignment with ours, or closer to where ours are. Could you speak to that for just a minute?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. I would be happy to do that. I'd also like to thank you for your comments about me and my staff, and your point about when we worry about tariffs' effect on someone, we really have to think about the effect of all these people's lives who were destroyed because they lost their jobs, not because they were told for 100 years they had stupid bosses and they were lazy and they lost all these jobs. And the reality is, in many cases, just like the other side of what Mr. Evans was saying, the reality is a lot of these people are just plain victims of bad economic policy and bad trade policy in the United States. And reversing that by itself is worthwhile. So I just think that's so important. There's a lot more people that have lost their jobs because of unfair activity by China than because of anything to do with tariffs from now until the beginning of the world. So on this issue of data protection and IP protection for pharmaceuticals, I think the crucial thing to remember is what you said, and that is we don't change U.S. law. The Congress changes U.S. law. We're not changing U.S. law. The Congress decided you should have 12 years for biologics, and there's only 8 in this agreement. The Congress set up what the intellectual property protection is in chemical pharmaceuticals as well as in biologics. What we're trying to do and what we were asked to do under the TPA is to get the rest of the world to adopt our standards. That's what we've tried to do. That's all we do. There's nothing in here that in any way is going to have any negative impact on drug prices in the United States.
Mr. Ambassador, if we're making one of the big arguments that we're making for better trade agreements with China is the intellectual property theft. If we fail to adopt the USMCA, wouldn't we have concerns about loss of intellectual property under the current agreement or with the lack of protections that we have?
Well, if we don't pass this agreement, all of these plus-ups in digital economy and in intellectual property, and you can go agriculture, and all of them are all going to disappear. People tend to focus on the issue of biologics and data protection, but there also are a whole lot of other things. There's an extension of the copyright term. There's full national treatment for copyright and related kinds of issues. There's a 15-year protection for industrial designs. There's a lot of criminal and civil penalties for camcording, for stealing these are a lot of real serious issues that are out here that are also addressed, all of which will disappear.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Let me call upon the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Lighthizer, first let me thank you for meeting with me last week. You have been more engaging than I think anybody in this administration has been on a particular issue. You set up a meeting with me not even knowing that I would be one of the 8 individuals selected by the Speaker to negotiate on this trade deal. So I want to say thank you just for the engagement. It's been impressive. But I also want to emphasize a point on the timing. And I heard some frustration from you on your part that you've been negotiating with Congress for over 9 months. But I don't think that tells the whole story, because in the 9 months since the Democrats won, we had over 100 brand new members of Congress who got sworn in January. And one of the things that when I got here as a freshman in 2017 in July, people would tell me, oh, we voted on this before. And I would have to remind them, you voted on it before, right? You don't speak for me and you don't speak for the constituents that I ended up getting elected by to represent. So I know you guys want the administration wants to work on this immediately. I think we're moving fast ahead, but also I want to just share some statistics. And you probably already know this, because one of the things, the minute I got assigned to this committee or this working group, you have to know where the votes are. And out of the Democratic caucus, we have 134 members who have no recorded vote on FTAs. That includes myself, 134 members with no recorded votes. You have 16 who have voted for all the previous FTAs in the past. But and you had 45 that have voted for less than 50% of the FTAs in the past. So we need to have a lot more outreach. And that's what I want to emphasize, is that these members haven't had given the time to really think about some of this stuff when it comes to the USMCA. That's because we had the longest shutdown in U.S. history, government shutdown, that put everything behind, committee assignments, staffing up, you name the different things when it comes to building up members' offices. So they've had a lot, and I wouldn't say that's any of their fault. Additionally, April 19th was the date when I received the USITC report on USMCA. And as you know, that's an important report to assess the likely impact of the agreement. And it projected that it'll provide over 76,000 new auto jobs over the last 5 years. The ITC report says 28,000. There's some discrepancy in that, so I want to figure that out. We can discuss that. Also, Mexico, you're right. The agreement that Mexico has made on some of these labor reforms could be huge, could be. But that depends if it's enforceable and if it's verifiable, and if we can make sure that they're living up to their commitment. So I want to say that we hear you, there is an urgency, but there's a lot of members that still need to be have conversations with so that they're brought along. And I know that no one here, including myself or the chairman or the speaker, is going to slow walk this agreement, and we're going to be working diligently to make sure that we address all the issues. And before I run out of time, I want to turn your attention to a separate matter that was brought forward once people found out I was working on some trade issues. One issue that can't be overlooked is the $52 billion in subsidies received by Middle East Airlines and Air Italy. The administration signed agreements with the UAE and Qatar over a year ago to force them to be more transparent, stop flying Fifth Freedom flights, and play by the rules of engagement. This is a bipartisan issue. Mr. Ambassador, can you remind the President the bipartisanship that we want to see the full enforcement of our open skies agreements? And then at the same time, we also have seen that it has been having an impact not only across the country, but in LAX, which I cover, which I actually fly out of. So we'd love for you to remind the President to let's enforce our open skies agreements. Just
the answer is yes.
Okay.
I will tell the President.
Good. Thank you. Easy. Wow, see? Most engaging representative for the administration. But I look forward to having this conversation. I just wanted to emphasize, we do have some work to do, but I think that we can get there if it's an understanding that it cannot be rushed, because if it's rushed, it can fall apart.
I appreciate that. The only thing I would say on the other side is at some point, and this is what scares so many people, at some point you're going to get into funny season. And when funny season comes, people aren't going to be voting based on the merits anymore. And that's what scares people. But thank you, and thank you for your comments too. And I do look forward to working with you, not just in this context, but in the years ahead.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Ambassador, let me thank you for joining us today. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. And with that, the committee stands adjourned.
Have to say, now that this whistleblower complaint, the redacted version of it, is now out in the public record, and we will at that point later this afternoon, the members of that committee will have had a chance to ask all of their questions to these two men privately. Already, we've heard from people like Mitt Romney, who's talked about the allegations being troubling in the extreme, is the quote that he used. Pat Toomey, another Republican, saying that it's inappropriate, the president's behavior, leaning on a foreign leader to, in effect, do the dirty work of his political campaign. Savannah.
She had 2 copies. All right, Jeff, thank you so much. And we see Adam Schiff, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, who has now sat down with the witnesses in place. And so in a moment, we would expect to hear usually opening statements from the chairman and the ranking member. Let's listen in.
At any time. The presidential oath of office requires the President of the United States to do 2 things: faithfully execute his or her office and protect and defend the Constitution. That oath, of course, cannot be honored if the President does not first defend the country. If our national security is jeopardized, if our country is left undefended, the necessity to faithfully execute the office becomes moot. Where there is no country, there is no office to execute. And so the duty to defend the nation is foundational to the President's responsibilities. But what of this second responsibility, to defend the Constitution? What does that really mean? The founders were not speaking, of course, of a piece of parchment. Rather, they were expressing the obligation of the President to defend the institutions of our democracy, to defend our system of checks and balances that the Constitution enshrines, to defend the rule of law, a principle upon which the idea of America was born, that we're a nation of laws, not men. If we do not defend the nation, there is no Constitution. But if we do not defend the Constitution, there is no nation worth defending. Yesterday, we were presented with the most graphic evidence yet that the President of the United States has betrayed his oath of office, betrayed his oath to defend our national security, and betrayed his oath to defend our Constitution. For yesterday, we were presented with a record of a call between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine, in which the President, our President, sacrificed our national security and our Constitution for his personal political benefit. To understand how he did so, we must first understand just how overwhelmingly dependent Ukraine is on the United States, militarily, financially, diplomatically, and in every other way. And not just on the United States, but on the person of the President. Ukraine was invaded by its neighbor, by our common adversary, by Vladimir Putin's Russia. It remains occupied by Russian irregular forces in a long, simmering war. Ukraine desperately needs our help, and for years we have given it, and on a bipartisan basis. That is until 2 months ago, when it was held up inexplicably by President Trump. It is in this context, after a brief congratulatory call from President Trump to President Zelensky on April 21st, and after the President's personal emissary, Rudy Giuliani, made it abundantly clear to Ukrainian officials over several months that the President wanted dirt on his political opponent, it is in this context that the new President of Ukraine would speak to Donald Trump over the phone on July 25th. President Zelensky, eager to establish himself at home as a friend of the president of the most powerful nation on earth, had at least two objectives: get a meeting with the president and get more military help. And so what happened on that call? Zelensky begins by ingratiating himself, and he tries to enlist the support of the president. He expresses his interest in meeting with the president and says his country wants to acquire more weapons from us to defend itself. And what is the president's response? Well, it reads like a classic organized crime shakedown. Shorn of its rambling character and in not so many words, this is the essence of what the president communicates. We've been very good to your country, very good. No other country has done as much as we have. But you know what? I don't see much reciprocity here. I hear what you want. I have a favor I want from you, though. And I'm going to say this only 7 times, so you better listen good. I want you to make up dirt on my political opponent, understand lots of it. On this and on that, I'm going to put you in touch with people, and not just any people. I'm going to put you in touch with Attorney General of the United States, my Attorney General, Bill Barr. He's got the whole weight of the American law enforcement behind him. And I'm going to put you in touch with Rudy. You're going to love him, trust me. You know what I'm asking, and so I'm only going to say this a few more times, in a few more ways. And by the way, don't call me again. I'll call you when you've done what I asked. This is, in character, what the president was trying to communicate with the president of Ukraine. It would be funny if it wasn't such a graphic betrayal of the president's oath of office. But as it does represent a real betrayal, there's nothing the president says here that is in America's interest, after all. It is instead the most consequential form of tragedy, for it forces us to confront the remedy the founders provided for such a flagrant abuse of office, impeachment. Now, this matter would not have come to the attention of our committee or the nation's attention without the courage of a single person, the whistleblower. As you know, Director McGuire, more so than perhaps any other area of government since we deal with classified information, the Intelligence Committee is dependent on whistleblowers to reveal wrongdoing when it occurs, when the agencies do not self-report, because outside parties are not allowed to scrutinize your work and to guide us. If that system is allowed to break down, as it did here, if whistleblowers come to understand that they will not be protected, one of two things happen. Serious wrongdoing goes unreported, or whistleblowers take matters into their own hands and divulge classified information to the press in violation of the law and placing our national security at risk. This is why the whistleblower system is so vital to us, and why your handling of this urgent complaint is also so troubling. Today we can say for the first time since we have released this morning the whistleblower complaint that you have marked unclassified, that the substance of this call is a core issue, although by no means the only issue raised by the whistleblower's complaint, which was shared with the committee for the first time only late yesterday. By law, the whistleblower complaint, which brought this gross misconduct to light, should have been presented to this committee weeks ago, and by you, Mr. Director, under the clear letter of the law. And yet it wasn't. Director McGuire, I was very pleased when you were named acting director. If Sue Gordon was not going to remain, I was grateful that a man of your superb military background was chosen. A Navy SEAL for 36 years and director of the National Counterterrorism Center since December 2018. Your credentials are impressive. And in the limited interactions that we have had since you became director of NCTC, you have struck me as a good and decent man, which makes your actions over the last month all the more bewildering. Why you chose not to provide the complaint to this committee as required by law. Why you chose to seek a second opinion on whether shall really means shall under the statute. Why you chose to go to a department led by a man, Bill Barr, who himself is implicated in the complaint and believes that he exists to serve the interest of the president, not the office itself, mind you, or the public interest, but the interest of the person of Donald Trump. Why you chose to allow the subject of the complaint to play a role in deciding whether Congress would ever see the complaint. Why you stood silent when an intelligence professional under your care and protection was ridiculed by the president, was accused of potentially betraying his or her country, when that whistleblower, by their very act of coming forward, has shown more dedication to country, more of an understanding of the president's oath of office than the president himself. We look forward to your explanation. Ranking Member Nunes.
Thank the gentleman. I want to congratulate the Democrats on the rollout of their latest information warfare operation against the president and their extraordinary ability to once again enlist the mainstream media in their campaign. This operation began with media reports from the prime instigators of the Russia collusion hoax, that a whistleblower is claiming President Trump made nefarious promise to a foreign leader. The released transcript of that call has already debunked that central assertion. But that didn't matter. The Democrats simply moved the goalposts and began claiming that there doesn't need to be a quid pro quo for this conversation to serve as the basis for impeaching the president. Speaker Pelosi went further when asked earlier if she would put brakes on impeachment if the transcript turned out to be benign. She responded, quote, "So there you go. If the whistleblower operation doesn't work out, the Democrats and their media, we have candidates, quote, we have many candidates for impeachable offenses." That was her quote. So there you go. If the whistleblower operation doesn't work out, the Democrats and their media assets can always drum up something else. And what other information has come to light since the original false report of a promise being made? We've learned the following. The complaint relied on hearsay evidence provided by the whistleblower. The Inspector General did not know the contents of the phone call at issue. The Inspector General found the whistleblower displayed arguable political bias against Trump. The Department of Justice investigated the complaint and determined no action was warranted. The Ukrainian president denies being pressured by President Trump. So once again, this supposed scandal ends up being nothing like what we were told, and once again, the Democrats, their media mouthpieces, and a cabal of leakers are ginning up a fake story with no regard to the monumental damage they're causing to our public institutions and to trust in government, and without acknowledging all the false stories they propagated in the past, including countless allegations that Trump campaign colluded with Russia to hack the 2016 election. We're supposed to forget about all those stories, but believe this one. In short, what we have with this storyline is another Steele dossier. I'll note here that in the Democrats' mania to overturn the 2016 elections, everything they touch gets hopelessly politicized. With the Russia hoax, it was our intelligence agencies which were turned into a political weapon to attack the president. And now today, the whistleblower process is the casualty. Until about a week ago, the need to protect that process was a primary bipartisan concern of this committee. But if the Democrats were really concerned with defending that process, they would have pursued this matter with a quiet, sober inquiry, as we do for all whistleblowers. But that would have been useless for them. They don't want answers. They want a public spectacle. And so we've been treated to an unending parade of press releases, press conferences, and fake news stories. This hearing itself is another example. Whistleblower inquiries should not be held in public at all. As our Senate counterparts, both Democrats and Republicans, obviously understand, their hearing with Mr. McGuire is behind closed doors. But again, that only makes sense when your goal is to get information, not to create a media frenzy. The current hysteria has something else in common with the Russia hoax. Back then, they accused the Trump campaign of colluding with Russians when the Democrats themselves were colluding with Russians and preparing the Steele dossier. Today, they accuse the president of pressuring Ukrainians to take actions that would help himself or hurt his political opponents. And yet there are numerous examples of Democrats doing the exact same thing. Joe Biden bragged that he extorted the Ukrainians into firing a prosecutor who happened to be investigating Biden's own son. 3 Democratic senators wrote a letter pressuring the Ukrainian general prosecutor to reopen the investigation into former Trump campaign officials. Another Democratic senator went to Ukraine and pressured the Ukrainian president not to investigate corruption allegations involving Joe Biden's son. According to Ukrainian officials, the Democratic National Committee contractor Alexandra Chalupa tried to get Ukrainian officials to provide dirt on Trump associates and tried to get the former Ukrainian president to comment publicly on alleged ties to Russia. Ukrainian official Sergei Leshchenko was a source for Nellie Orr, wife of Department of Justice official Bruce Orr, as she worked on the anti-Trump operation conducted by Fusion GPS and funded by the Democrats. And of course, Democrats on this very committee negotiated with people who they thought were Ukrainians in order to obtain nude pictures of Trump. People can reasonably ask why the Democrats are so determined to impeach this president when in just a year they'll have a chance. In fact, one Democratic congressman, one of the first to call for Trump's impeachment, gave us the answer when he said, quote, "I'm concerned that if we don't impeach the president, he will get reelected," unquote. Winning elections is hard, and when you compete, you have no guarantee you'll win. But the American people do have a say in this, and they made their voices heard in the last presidential election. This latest gambit by the Democrats to overturn the people's mandate is unhinged and dangerous. They should end the entire dishonest, grotesque spectacle and get back to work to solving problems, which is what every member of this committee was sent here to do. Judging by today's charade, the chances of that happening anytime soon are 0 to none. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Director, would you rise for the oath and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. The record will reflect that the witness has been duly sworn. Director McGuire, would you agree that the whistleblower complaint alleges serious wrongdoing by the President of the United States?
Mr. Chairman, the whistleblower...
Well, actually, I apologize, Director. Let me recognize you for your opening statement, and you may take as much time as you need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Schiff, Ranking Member Nunes, and members of the committee, good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chairman and the committee for agreeing to postpone this hearing for 1 week. This provided sufficient time to allow the executive branch to successfully complete its consultations regarding how to accommodate the committee's request. Mr. Chairman, I've told you this on several occasions, and I would like to say this publicly. I respect you, I respect this committee, and I welcome and take seriously the committee's oversight role. During my confirmation process to be the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, I told the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence that congressional oversight of the intelligence activities is critical and essential to successful operations with the intelligence community. Having served as the director of the National Counterterrorism Center for 8 months,
and as the acting director of national intelligence for the past 6 weeks, I continue to believe strongly that the role of congressional oversight. As I pledged to the Senate, I pledge to you today that I will continue to work closely with Congress while I'm serving either in this capacity as acting director of national counterterrorism or when I return to the National Counterterrorism Center to ensure you are fully and currently informed of intelligence activities to facilitate your ability to perform your oversight of the intelligence community. The American people expect us to keep them safe. The intelligence community cannot do that without this committee's support. Before I turn to the matter of hand, there are a few things I would like to say. I am not partisan, and I am not political. I believe in a life of service, and I am honored to be a public servant. I served under 8 presidents while I was in uniform. I have taken the oath to the Constitution 11 times. The first time when I was sworn into the United States Navy in 1974, and 9 times during my subsequent promotions in the United States Navy. Most recently, former Director Dan Coates administered the oath of office last December when I became the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. I agree with you. The oath is sacred. It's the foundation of our Constitution. The oath to me means not only that I swear true faith and allegiance to that sacred document, but more importantly, I view it as a covenant I have with my workforce that I lead and every American, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of my office. I come from a long line of public servants who have stepped forward even in the most difficult times and austere times to support and defend our country. When I took my uniform off in July of 2010, it was the first time in 70 years that an immediate member of my family was not wearing the cloth of the nation. As a Naval Special Warfare Officer, I had the honor of commanding at every level in the SEAL community. It was at times very demanding, but the rewards of serving in America's Special Operations community more than make up for the demands. After my retirement, I was fortunate to work for a great private sector firm. I left the business world after 3 years to lead a nonprofit charity. Some question why I would leave a promising business career to run a charity. The answer was quite simple. It was another opportunity to serve. I led a foundation dedicated to honoring the sacrifice of our fallen and severely wounded special operators. The foundation I led enabled hundreds of children of our fallen to attend college. It was extremely meaningful and rewarding. In the winter of 2018, I was asked by former Director Dan Coates to return to government service to lead the National Counterterrorism Center. This request was totally unexpected and was not a position I sought. But then again, it was another opportunity to serve my country. In particular, I knew that many of the young sailors and junior officers that I had trained 20 years earlier were now senior combat veterans, deploying and still sacrificing. I decided if they could continue to serve, returning to government service was the very least I could do. And now, here I am, sitting before you as the acting director of national intelligence. With last month's departure of Dan Coates and Sue Gordon, 2 exceptional leaders and friends, I was asked to step into their very big shoes and lead the intelligence community until the President nominates and the Senate confirms the next Director of National Intelligence. I accepted this responsibility because I love this country. I have a deep